I, who only wanted to play football, became the Hollywood heartthrob. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Blade of Vengeance. The whole place is on fire. Annie, it's over. My superstar identity is exposed. At this moment, Duran's muscles were tensed to the extreme. All his thoughts were focused on one point. The boos from the rugby fans continued, but at this moment, Duran could no longer hear them. It seemed as if he was the only one left on the field. I'm the only one. Almost all of a sudden, Duran burst into action. The studs of his sneakers lifted up several pieces of broken grass. Duran rushed to the still football with a violent aesthetic sprint. The moment he stopped suddenly, his whole body was tensed to the extreme like a bow that was pulled to the full. His right thigh, full of strong muscles, swung his calf with force, and the inside of his right foot instantly hit the air nozzle on the lower right part of the football. Bang! The loud noise echoed. At this moment, the entire Millennium Stadium was quiet. Even the rugby fans who were booing and discriminating just now opened their mouths in astonishment. The football was like a crescent-shaped scimitar that was quickly unsheathed, drawing a domineering and sharp arc in the air. The speed of this arc was extremely fast. More than half of the players in the Golden Fleece team's human wall didn't have time to jump up. When this arc passed through the human wall, the arc narrowed instantly and shot directly into the upper right corner of the goal. The goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece team had clearly experienced Duran's crescent moon scimitar once, and this time he was also confidently prepared. But when he saw such a fast crescent moon scimitar arc ball, he was completely dumbfounded. The level of Duran's free kick was at least twice higher than the one he remembered, and it was obviously full of murderous intent. Almost unsolvable. This kind of ball, let alone in an amateur high school competition, is unsolvable even in a League One game. The goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece team stood there in despair, watching this murderous crescent moon scimitar shoot into the goal, and the ball went in. The tens of thousands of fans at the scene instantly exploded with adrenaline and were completely boiling. This free kick was too shocking. Whether it was from the perspective of competition, viewing pleasure, or revenge, too shocking, too relief. In the 95th minute of the game, Duran, despite the pressure of thousands of rugby fans booing and insulting him, used a scimitar of revenge to seal the game. He killed the hopes of all the Golden Fleece players and fans. This was a hearty revenge. Duran also proved his inner strength in this exercise. The score on the big screen at the scene was rewritten as Rugby Golden Fleece 2:4 Southampton Bucks Steelhorns. The Golden Fleece was powerless to turn the tide. The goalkeeper of the Golden Fleece knelt on the ground, his face full of pain. Several other players of the Golden Fleece collapsed on the grass, and cried with their heads in their hands. As the top-tier team in the national high school student competition, their goal from the beginning was to win the national championship, but they fell under Duran's scimitar twice. The first time, Duran's scimitar was only 25 meters long, and the second time, it was already 35 meters long. Their football dream was also shattered by Duran's kick. After scoring the goal, Duran rushed directly to the north stand where the rugby fans were, clenched his fist, and roared at those who booed, insulted and discriminated. Some rugby fans covered their heads in shame and left the field early, while some rugby fans were already furious and continued to curse and even threw mineral water bottles and toilet paper into the field. The stands of the Millennium Stadium are far away from the green field, and the mineral water bottles and toilet paper thrown by rugby fans can't be thrown into the field at all. Duran was not afraid at all, and he looked down on these furious people and admired their helpless and furious appearance. The teammates of the Bucks Steelhorns also ran to Duran's side and used international universal gestures with Duran to fight back against the rugby fans. Southampton fans and Cardiff fans also started to take action, throwing bottles at the stands where rugby fans were. Rugby fans were attacked from both sides. Their arrogance just now withered in an instant. Some Southampton high school students were even ready to climb over the stands and rush over to fight with rugby fans. Duran is the god of Southampton High School. Anyone who dares to discriminate against and insult Guran is insulting the entire Southampton High School. Guran won the victory for Southampton High School, and Southampton High School will never let Guran suffer any grievances. The scene became a little out of control, and the Millennium Stadium was in chaos. The security personnel of the stadium rushed out to prevent the situation from escalating. The referee also personally came forward and ran to Guran, asking him not to stand here with the rugby fans to provoke them. Guran then took his teammates from the Bucks Steel Horns back to the south stand to celebrate the goal. All the Southampton fans jumped up excitedly and roared with Guran. Guran's revenge kick was so passionate. The score of 2-4 also made Southampton fans ecstatic. There was 1 minute left in the game, and Southampton High School would soon advance to the finals of the national competition. This would be the first time that Southampton High School had advanced to the finals of the national competition in more than 100 years since its founding. Some fanatical students knelt directly in the stands and shouted "Dad" to Guran loudly. Some girls took off their clothes excitedly and waved them at Guran. The mean-skirted female fans of Guran's official support club, Southampton High School branch, all jumped up excitedly and raised their thighs to dance the can-can dance towards Guran. The older generation of Southampton school team members were even more in tears, hugging each other and crying. Although the game was not over yet, Guran's revenge kick of the crescent moon scimitar had killed the suspense of the game. This was Guran's moment. It was also a moment for all Southampton fans. Coach Carter knelt on the sidelines, excitedly clenched his fist, and shouted to the sky, "God, thank you. Thank you for giving us Guran." This is the proudest battle in Coach Carter's life so far. With a player like Guran, Coach Carter can brag about it in Southampton for the rest of his life. In the main stand, Anne Hathaway jumped excitedly to celebrate. Guran, you are so domineering. You are so handsome. You are so manly. You are my son. I love you. I love you to death. Because she was too excited, her own arm knocked her sun hat off. Her beautiful face was immediately exposed on the main stand. However, Anne at this time could no longer hold back. She didn't care about her identity at all. Now she is not a big star, but just Guran's little fangirl. She just wants Guran to hear her cry of love. At this moment, the scouts from the small clubs in the back row were also discussing excitedly. Monkey Rick said, "Guran's kick of the crescent moon scimitar is too cool. It gives me goosebumps all over my body. I'm not flattering Guran. Even if it was placed in the English League One, almost no one could save the crescent moon scimitar kicked by Guran just now. Hey, did you notice the look in Guran's eyes when he kicked the crescent moon scimitar? My god, if it were me, I would not dare to face his murderous eyes at all." Rugby fans made a big mistake, which is to anger Guran. Guran's mentality is very mature. The more ridicule and insults he encounters, the braver he becomes. Guran really has the qualifications to be a star. He just needs some time to grow. Southampton club is really a fucking scab. I admit that I can't help but feel jealous. Who would have thought that the Bucks Steel Horns, as a weak team in the 4th tier, could actually win the 1st tier strong team Golden Fleece by 2 goals. To be honest, the Golden Fleece team didn't play badly. However, the Bucks Steel Horns team, which had Guran, accomplished the feat of defeating the strong with the weak. This was a convincing game, and the Bucks Steel Horns team won with confidence. Guran's performance was so contagious. I'm obviously not a fan of the Bucks Steel Horns team, but when I saw Guran's amazing crescent moon scimitar, I couldn't help but get excited. I used to think that Guran's through ball was his biggest technical killer, but now it seems that the crescent moon scimitar is Guran's real killer. Yes, you can foul Guran, but if you foul Guran within an area of about 35 meters, you must bear the risk of being killed by the crescent moon scimitar. If you have seen Guran's crescent moon scimitar in the previous game, you will find that it is also a crescent moon scimitar kicked by Guran, but the arc power is different. Guran's crescent moon scimitar is unpredictable. Although Guran's scimitar is still a little immature compared to Beckham's, I'm afraid that even Beckham in his youth would have to admit defeat at this rate of improvement. Guran is really terrifying. I can already imagine the grand occasion of the Bucks Steel Horns playing in the national finals in 5 days. Guran's post-match score for this game is likely to break the historical high. I'm so heartbroken that I have to face Guran next season. I must tell our club when I go back and study the strategy to deal with Guran. How come the beautiful lady in front who lost her sun hat looks a bit like a Hollywood star from the side? No way. Isn't that Guran's personal assistant? Let me see quickly. The scouts from the small club stretched their necks one after another. In the third row of seats, Emanalo was taking scout notes. Guran has a superb ability to finish the game. His scimitar has improved a lot compared to last week. It's hard for me to imagine how he was trained to achieve such a high level of change in such a short period of time. Guran's mentality. Just as he wrote this, Emanalo heard the scouts from the small club say something about a Hollywood star. Emanalo couldn't help but look up at Anne in front of him, who had taken off her sun hat. Emanalo was stunned. This Anne Hathaway? Anne Hathaway, who played the White Queen? Guran's life assistant turned out to be the big star Anne Hathaway? I must have recognized the wrong person. Anne Hathaway shouldn't be so young and tender, not so beautiful and charming, and not so fanatical, right? At this time, Greg, who was sitting in the first row, leaned over to help Anne pick up her sun hat. Greg dusted off the brim of his hat and smiled politely at Anne. "Ma'am, your hat." Anne's heart sank, and she said to herself, "It's over." But Anne looked calm on the surface. She calmly smoothed her hair that was messed up by excitement, and then said in a poor French accent, "Thank you, dear sir." Anne reached out to take the hat, but Greg was not in a hurry to give it to Anne. Instead, he smiled slowly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you are Anne Hathaway." "Anne, it's over. I've been caught by the president. My identity as a big star is going to be exposed. No, I can't admit it. Otherwise it will be too embarrassing." Anne forced herself to stabilize the expression on her face and asked carefully, "Mr. President, if I say I'm not I just look a little like Anne Hathaway, will you believe it?" Ha ha ha. Greg laughed heartily. "Of course I don't believe it, but I can understand. After all, big stars don't want others to know their private lives. But for me, you don't have to do this. Anne, I'm glad that you also like football." Anne smiled awkwardly at Greg. Anne thought to herself, "How can I like football? I actually just like Guran with a pure motive." Greg seemed to see through Anne's mind and smiled. "Annie, I have to say that you have a good eye. Guran is very young, 10 years younger than you, right?" Anne's pretty face was hot. "President, I'm here to watch the game." Greg handed the sun hat to Anne with a smile. "Don't worry, we are all in the same circle. I won't tell anyone that you are Anne Hathaway." Anne breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, President." Greg turned around and smiled at Old Rice next to him. "Old Rice, come on, let me introduce you. This is the famous Hollywood star, Miss Anne Hathaway." "Anne, President, didn't you just say that you wouldn't tell anyone about my identity? What's the matter? Old Rice is not a human." Old Rice turned around in astonishment and exclaimed, "Oh my god. Anne Hathaway?" Anne was about to collapse. "Mr. Old Rice, can you be louder? Do you want to let the tens of thousands of people in the audience know?" Old Rice shook hands with Anne excitedly. "Haha. Anne Hathaway, you are much prettier than in movies and TV. You are also much younger. I never thought that you would be the same as our Guran. Haha. Great. Really great. You are a perfect match." And now wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Damn it. Why couldn't I hold it back? However, I was so happy to hear the word perfect match. And blushed and smiled shyly. "Thank you, Mr. Rice. Let's talk later. Let's finish watching this game first." Okay. And felt relieved. Old Rice and Greg winked and sat back in their seats. And also quickly put on her sun hat and hid her beauty again. After sitting down, Anne's heart was still beating wildly. This is a small scale exposure. However, it won't be long before a chain reaction will appear and rumors will fly everywhere. Rumors will affect her princess persona in Hollywood. Anne herself actually didn't care, but if the agent and the agency knew about it, it would be very troublesome. The time she could stay with Guran was running out. When Anne thought that she might have to part with Guran soon, she felt a little depressed. Anyway, the money she earned was enough for the rest of her life. Should she just quit the entertainment industry and stay with Guran peacefully, taking care of him every night and making him happy? At this time, under the continuous whistle of the referee, the crazy celebration of the Bucks' steel horns finally came to an end. Guran took the opportunity to quickly glance at the bubbles falling 20 meters around him. Fake shot +1. This is dropped by Jolly. Haha, cool. 2 brushes. Guran immediately gathered his thoughts and collected them remotely. Today's 10 pickup progress is completed. Guran returned to his position near the center circle with satisfaction. After the restart, the players of the Golden Fleece team had completely lost their fighting spirit. The Bucks Steel Horns team was in high spirits and continued to press high throughout the court. Tens of thousands of Southampton fans and Cardiff players cheered passionately. In the last minute, the players of the Golden Fleece team felt like seconds were ticking. The referee finally blew the whistle to end the game. The game was over. The final score was 2-4 between the Rugby Golden Fleece team and the Bucks Steel Horns team. The Bucks Steel Horns team created new history in an incredible way. This was the first time that Southampton High School had made it to the finals of the national competition in more than 100 years since its founding. The entire south side of the stands went completely crazy, and all the Southampton fans were screaming and jumping wildly. The entire south side of the Millennium Stadium was shaking violently. The substitutes of the Bucks Steel Horns team rushed into the field like crazy, vying to hug and celebrate. Reaching the finals means that almost every main player can get a professional club contract arranged by the English Football Association. Among them, players with outstanding performances may be directly drafted by professional clubs. Their lives will undergo a qualitative leap because of this game. The Golden Fleece team, which was originally arrogant, had to swallow the bitter fruit of failure. They were defeated twice by the Bucks Steel Horns. They couldn't accept it. Jolly put his hands on his hips and watched Guran celebrating with his teammates with tears in his eyes. Envy, jealousy, hatred and other negative emotions all surged into Jolly's heart at the same time. There was no way. Guran was too strong. It was just Jolly. Everyone in the Golden Fleece team, including their coach Wilkinson from the Aston Villa youth training camp, was crushed by Guran in all aspects and ruthlessly. The title of the champion of the previous national competitions has now become a burden for them. Even if Jolly is still the top scorer in this national competition, what's the point? After the semi-final, Guran was only 1 goal behind Jolly in the scorer list, and Guran still had the national competition finals to play. You can imagine with your toes that Guran will score in the finals. The entire Golden Fleece team was defeated. Jolly sighed in despair and left the field in disgrace. The other players of the Golden Fleece team also followed Jolly out of the court with their heads down. After the game, Old Rice and Greg in the main stand stood up happily and applauded the Bucks Steel Horns. Old Rice, I have to say, this game was really exciting. Greg said with a smile, I haven't seen such a passionate game for a long time, and you are right, I seem to be decades younger. I feel like I have endless energy now. Old Rice laughed. Greg, get ready to move. A dozen bikini girls are waiting for us on my newly bought luxury yacht. Ha ha ha. Good. Greg turned around and smiled at Annie in the corner of the second row. Annie, do you want to come with Guran? Let's go celebrate on Old Rice's new yacht. Old Rice also smiled and said, yes, let's go together. Annie hurriedly said, thank you for the invitation, President and Mr. Rice, but we still have things to do tonight. Annie usually doesn't refuse others, but this time is different. After all, the scandal will soon appear, and she has to cherish every second with Guran. Besides, she is almost bursting with excitement, and going to a luxury yacht with so many people will only affect her performance. Greg smiled meaningfully and said, oh, I see. Then we won't bother you young people. We'll make an appointment again when we have a chance in the future. Okay, President. Annie shook hands with Greg to say goodbye. Old Rice also took the initiative to shake hands with Annie. Annie, Argu is still young. Please take it easy. Anne's face instantly turned red to her ankles. What? Guran is young. You don't know him at all. And you want me to take it easy? So I can take it easy if I want to? These two old guys. Anne couldn't explain herself and could only say vaguely, yeah. Greg waved to the scouts from the small club, who stood up to see them off, and then left the court with Old Rice. As soon as the two old guys left, the scouts from the small clubs began to discuss in a low voice, "It's confirmed. It's the big star Anne Hathaway. Otherwise, how could a big shot of Greg's level smile so happily? Fuck you, I was sitting so close to Anne Hathaway. I can't believe that Anne Hathaway also came to watch the high school national competition. What's more, she is Guran's personal assistant. A friend of mine is very curious, how does she assist Guran? A friend of mine wants to know too. Guran, this boy, is so lucky at such a young age. Guran is really a winner in life. He is a good football player, has a bright future, and has a beautiful woman by his side. I'm so envious. I want to take a photo with Anne Hathaway and ask for her autograph, but I'm afraid she will refuse. Yes, Anne is so beautiful, much more beautiful than the ones I saw on TV and in movies. I'm a little afraid to get close to her." Without waiting for the scouts from the small clubs to take action, Anne hurriedly grabbed her bag, ran down the main stand, and hid on the Bucks Steelhorns bus in advance to wait for Guran. Chapter 177 Super Awesome Post-Match Ratings. The best player in the history of the national competition. The celebration of the Bucks Steelhorns lasted for more than 10 minutes. Crazy Southampton fans began to climb the fence of the field, trying to rush into the field to celebrate with the players. The person in charge of the field was afraid of something happening, so he quickly ordered the security personnel to stop them. The DJ also persuaded the Southampton fans to leave through the radio. In this case, the players of the Bucks Steelhorns had to end the celebration earlier and return to the locker room in advance. Guran wanted to say hello to Annie, but when he looked at the main stand, Annie was no longer there. "Is it so urgent?" Guran smiled and turned to walk towards the players' tunnel. As soon as Guran walked into the players' tunnel, Emanalo greeted him with a smile. "Hi, Gu." Emanalo took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Guran. "Congratulations, your performance today is really great. Especially the last crescent moon scimitar, it's really exciting." "Thank you, Mr. Emanalo." Compared with Emanalo's enthusiasm, Guran was quite cold. After all, he is now a professional player of Southampton. Although his professional contract has not been officially activated, he cannot flirt with Chelsea's scout and assistant coach. Guran said, "If you are still concerned about the professional contract, then you don't have to waste your time here." No, Emanalo said with a smile. "Of course I know that you have signed with Southampton. I just want to watch you play football." Guran smiled slightly. "Oh, so, thank you. If there is nothing else, I will go back to the locker room first." "Hey," Emanalo hesitated. "Gu, wait, I do have something to do. I'll tell you. You are not just here to watch me play football." Guran said seriously. "Mr. Emanalo, I just said that if it is related to the professional contract. No, it's really not related to the profession." Emanalo smiled embarrassedly. "Well, I have a daughter who is 8 years old this year and will soon celebrate her 9th birthday. How to say it? Alas, it's really a bit difficult for me to say it." Guran looked at Emanalo with a puzzled face. Emanalo said embarrassedly, "Isn't there a very popular movie called Alice in Wonderland recently? My daughter likes it very much. She shouts about the White Queen and the Mad Hatter every day." "Gu, your female assistant is Anne Hathaway who plays the White Queen, right? If you can help her get a poster of the White Queen and sign her name for my daughter as a birthday gift, I will be very, very grateful." Damn, I was shocked. It turns out that he was just asking for an autograph for his daughter. "Wait a minute," Guran asked in surprise. "How do you know that my female assistant is Anne Hathaway's?" Emanalo shrugged. "It wasn't me who discovered it. It was Mr. Greg Dyke, who is both the vice chairman of the English Football Association and the president of the British Film Association." Greg Dyke. Hearing this name, Guran couldn't help but let out a breath of cold air. Guran knew, of course, that Greg Dyke was the future chairman of the English Football Association. Emanalo smiled and said, "Yes, Gu, I want to congratulate you. Greg is very impressed with you, and Mr. Lereid is really great. I believe your work permit should not be a problem. To be honest, Gu, you are really a winner in life." Guran, Emanalo continued, "Gu, I know my request is a bit abrupt, but it is for the sake of the children. Please help me get a poster and autograph of the White Queen anyway, please." Duran smiled helplessly. I will try my best tonight. Emanalo said excitedly. Thank you. You've worked hard. Gu. Of course it was hard tonight. Duran said goodbye to Emanalo and then followed the excited teammates back to the south locker room. As soon as he entered the locker room, before Duran could celebrate with his teammates, he was held by Maeve and Gregory on the left and right. Duran said with a smile. You too, Mayfu said seriously. Boo. Don't celebrate yet, let us check you out. Duran said. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Mayfu said. You don't have the final say. I have to check it out first. Okay. Duran sat on the physiotherapy bed helplessly, letting Mayfu and Gregory help him take off his shoes. Professional players really have no choice. The teammates next to him were envious. Who doesn't want to have such a good special treatment? Mayfu leaned over to Duran's right foot and observed it carefully. The soft tissue of the muscles on the instep of your right foot is slightly bruised. Fortunately, your ankle was not hit by the tackle. In addition, your sneakers are very professional and protective, so there is no big problem for the time being. Duran smiled and said, that's what I said. Mayfu said seriously. However, as your exclusive team doctor, I still suggest that you do not participate in the team celebrations from now on, so as not to aggravate the injury. In addition, you have to rest for 2 days and do not do strenuous exercise or training during these 2 days. Duran hurriedly said, that's not necessary. I can just apply some blood activating and blood stasis removing oil when I go home. No. Mayfu frowned and said, you cannot take medicine without the doctor's permission. Duran. Mayfu may have felt that his tone was a bit heavy, and then he said in a gentle tone, boo. Injuries are no small matter. You must take it seriously and be responsible for your own future and the future of the club. Mayfu was right. Although Mayfu was a little too harsh, his starting point was good. What's more, Mayfu didn't know that I had the star skills of the Tin Man to protect me. Duran nodded immediately. You're right, Mayfu. Okay, I'll listen to you. I promise not to train in 2 days. As for not doing strenuous exercise, that's definitely not allowed. Anna's identity as a big star has been exposed, and she will leave soon, so she must seize the time to do strenuous exercise in the next few days. Seeing that Duran promised not to train in 2 days, Mayfu smiled. Gregory said, boo, lie down. I will give you a post-match physiotherapy to help you relieve muscle fatigue and acid accumulation. Okay, thank you. Duran needs this now. Professional post-match physiotherapy can greatly reduce the discomfort after strenuous exercise and quickly restore muscle vitality. After Duran lay down, Gregory took out a fashion knife from his physiotherapy bag. Ah, Duran screamed loudly. This soreness is too deadly. The entire south locker room was filled with the happy celebrations of teammates and Duran's heart-wrenching screams. Those who didn't know would have thought that something unspeakable had happened inside. Coach Carter rushed into the locker room and saw Duran receiving fashion knife therapy and then burst into laughter. The louder Duran screamed, the louder his teammates cheered. When the fashion knife therapy was finally over, Duran's whole body was soaked in sweat, but the soreness of his muscles also completely disappeared, and he felt relaxed. I have to say that Gregory's physiotherapy technique is really professional. But I'm sorry that Duran still gave a little love to teacher Mariah. Okay, everyone be quiet. Coach Carter smiled happily and said, congratulations to everyone for winning this semi-final. You have created history for Southampton High School. You defeated the powerful Golden Fleece team. You achieved an impossible victory. You are all the best. Yeah. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team all cheered excitedly. The roof of the south locker room was almost blown off. Coach Carter pressed his palm. Now, the English Football Association has collected the list of players and data who have played. I believe that soon, the English Football Association will arrange a trial contract for you with a professional club. You will have the possibility of becoming a professional player. Oh. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns became even more excited. Becoming a professional player is the dream of each of them. Now, the dream is about to become a reality. Coach Carter said again, I know everyone is eager to go back and celebrate with their families, so I won't delay everyone's time for today's post-match summary meeting. I will only announce today's best player of the game, Duran. Wow. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns applauded Guran crazily. Well deserved. No one was dissatisfied. Coach Carter pressed his palm. I won't keep you in suspense today. I will tell you directly that Guran's post-match score is 9.6 points. Wow. The whole locker room was shocked. Even the team doctor, Maeve, and the physical therapist, Gregory, who were not members of the Bucks Steelhorns, exclaimed excitedly. Guran himself was shocked by his post-match score. 9.6 points. I'm so awesome. I'm worthy of it. Wait, Coach Carter didn't poo me today. Did he think that I had no room for improvement, so he stopped pooing me? Guran suddenly felt a little disappointed. Coach Carter said proudly, according to the latest announcement of the Football Association, Guran's post-match score broke the previous record of the highest post-match score of 9.5. Our Guran is the best player in the history of the national competition. Roar, roar, roar. The locker room was boiling. Every player excitedly surrounded Guran, hugged and patted his head and flesh to celebrate. Guran was also very excited. Although this best in history does not bring any substantial rewards, and it is not a high gold content, but this is his best in the history of the national competition in the country of modern football for more than 100 years as a Chinese. No wonder Coach Carter no longer does poor. Because with such results, even the top poor masters can't poor. Then I heard Coach Carter raise his voice and continue. Everyone should learn from Guran. Guran ran hard on the court today, sprinted hard, defended hard, and organized hard. He gave his all for the team's victory. It's not luck that he can get the best in the history of the national competition, but a manifestation of strength and will. You, as Guran's teammates, must never abandon him, let alone drag him down. You must work harder. Be worthy of Guran, the best teammate in history. Do you understand? I understand. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns were all excited and couldn't wait to get into the new training now. Guran was a little amused. It turns out that Coach Carter is not doing poor anymore, but using me to poor other players. Coach Carter said, now, let's welcome Guran, the best scoring player in the history of the national competition, to say a few words to us. Wow. Applause from the audience. Every player of the Bucks Steelhorn team looked at Guran with eager and excited eyes. Guran cleared his throat. Thank you. Thank you Coach Carter. Thank you everyone. To be honest, I was shocked to get such a post-match rating. After all, the last time I knew my post-match rating was during the first group match. The players of the Bucks Steelhorn team laughed with relief. Coach Carter blushed a little. Good boy, now you dare to complain about me, haha. Guran continued, in fact, before the game, I firmly believed that we could win. Today I can get such a high post-match rating, thanks to every player of the Bucks Steelhorn team, including teammates who worked hard on the court, and teammates who practiced with us during normal training. We are a whole. It is precisely because of our integrity that we can defeat the strong with the weak and defeat one strong enemy after another. The teammates in the locker room all had tears in their eyes and applauded Guran's words. Especially those players who were sitting on the bench and had never played. They were even more excited and burst into tears after getting Guran's recognition. Guran added, of course, the person we should thank the most is our coach, Mr. Lama Carter. I'm very fortunate to have met such a professional coach like Coach Carter before I joined the professional team. I have been in the team for a very short time, but under the guidance of Coach Carter, I was able to grow so quickly. Coach Carter is very professional, very visionary, very courageous, and very tactically advanced. I think Coach Carter is the key figure in our ability to create historical miracles. Let's cheer for Coach Carter 3 times. Guran took the lead and shouted, roar, roar, roar. Other teammates also responded one after another, roar, 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 roar. Guran activated the boasting skill and reversed poor. Coach Carter's face was full of tears, and he quickly lost himself in the passionate roars. Coach Carter choked and said, thank you. Thank you Gu. Thank you everyone. In fact, I still have a lot of shortcomings. Thank you for your recognition of me. You are the best class I have ever coached, really. I won't say much else. In 5 days, we still have the last game. Today we have made history, but we can make high history. Come on, everyone. Buck steel horns. Fight to the end. The atmosphere in the entire locker room was bursting. Everyone's heart was full of ambition. Coach Carter waved his hand. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, we will have 2 days off to rest. The day after tomorrow, on the 25th, we will go back to school for training. Prepare for the national finals. Now, go take a shower. After the shower, we will go home and party. Oh. The boys happily took off their clothes and rushed to the shower room and the locker room. Wow. The showers at the Millennium Stadium are so damn luxurious. There are tiled walls between each shower cubicle. TSK, it's a national stadium after all. When we become professional players in the future, we should have the opportunity to play in a national stadium, right? Bullshit. Stop dreaming. For us, it's pretty good to be able to play in the English League 2 professional league. How can we have the opportunity to play in a national stadium again? But Guran can. Guran started in English League 1. Sooner or later, Guran will enter the Premier League and join a top giant. That's right, Guran will become a football superstar. By then, Guran will be the pride of our brothers. Haha. I think we should ask Guran for an autograph and gifts now. In the future, when he becomes a superstar, even the tissues he throws away to wipe his nose can be sold at a high price. That's right. We have to get some souvenirs from Guran in advance. This way, even if we can't play football in the future, we can still get rich. Hey Gu. Let's go to the bar tonight. That's right. Gu, you have the best post-match rating in history. You must celebrate with us. The teammates all shouted. Guran smiled helplessly. It's still not possible tonight. I have something to do. Next time. Next time for sure. Gu, you always say next time. The bar is so fun. There are a lot of girls. The girls are all very open. Guran still smiled and waved his hand. You guys go. If you need to spend money, just put it on my account. It's my treat. But I really don't have time tonight. Bang. When Guran waved his hand, he dropped the soap in his hand to the ground. The shower room was quiet, and every teammate stared at the soap that Guran dropped on the ground. Don't move. I'll pick it up. Rusty Strip rushed over first. I'll do it. I'll do it. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Guran soap is mine. Didn't you see that Gu threw the soap at me? Fuck. Whoever steals it from me, we won't be brothers anymore. Go to hell. You blame your brothers for your lack of hands? Guran is the only one of my brothers who has this soap that Guran gave me. What a memorable soap. It belongs to me. Haha. I got it. Oops. How did it fall again? Teammates were fighting for it with their butts sticking out. These guys. It's too eye-catching. Should I give them one each before graduation? Guran covered his eyes and fled into the shower room. When the hot water from the shower sprayed down, Guran finally had time to relax completely. Later this time, a clear system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host. Since the host has perfectly integrated the results of more than 100 hours of special training in the official game, the corresponding attribute points have grown. Your physical attribute, strength, grows from 66 points to 67 points. Your physical attribute, balance, grows from 62 points to 63 points. Your technical attribute, free kick, increases from 65 points to 66 points. Damn. This wave of ball growth is not bad. The balance attribute and free kick attribute are both shown for the first time. The balance attribute is the probability of being pushed, pulled, and tripped by enemy players during running and confrontation. The higher the balance, the less likely it is to be knocked down. The free kick attribute is positively related to the crescent moon scimitar skill. The higher the free kick attribute, the higher the hit rate bonus of the crescent moon scimitar. Although Guran's current crescent moon scimitar is +4, he is still a little immature in terms of kicking. The biggest reason is that this free kick attribute is not high enough. If we calculate it by the system standard, the free kick attribute of Beckham in his peak period could probably reach more than 90 points. This means that, in order to kick a scimitar like Beckham in his peak period, in addition to raising the scimitar skill to +9, the free kick attribute must also reach around 90 points. It is not so easy to be world class. The free kick attribute is not only effective for the scimitar skill, but also has a hit rate bonus for other free kick skills. Therefore, it is also necessary to improve the free kick attribute. Of course, for Guran, the most important thing at present is to improve the physical attribute. In the British Football League, physical attribute is definitely the first of the 3 attributes. After taking a shower, Guran was the first to leave the locker room and headed for the chartered bus of the Bucks Steelhorns. At this moment, Annie had been looking forward to it under the bus. Go. As soon as Annie saw Guran, she immediately rushed up excitedly and rode on Guran's crotch excitedly. Guran hugged Anna's small waist and asked with concern, "Annie, are you waiting anxiously?" "Well, it's okay. It's not too urgent." "Oh, so, then I will go to the bar with my brothers. After I go home you dare." Annie tightly hugged Guran's neck, her pretty face flushed. She looked angry, and she was also coquettish. Guran smiled mischievously. "You still say you are not anxious? Okay, let me kiss you, and I won't go after a kiss." Annie obediently offered her flaming red lips and let Guran taste it. The bus driver sat in the cab with his mouth wide open, watching the 2 people show their affection in front of him. It was because Guran had used up all the pickup progress for today. Otherwise, the bus driver would have to drop the skill bubble for driving a big truck. He kept kissing Annie until she was about to suffocate, and then Guran let her go. "Don't say it. This is really exciting." Annie panted and said, "There's someone here." Guran looked up and saw the bus driver. The bus driver quickly turned his head away, pretending to appreciate the scenery of the underground parking lot. "Bus driver, I should be under the bus, not in the bus." "Seeing how sweet you are," Guran smiled dryly. "Annie, why didn't you say so earlier?" Annie asked coquettishly. "If you had said so earlier, you wouldn't have kissed me?" Guran said immediately, "I would have kissed you longer if you had said so earlier. Otherwise the driver would have thought that I was only capable of this." Annie punched Guran's chest coquettishly. "You are so bad." Guran hugged Anna's slender waist openly. "Let's go. Get in the bus." "Okay." Annie leaned on Guran's shoulder. "Boo. After we get home, I have something very important to tell you." Guran smiled and said, "What a coincidence. After we get home, I also have something very important to tell you." Annie said coquettishly, "I'm talking about serious things." Guran said, "I'm talking about serious things too, but we can talk about it while doing something frivolous." Annie, no. Annie leaned coquettishly in Guran's arms. "I'm actually quite anxious about the update issue. I'm going through a difficult time right now. Please bear with me for a while. All I can do now is to update steadily." Chapter 178. Annie confessed. "Guran, I love you." "Guran, let's write the script together." Not long after Guran took Annie on the bus, the players of the Bucks Steelhorns team arrived one after another. After Coach Carter counted the number of people, he signaled the bus driver to start. The bus started slowly and drove out of the Millennium Stadium. At this time, there were still fanatical Southampton fans waiting on both sides of the road around the Millennium Stadium. When the Bucks Steelhorns team's bus appeared, Southampton fans cheered wildly, and thousands of cars honked their horns at the same time to salute. The players on the bus also excitedly waved to the fans and families who supported them. The whole scene was shocking and exciting. Afterwards, the bus drove all the way back to Southampton from Cardiff under the escort of Southampton fans' vehicles. When the bus entered Southampton, a police car and 2 motorcycle police cars immediately cleared the way for the bus and escorted it all the way. This is a very high treatment. Although the citizens of Southampton could not be said to be lining the streets to welcome them, when they saw the Stag Steelhorns passing by, they would take the initiative to stop and make way and cheer and salute the Stag Steelhorns. Even Annie couldn't help but whispered in admiration, "This is much more fanatical than the scene of Chasing Stars in Hollywood." Compared with sports stars, movie stars are really nothing. Many movie stars are made, but sports stars are really passionate and hardworking. Guran smiled and said, "This is actually easy to understand, because sports stars not only have relatively fixed fans, but also win victories for fans, but also win honors. This sense of honor is difficult for entertainment stars to achieve." Annie couldn't help but nodded and hugged Guran's shoulders with happiness in her eyes. "My boyfriend is a real big star." "Damn Annie, you are really good at praising. Especially this full of conquered tone. It's really too exciting." Guran felt satisfied with his whole body and mind. Guran wanted to fly home immediately and give Annie a good beating at the same time. The news that the Bucks Steelhorns eliminated the Golden Fleece with 2 goals also spread to other high schools. What? Bucks Steelhorns? Bucks Steelhorns won? Fuck, what happened? The Golden Fleece actually lost to the Bucks Steelhorns again. In that case, it was not unfair for the Golden Fleece to lose to the Bucks Steelhorns in the group stage last time. Hey, no wonder our Tunbridge School's Wild Boar Jazz lost to the Bucks Steelhorns. Yeah, we lost to the championship and runner-up teams. It's not that we are not strong enough, but Group E is too strong. It is indeed the true group of death. Bucks Steelhorns are so fierce. I'm especially impressed by the black-haired Chinese guy named Guran. Although I scolded him on the spot, I have to admit that the guy was really awesome. It still hurts me now. Haha. I really hope that the Bucks Steelhorns can win the finals. Then it won't be shameful for us to be eliminated by the Bucks Steelhorns. That's right. Bucks Steelhorns, come on. Win the championship. On the other side, in a forum for overseas students in China, someone posted a post, I'm numb all over. Just now, I saw an awesome Chinese player at the Millennium Stadium. The poster, whose online name is Max Xati, introduced himself in an impassioned way in the post, saying that he was a college student studying in Cardiff, Wales, and he went to watch a British high school championship out of boredom. As a result, he never expected to see a Chinese compatriot named Guran playing on the field. This compatriot has a breakthrough speed like the great Saint Gareth Bale. He passionately ate the opponent's left side several times, and has super strong organizational ability, super strong defensive ability, super strong shooting ability, and a Lampard-style through pass, and Beckham-style crescent cutter. At the end of the post, Max Xati also emphasized that Guran is very handsome. As soon as this post appeared, it instantly ignited the entire overseas student forum, and it was upgraded to the most popular topic post in the forum in less than 2 minutes. Many netizens left comments under the post to question, nonsense, right? Can China have such a great player? Lampard and Beckham? Can he do the Bengbu turn? If China has such a good player, the domestic clubs would have known about it long ago. It's your turn to find it. It's just a high school tournament. What kind of masters can there be? What's worth bragging about? I guess I can get in by guessing. You posted this to trick people into responding, right? No picture. What's the point? Bucks Steelhorns. Can you please be more careful when making up stories? Such an ugly team name. If there really is such a great Chinese player, I'm willing to live broadcast myself doing a handstand and having diarrhea. Haha. I'll do one too. If there really is such a great Chinese player, I'm willing to live broadcast myself eating the diarrhea of the person above me. Count me in too. The following posts were all mocking. No one believed that a football genius like Guran really existed. Max Xati replied, I can understand everyone's emotions. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have been unconvinced. But I swear, not a single word I said was meant to trick people into replying. Guran is really awesome. Unfortunately, I was so engrossed in watching the game this time that I forgot to take a video of him overtaking on the outside lane and kicking the crescent moon scimitar. However, at the end of the game, I took a photo of his team celebrating their victory. Because the stands are far from the court, the photos taken with the phone are not so clear, but you should be able to see Guran's Chinese features with black hair. Below the post is a photo of a Bucks Steelhorns player holding Guran up high in celebration. In the photo with a fuzzy resolution, Guran is like a king, dominating the world and accepting the worship of his foreign teammates. Although the shooting distance is very far and the image quality is also fuzzy, you can still vaguely see the outline of Guran's handsome features and his domineering celebration. After seeing the photo, netizens questioned again. This photo is so fuzzy that it looks like it was taken with a Nokia from the last century. What does this mean? It must be photoshopped. Original poster. Since you photoshopped the picture, why not make it clearer? Original poster. This is not you, is it? You photoshopped yourself onto a foreigner and came here to show off your presence, right? Alas, everyone should pity the original poster. He must be too eager for Chinese football to be awesome, so he has gone insane. I still say the same thing. If what the original poster said is true, I will live broadcast diarrhea while doing a handstand. I still say the same thing. Max Xarty responded again, I'm really impressed. Nowadays, people will question everything you say. You want clearer evidence, right? No problem. The final of the British High School National Championship will be held in 5 days. Duran, as the core ace of the Bucks Steelhorns, will definitely appear. At that time, I will definitely go to the Millennium Stadium again. I will pay for international traffic out of my own pocket and broadcast it live for you to see. Those who said diarrhea while doing a handstand, don't run away if you have the guts. The netizens below responded one after another. Haha. After all this time, it turns out that the host is trying to attract traffic to his own live broadcast room. This method of attracting traffic is quite clever. But don't worry, we will definitely go there when the time comes. As long as we see that you are maliciously attracting traffic, we will report you together. Brothers, push this post up, don't let it sink. Insert an eye. Wait for the host to reveal his live broadcast room number. Then go and watch the joke. I'll insert an eye too. Everyone insert an eye together. Health for you, me and him. More than an hour later, Duran drove Annie back to the Dune Villa. Finally home. Annie breathed a sigh of relief and threw away the sun hat and big sunglasses that were in the way. Annie struggled and begged, Boo, wait a minute, I have something important to tell you. Duran smiled and said, you talk, I'll do mine, no delay. Hey, Annie said quickly, no, I haven't taken a shower yet. Let's wash together after we're done. Wait, the skirt will be damaged, it's okay, I'll buy you one later. Duran kicked the bedroom door with his heel for more than half an hour. After Anna's hair was messy, she lay obediently in Duran's arms. So cool. Duran chuckled, can you blame me for this? It's all because you're so beautiful. Annie was overjoyed, but she said, you're so annoying, trying to coax me again. Duran smiled, okay, just tell me during the halftime break. Annie struggled weakly for a while, then gave up completely. Boo, what I want to tell you is that my identity has been exposed. Duran smiled with a relaxed look on his face. Oh, that's it? I already knew it. Annie was stunned. How did you know? Duran smiled. After the game, Chelsea scout Emanalo told me, the scout sitting behind you. He told me that you met Greg today, so your identity as a Hollywood star was exposed. Annie said helplessly, yeah, I never thought that I would meet the president of the British Film Institute while watching an amateur high school game. I was trying very hard to hold it back, but when I saw you knocked to the ground with a double tackle, I couldn't control myself anymore. A warm current surged in Duran's heart, and his hands became more firm. Annie, you are so nice. And frowned with resentment and said coquettishly, it's going to explode. Duran chuckled and changed the subject. Greg is not only the president of the Film Association, but also the deputy CEO of the English Football Association. Old Rice must have invited him to help me get a work permit. And suddenly realized, so that's the case. Duran smiled again. Oh, by the way, that Temanalo wants me to ask you for a photo and autograph of the White Queen, to give to his daughter for her birthday. And immediately asked vigilantly, how old is her daughter? 8 years old. And let down her guard. Oh, that's fine. Isn't it easy to get an autograph? But I don't have a photo of the White Queen right now. I'll ask my assistant to send one over tomorrow. Damn Anne, you are so jealous. Duran laughed in his heart. Annie said coquettishly again, but how come you are not nervous at all about my identity being exposed? Do you know that soon entertainment media reporters will come to track my whereabouts? If my agent and the agency find out, they will immediately interrupt my vacation and call me back to the United States. In that case, we will have to separate and can't be together anymore. Duran nodded thoughtfully. Then we have to hurry up. As he said that, Duran was ready for the second round. Annie struggled with a blushing face and said, go. Take a break. I want to ask you a question. Duran lowered his head and said vaguely, what's the question? Annie panted and said, please stop me first. What I want to ask is whether you like me or not. Duran immediately replied, do I need to ask this? Of course I like you. Annie forcibly held Duran's head and looked into his eyes affectionately. Look into my eyes and say it. Guran took the opportunity to kiss Annie. I like you very much. Annie bit her lip and said, then I will stay, okay? I won't be a big star or make movies anymore. The money I earn is enough for me to live for the rest of my life. I will stay with you and be an ordinary little woman. I will only be with you for the rest of my life, okay? Annie looked at Guran expectantly. Guran suddenly tensed up. Damn it, stop it, Annie. You can't do this. What I mean is, I'm really not a scumbag who loves the new and hates the old. I'm considering your star future, Annie. Guran cleared his throat and said seriously, Annie, I really want to stay with you forever. But, I'm selfish, because you are a Hollywood princess. You have such a wonderful acting talent. You just encountered a little setback in your life. You will return to Hollywood and return to the peak of your acting career. How can I delay your lifelong achievement for my own temporary happiness? How can I destroy your dream of winning an Oscar just to keep you by my side? Annie was moved to tears. Goo, you are so nice. I really want an Oscar, but since I have lived with you, I feel that you are my Oscar. Just for what you said to me just now, I'm willing to give up everything and stay to be an ordinary home girl. As she said this, Annie hooked Guran's neck with tenderness in her eyes, waiting for Guran to take a step further. Damn, why is it getting more and more troublesome? This is not okay. Guran quickly put Anna's legs down. Annie, don't rush to make a decision. Do you remember I said I would give you a surprise? Anna's fiery red lips pressed against hers. I only want you. You are the biggest surprise. Damn, we have to calm down, Annie. Guran quickly held Annie down. Wait for me to bring the surprise, then you can make a decision. With that, Guran quickly stood up and went to his room on the second floor. Hey, Annie looked at Guran's back as he ran out, and a trace of sadness appeared on her beautiful face. He probably doesn't love me that much, but I already love him so much that I can't help myself. Guran quickly ran to his room and found the hand-drawn storyboard script of Batman 3, The Dark Knight Rises. There were still a few pages of storyboards left to be drawn for this script. Guran wanted to give it to Annie after it was finished, but now it seems that he can't wait any longer. Guran returned to Annie's room with a thick stack of scripts and placed the hand-drawn manuscripts in front of Annie. Anne was completely stunned. What is this? Guran said, this is the storyboard script that I drew for you one stroke at a time when I was alone these days. Anne was shocked. Script? Hand-drawn? For me? Guran nodded solemnly. Yes. From the first moment I saw you, I was thinking about helping you to cheer up and help you return to Hollywood. Anne opened the first page of the hand-drawn manuscript with trembling fingers. On the first page was written a line of elegant English, dedicated to the eternal Hollywood princess in my heart, my dearest Anne Hathaway. Seeing this line of text, Anne's tears flowed uncontrollably. She threw herself into Guran's arms desperately. Thank you, Gu. I only now know that you have done so much behind my back. Yes, I have done a lot behind you. Guran himself was almost moved. Annie cried and said, I just thought you didn't love me that much and thought you didn't want to be with me, but when I saw this hand-drawn script, I realized that you love me so much. Thank you, Gu. Even if this script is useless, for me, it is the best surprise gift in my life. Useless? Guran smiled. Annie, you should take a look first. Yeah. Annie was also very curious about what kind of script Guran, a football player, could draw. When Annie turned to the second page, magnificent and narrative style scenes appeared in front of Annie. Annie was dumbfounded. Annie read page after page with shock in her eyes. She was completely immersed in this hand-drawn script page after page, unable to extricate herself. Guran gently hugged Annie from behind and leaned close to her ears. Do you like it? Annie trembled and said, Gu, is this really drawn by you? Guran smiled and said, of course. The Catwoman Catherine in the picture was drawn based on your appearance. You still remember those difficult moves like the splits that I asked you to demonstrate? Ahem. Actually, I was very serious when I asked you to do it. I wanted to show all your strengths in the image of Catwoman. Annie was so excited that she cried with joy. Gu, you are simply my god. You are so talented. Oh my god. Every shot of this script is super beautiful. And it is super mature. We can start shooting right away with the script. What on earth is there in this world that you are not good at? If I didn't know that you are so good at playing football that you will eventually become a world-class football superstar, I would definitely ask you to be a Hollywood screenwriter. You will even win the Hollywood Best Screenwriter award. This script is really great. Every painting is a work of art. You drew it with a pen, and you didn't even make any corrections. Goo, you are a genius. Annie is completely Guran's little fangirl. Goo. I really don't know how to express my love for you. You train so hard every day, and I always make trouble at night, but you still take out your precious time to draw the script for me. Annie turned around and threw herself into Guran's arms, wrapping her hands and feet around Guran with passion. Goo, I love you. I love you so much. I want to give you everything I have. Everything. The emotions are on point. Guran was about to start the second round, but Annie suddenly turned around and continued to read the hand-painted script with fascination. Guran, Annie, you little liar, you keep saying that you love me and want to give me everything, but then you turn around and read the script? Well, you read the script while I punish you, so we can both get the same result. Chapter 179. I just want to play football, but I can win a few Oscars. This script is more than 3 hours long. Annie said, I mean, where is the ending of the script? Oh, the ending. Guran breathed a sigh of relief. I haven't had time to draw the last few pages. Annie said coquettishly. Goo. How can you learn to draw in fragments? I was reading it with great interest, and suddenly it was gone. Oh, please draw it quickly. I want to see it so much. Guran smiled and said, Annie, it's too late today. I'm a little tired after the competition, and we haven't cooked or eaten yet. Let's do it tomorrow. Actually, he was indeed tired, but he was still able to hand draw it. However, Guran's mind was not on hand drawing the ending at all. Annie hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Gu. I was too excited and forgot that you played football all day today. Let's have a good rest after dinner tonight, and you can finish the remaining drawings tomorrow. Guran said, well, no problem. By the way, Annie, you should know the great director Christopher Nolan, right? Annie immediately nodded excitedly and said, yes, I know him. I have his phone number and email. Although we don't chat much normally, he will definitely answer if I call him. That's good. Guran said, I plan to pass this manuscript to director Nolan through you. Batman is the copyright of DC and Warner, and Nolan directed the first 2 Batman films. This is the 3rd film I drew, and it can only be given to Nolan to shoot. If he is willing to accept it, after reading my script, let him come and talk to me. Scripts are different from novels. Novels are publicly circulated on platforms, while scripts are not public, and are only used for filming by the crew. Therefore, even without DC's authorization, derivative works can be created. Of course, after the derivative works are completed, they cannot be used for other commercial purposes, or be publicly disseminated. They can only be handed over to DC to shoot, otherwise, it will be infringement. DC and director Nolan can choose not to use them, but as long as they use even one character, plot, or shot in Guran's hand-drawn script, they must pay the script fee. What's more, Guran is very confident in his hand-drawn script. This script completely coincides with Nolan's conception, and Nolan will never make things difficult for him. Annie said excitedly, okay, Gu. I think so too. I think Nolan will be shocked and speechless after seeing your hand-drawn script. I'll call him now and scan the first half of the script manuscript and send it to him. Annie didn't even bother to put on her clothes and happily ran to the study to find a scanner with the manuscript in her arms. Seeing Annie return to her working state as an actor, Guran was relieved and smiled. While Annie was calling Nolan, Guran went to the bathroom to take a shower and use the liquid nitrogen freezing capsule and sauna steam room. After this set, his physical strength was restored a lot. The greater the base of physical and physical attributes, the higher the recovery effect. Although it is not the best condition, it is still no problem to fight again in the evening. After coming out of the bathroom, Guran went to the kitchen and cooked a pot of quick frozen dumplings. At this time, he was too lazy to make a big meal by himself, and it was delicious to eat dumplings. After the dumplings came out of the pot, Annie ran into the kitchen with excitement on her face. Wow. It smells so good. Goo, your cooking skills are really great. Guran held his forehead. Don't praise Annie, sit down and eat. Yeah. Annie picked up a dumpling and said proudly, look, have I made great progress? Guran almost spit out the dumpling in his mouth. Yes, I'm very good. Annie happily put the dumpling into her big mouth. Boo. I just called Nalan, but he was still in a meeting at the time, and I didn't say much to him. I just told him that I wanted him to see a script, and he agreed. I scanned the manuscript you drew before and sent it to his mailbox in image format. He should take a look when he is done. But big directors are usually very busy. He may take a look tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, or a week. In short, if he doesn't reply to me tomorrow, I will urge him again. Guran smiled. Annie, you took the trouble. Annie smiled and said, this is the script you gave me. Of course I have to take the trouble. I really want to play Catwoman in the movie now. Sure enough, after getting a good script, Annie no longer mentioned staying to be an ordinary housewife. Annie ate a piece of dumpling and said, by the way, Boo, how much do you plan to ask Warner for this script? In case Nalan negotiates a contract with you, do you want to find an agent to help you? After all, you are not famous in Hollywood at all, and it is difficult to get a high price for the script. If you have a famous agent, you can get a higher price for the script. Guran said without hesitation. No need, Annie. My conditions are very simple. I have thought about it myself. Annie smiled. Okay then. Wow. The dumplings are so delicious. Gu, you are so great. I love you so much. Guran said helplessly. Hurry up. Cough cough. Eat quickly. After the two finished dinner, they walked hand in hand on the beach outside the villa. The sky was dotted with stars, and the sea and the starry sky blended into one color. The sea breeze was cool, and Annie leaned on Guran's strong arms. Ah, this kind of life is so beautiful. I really want to stay here forever. Stay at this moment forever. Guran hugged Annie and deliberately said, if you really want to stay here, then let someone else play the role of Catwoman. Annie immediately said, no. Do you know how difficult it is for me to come across a good role? You tailored the role of Catwoman for me. I must play it myself. No one can snatch it away. Guran smiled and said, okay, we won't give it to others. Moreover, in the future, when I have new inspiration, I will hand draw a literary film script for you, the kind that can win an Oscar for Best Actress. Annie hugged Guran excitedly. Boo, you are so good to me. Tell me, how can I repay you? Guran hugged Annie and said affectionately, Annie, I do all this for you not to let you repay me. If you have to say it's a reward, you are happy and not depressed, which is the biggest reward for me. These words of love, which were not sweet words, made Anna's tears roll down. Deep in love, Annie raised her swan-like neck and closed her eyes slightly. Boo, kiss me, please. The two of them hugged and kissed tightly under the sea and starlight, as beautiful as a romantic oil painting. After a long time, Annie leaned in Guran's arms and said softly, Boo, I may leave here soon. You won't forget me, right? Guran said seriously, how could it be? Annie, I will miss every bit of you, every drop. Annie chuckled. Hate. You said something indecent again. Damn, I'm very serious. It's obviously you who is stuffy. Guran cleared his throat and said, in short, Annie, what I want to tell you is that everyone's dream should not be sacrificed for others. Annie, I don't want you to sacrifice for me, and I don't want you to be my vassal. I want to see you return to Hollywood, and I hope you can win the Oscar for Best Actress. In this way, I will become the man who won the Oscar for Best Actress. That's right. I just want to play football, so I don't have the energy to act in movies and become an Oscar winner, but it should be no problem to win a few Oscars. Anna's eyes were full of stars. Okay. Go. From now on, I have a goal to strive for. I will work hard to act in film and strive to become an Oscar winner. Because this can not only realize my own dream, but also your dream. I will definitely make you the man who wins the Oscar winner. Guran smiled dotingly. That's right. Let's go, future actress. It's getting late. Let's go back to bed. Anna's pretty face blushed. Come again. Didn't you say you were very tired? Guran raised his eyebrows. You haven't paid off the sins you committed. How can I be tired? Annie hung on Guran's neck like a spoiled child. Her peach blossom eyes were pure and lustful, and her voice was delicate and coquettish. "No, have a good rest tonight. You still have to hand paint tomorrow." At the same time, Warner's Burbank shooting base in California, USA. The great director Christopher Nolan dragged his tired body back to his temporary residence in this filming base. He had just met with several senior executives of Warner to discuss the sequel to Batman 3, and now his mind was full of confusion. Less than half a year after filming such a brain-burning masterpiece Inception, he had to restart the Batman trilogy. Such a work intensity made the genius Nolan feel a little breathless. Nolan was very opposed to the sequel to the Batman series. Batman 2 was Nolan's most satisfying work, especially after the Joker plot. Nolan really couldn't think of any useful plot that could surpass Batman 2. However, the box office performance of Batman 2 was so good that DC and Warner made a lot of money, and movie fans were looking forward to the release of the third part. In this case, Nolan had to bite the bullet and agree to continue Batman 3. Batman 3 was established naturally, and the senior executives also promised to give Nolan more shooting rights and box office share, but Nolan was really not excited at all. Now he only had a rough outline of the plot in his mind, but not even a single detail. What was even more troublesome was that he had no inspiration at all, and had no idea where to start. Creation itself was a very painful thing. Especially after creating two classic predecessors, it was very difficult to break through to a new artistic height and surpass one's own peak. It was a headache and pain. It would be great if there was a ready-made script. Unfortunately, there was no screenwriter in the world who could synchronize his thoughts with me. Nolan sighed heavily, sat down on the sofa, and soaked an aspirin effervescent tablet in his water cup. After slumping on the sofa for a while, Nolan suddenly remembered that when he was meeting with Warner executives just now, Anne Hathaway called and said that she wanted him to take a look at a hand-drawn script. Hand-drawn script? Most screenwriters in Hollywood are text-based screenwriters, and very few can draw by hand. After all, hand-drawn scripts require storyboards, and storyboards are a test of the director's ability. Nolan couldn't help curling his lips. What good script can Anne Hathaway have? It's probably just a rubbish emotional drama, right? Forget it. The other party is Anne Hathaway after all, and I still have to give her face. Let's just take a quick look. Nolan sighed, took out his laptop, and opened his email. There was indeed a letter from Anne Hathaway in the mailbox. Nolan casually clicked on the attachment in the email. The next second, Nolan froze. He saw that the name of this hand-painted script was actually Batman 3, The Dark Knight Rises. Nolan opened his mouth in horror. Did I enter my own Inception space? I must be dreaming, right? I must have got this script in my dream. Nolan rubbed his eyes. It's really the script of Batman 3. Got. Nolan turned to the first page with excitement. Dedicated to Nolan turned directly to the second page. Then, Nolan took a deep breath. This composition. This perspective, this light, this brush stroke, and the detailed portrayal of the characters. This plot structure. Whose hand is this? Why does it feel like I drew it myself? Exclamation mark. Could it be that I traveled through time, quantum entanglement, or that my future self drew a hand-drawn script for my past self that my present self needs? Nolan read the hand-drawn script of Batman 3, The Rises to the last page in one breath. After reading it, Nolan took a deep breath, took out a spinning top, and spun it on the table. Nolan finally breathed a sigh of relief until the spinning top stopped. This is not a dream. I'm not dreaming. Oh my god. This is a ready-made script that can be filmed directly. This playwright's thoughts are almost synchronized with mine, and he is even a little ahead of me. Who is he? Who is he? Nolan excitedly turned to the first page and finally saw a signature under the words, dedicated to Guran. Nolan was shocked. Who is Guran? I've never heard of him before. But his hand-drawn works are so great. No, I have to contact him right away. This script still lacks the final ending, and I want to see it tonight. I want to know what he thinks, how he created a script that is at the same high frequency as my thoughts. Nolan couldn't wait to pick up the phone and dial Anne's mobile number. The phone rang a few busy tones and then hung up. Then, Anne Hathaway's recorded voice came from the phone. "Sorry, it's not convenient for me to answer your call now. Please leave a message or call back later. When I see it, I will reply to you as soon as possible." Beat Narlan said quickly. "Hi Anne. I just finished reading the hand-drawn script you sent. This script is great, which is exactly what I want. Listen, I have a lot of questions to ask you. Please reply to me immediately after you hear my message. Thank you." After sending the message, Narlan excitedly read the hand-drawn script again carefully. This time, he saw a lot of details. The more Narlan read, the more he was amazed. This playwright is so amazing. I really feel that he is another me. This must be quantum entanglement. It must be quantum entanglement. Narlan looked at the time. More than half an hour had passed, and there was still no reply from Annie. Narlan couldn't help but call Annie again. This time, after 2 rings, the call was hung up, and then there was a message prompt tone of unavailable for answering. Narlan hurriedly said to the phone, "Annie, please, call me back quickly. I really want to know everything about the playwright named Guran. I also want to read the ending of the last few pages. Please reply to me quickly, otherwise I will definitely not be able to sleep tonight." Narlan read the hand-painted script again, and had a deeper understanding. He even thought about how to complete these shots, and how to edit them. Now he just needs to communicate with the playwright Guran. Narlan shook his legs anxiously, waiting for Annie's call. After another hour, Narlan couldn't help it, and called Annie for the 3rd time. But this time, Annie turned off her phone. Narlan was almost going crazy. "Annie, what on earth are you doing?" On the other side, on the vast sea of the English Channel, a brand new luxury yacht was having a midnight party. A dozen young beauties in bikinis were dancing happily to the dynamic music. Old Leigh and Greg were holding whiskey in their hands, happily sitting on the deck and drinking. "Cheers, Old Leigh. Thank you for everything you arranged today. I'm very satisfied." Greg drank the whiskey in the glass. Old Rice also raised his glass and said with a smile, "Greg, thank you for coming today. It's such a pleasant day today." Greg put down his glass. "Well, we have eaten, drunk, played, and seen beautiful women. Everything is good, except that we didn't catch any fish." "Then if you have nothing else to do, I will go back to sleep." Old Rice smiled. "Greg, I do have something I want to talk to you about." "Ha ha ha. I knew it." Greg smiled proudly. "You said you wouldn't mention the labor permit, but you still have to mention it in the end." Old Rice pointed to his watch. "First of all, it's past midnight now. Secondly, what I want to talk to you about is not about the labor permit, but about you." Greg asked in surprise. "Oh, about me? What's the matter?" Old Rice shook the remaining whiskey in the glass and said in Greg's slow tone, "David Bernstein should retire." Greg's face suddenly tightened, and he stood up and said, "It's too windy here. It's not a place to talk. Let's go into the cabin and talk." Old Rice smiled and said, "Of course." The two walked into the cabin one after the other and closed the door. Greg frowned and asked, "Old Rice, what do you mean?" Old Rice smiled and said, "Greg, you should know that David Bernstein is the current chairman of the English Football Association. If he retires, the new chairman of the English Football Association will be born from our 5 elders. There is no one else here, and I don't treat you as an outsider, so I'll just say it straight. Greg, we are good friends, and I think you are absolutely capable of becoming the new chairman of the English Football Association. When Bernstein retires, I'm willing to vote for you and help you become the chairman of the English Football Association." After listening to this, Greg remained calm on the surface, but his heart was already churning like the sea. The chairman of the English Football Association is exactly the position that Greg has always dreamed of. He guessed that Old Rice wanted beautiful women and fine wine to make him agree to the work permit, but he never expected that Old Rice would actually use the high position of the chairman of the English Football Association to exchange interests with him. Old Rice really spent a lot of money, and Guran is indeed worthy of Old Rice's doing this. Greg cleared his throat. "Old Rice, you shouldn't say these things to me. This is even more against the procedure than our private discussion of the labor permit. But I have to say that your words touched me very much. I want to thank you for your evaluation of me. You are my good friend. As for our conversation today, just pretend it never happened. Don't worry, I will definitely treat the labor permit issue you raised fairly. As he said that, Greg took the initiative to shake hands with old Rice. There is no need to say so much between the big guys. Everyone is a wise man. Being able to shake hands means that the deal is done. Old Rice smiled happily and shook Greg's hand vigorously. As I said before, Greg, you are a very capable person. The two big guys smiled at each other in the small cabin. Chapter 180, a daunting challenge from the champion of the Japanese national competition. Guran, what's your mother's last name? The next morning, Greg Dyke left old Rice's luxury yacht with great satisfaction and returned to London in his Rolls Royce. After spending the night on the boat, the shaking was so severe that Greg subconsciously supported his old waist with a smile on his face. After the driver started the car, Greg slowly took out his mobile phone and called Manchester United coach Ferguson. Hi, good morning. Alex, did I disturb you? Ferguson's steady voice came from the other end of the phone. Good morning, Greg. I'm at the Killington training base now, and I'll watch a youth team game later. What? Is there something? Greg smiled and said, indeed, there is something. I was invited to watch a high school championship yesterday, and I found a very good seedling. I think he is very suitable for Manchester United. Oh, really? The probability of a good seedling in a high school competition is not high. Ferguson immediately became interested. However, if a big man like you says he is a good seedling, then he must be very good. Greg introduced. He is a Chinese. His name is Guran, and he is currently playing as a left back, but I believe his position is definitely not just a left back. Chinese? Ferguson was very surprised. Manchester United once had a Chinese player named Dong Fangzhou. I have a very good impression of Dong, but it's a pity. Greg said, listen Alex, this Gu is different from Dong. He is better than Dong. He has the speed of Gareth Bale's wing breakthrough, Frank Lampard's organizational ability and through pass, and even more amazingly, he has a crescent-shaped scimitar that looks like David Beckham. Even more amazing is that his football IQ is so high that he can deal with any complex situation and quickly take control of the overall situation. He is a natural ruler of the green field. Ferguson on the other end of the phone paused for a long time. Greg, you are not kidding me, are you? Greg smiled and said, no, Alex, that kid is a treasure. Otherwise, why would I call you in person? The only regret is that this kid has been signed by Southampton Club, and Southampton Club is applying for a work permit for him, so if Manchester United wants to get him, they have to wait until this winter window. My suggestion is that you send a scout to keep an eye on his performance. As long as he plays well in League One, Manchester United should buy him at all costs. Ferguson immediately said, thank you for your advice, Greg. If this kid is really like what you said, then Manchester United will definitely go all out to sign him and train him well. Okay, that's it. Goodbye, Alex. Have a nice day, Greg. In the Manchester United coach's office, Ferguson put down the phone and said to himself with a suspicious look on his face, a Chinese who has the characteristics of Bell, Lampard, and Beckham at the same time. And he is still playing in the amateur league. How is this possible? If this is the case, he should have been discovered long ago. Greg is probably drunk, right? Ferguson thought about it, then picked up the phone again and called Manchester United sports director Ed Woodward. To be honest, Ferguson didn't like Ed Woodward at all. Ed Woodward was parachuted in by the Glazer family, the owner of Manchester United, and he was full of the breath of a businessman. Although he didn't like it in his heart, the club really needed to discuss the matter of buying people with the 3 Germans. After the call was connected, Ferguson said politely, hi, Edition. Hi, Alex. Woodward's voice on the other end of the phone was a little excited. I'm glad that you called me. Is there anything I can do for you? Yes, there is indeed such a small thing. Ferguson omitted Greg's exaggerated description and only told Woodward that there was a Chinese boy in the national high school competition who needed attention. After listening to this, Woodward immediately laughed and said, why not? China is a market with extremely huge potential. If we can sign a Chinese player, even if he doesn't perform so well, we can take the opportunity to open up the sales market in China. Alex, that's great, I agree. Let's send a scout who is familiar with China to keep an eye on him. Ferguson nodded and said, then recall our chief scout in Asia, Jim Lawler, who once discovered Dongfang's Ho. I believe he can have a good communication with that Guran. Woodward said, okay, that's it. Just let me arrange this kind of small matter. Ferguson said, okay, goodbye. Woodward said quickly, goodbye, have a nice day. After Ferguson hung up the phone, he didn't think about it anymore and continued to check the game data of a player named Paul Pogba in the Manchester United youth team. At 12 noon, Guran woke up from the messy big bed, his stomach growling with hunger. Looking at the mess on the floor and Annie sleeping beside him, Guran couldn't help but grin happily. Guran gently pulled his hand out of Annie's arms, got off the bed, and stretched his body. After improving his physical fitness, his body is younger and recovers faster. At the same time, his needs are also stronger. If this continues, what will happen after Annie leaves? Guran sighed faintly, turned and walked into the bathroom to take a shower, and then had a set of liquid nitrogen freezing space capsule and sauna steam room therapy to recover. When he walked out of the bathroom, he was full of energy again. Although it is a holiday today, there are still many things to do. The first is to eat. Guran was too lazy to make a big meal, so he randomly found 2 steaks and fried them on the iron plate, then made himself a bucket of instant noodles, added 2 poached eggs, 2 pieces of broccoli, and heated a large bowl of milk. Today, the school team has no information about the finals. Another set of semi-finals will be held this afternoon, so the earliest to know who the opponent in the finals will be is tomorrow morning. Anyway, no matter who it is, just do it. After dinner, Guran returned to his bedroom and began to hand paint the ending of Batman 3, The Dark Knight Rises. After hand painting for more than 3 hours, Guran finally finished the final ending. Guran stood up and faced the sea outside the window, stretched his waist, and thought about how to complete the 10 pickups today. I definitely can't go to the Glop gym, especially during this time period. Guran is well aware of the enthusiasm of local fans. But I can drive to Southampton Club to watch the training of the youth team. In this way, I can not only pick up professional football training bubbles, but also adapt to the transition to professional training as soon as possible. Okay, it's decided. Later this time, a system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. Annie woke up. She must have woken up and found that he was not around, and then she had negative emotions again. The output of big stars like Annie is really stable. A big fluctuation in emotions is just a talent point bubble. Guran picked up the ending of the hand-painted script, went downstairs calmly, and pushed the door into Annie's room. Gu, don't leave me. As soon as Annie saw Guran coming in, she immediately threw herself into Guran's arms. Guran smiled and rubbed at his hair. I'm going to draw the ending for you. Aren't you anxious to see it? Annie was immediately happy. Wow. Gu, you're great. Give it to me quickly. I want to see it now. Okay. Guran immediately handed the hand-painted ending of Batman 3, The Dark Knight Rises to Annie, and by the way, he concentrated his mind and collected the talent point bubble that Annie dropped through the air. This 1 talent point will be stored temporarily. Guran asked lovingly, are you hungry? I'll go cook for you. Well, thank you. Annie didn't even raise her head, holding the ending and reading it with relish. Guran smiled helplessly, turned around and went to the kitchen to make Annie a bowl of her favorite Scottish noodle soup. When the noodles were ready, Annie had just finished reading the ending of the hand-painted script. Annie was wearing black silk pajamas, barefoot, and ran into the kitchen with excitement on her face. The shaking look made Guran's young body a little out of control. Annie jumped into Guran's arms, hooked her arms around Guran's neck tightly, and praised him eagerly. Gu, you are so great. You really should be a screenwriter. Be a director. Your ending is so wonderful. The character of Catwoman is so well designed, so special, and so unique. I like it so much. Guran explained with a smile. The role of Catwoman is an anti-hero. What anti-hero means is that it is not an ordinary stereotyped heroic image, but a character with flesh and blood, both good and evil, and a strong personal charm. When you play the role of Catwoman in the future, you must show your most charming side. Annie said coquettishly, I won't. Guran grinned. It's okay, I'll communicate with you tonight, and you'll know how to act. Annie blushed and said, I hate it. I want to eat noodles. Guran said, then get off me first. Annie said coquettishly, no, I want you to carry me to the restaurant, okay? Okay. Guran held down a slender waist with one hand and walked to the restaurant with the hot noodles in the other. Annie took a deep breath happily. It smells so good. I dare say that the most delicious noodles in the world are the ones you make, Guran. Guran, no problem. Guran smiled. Eat quickly, we still need to communicate in the evening. Annie was really hungry, so she picked up the bowl and started eating in big mouthfuls and finally licked every drop of the tomato soup in the bowl. Such a scene reminded Guran of a scene from last night. After Annie finished eating, Guran said, Annie, you should rest at home. I have something to do at the club's training base. I will probably be back before dinner tonight. Annie asked pitifully, can't you take me with you? Guran smiled and said, you have been exposed. Aren't you afraid of causing more trouble if you go out now? Annie pouted, well, I just happened to ask my assistant for the poster of the White Queen, and I have to read your hand-painted script again from the beginning. You go and do your work. I will wait for you to come back obediently. Guran said with satisfaction, well, I will come back to make you delicious food in the evening. Well, okay. After saying goodbye to Annie, Guran drove away from the villa. After Annie cleaned up the battlefield last night and everything was cleaned up, Annie sat on the sofa, took out her mobile phone, and prepared to call her female assistant. It was not until she took out her mobile phone that Annie suddenly remembered that someone seemed to have called yesterday and called more than once, but the battle was too intense at the time and she couldn't answer it at all, so she turned off the phone directly and quickly turned on her phone and checked there were more than 30 messages in her voicemail. Moreover, they were all from the famous director Christopher Nolan. Anne was panicking and was thinking about how to respond when Nolan called again. Annie answered the call quickly and said cautiously, hello. Nolan said in a hoarse and trembling voice on the other end of the phone, thank God. Annie, you finally answered my call. You don't know how I got through these nearly 20 hours. I haven't slept until now, and I'm even worried that you've met with an accident. So what were you doing last night? Why did you turn off your phone? Annie blushed. Last night I was, too tired and fell asleep. I'm so sorry, Mr. Nolan. Nolan said anxiously, it's okay. You don't need to apologize to me. In fact, I don't really care what you were doing last night. I'm concerned about this hand-drawn script. I must know if quantum entanglement really happened to me. Annie asked in astonishment, what is quantum entanglement? Nolan said, quantum entanglement means that you won't understand, even if I explain it. Anyway, tell me quickly, does Guran really exist? Annie smiled and said, of course. Nolan on the other end of the phone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that I'm not crazy yet. And this script is so great that I think it was hand-drawn by my future self. Anyway, I really want to know everything about the playwright Guran. I really want to meet him. Talk to him in person. Anne said immediately, Mr. Nolan, I'm glad you like the script. As for Guran, he is not with me now, so I'm not sure if he wants to meet you. We have to wait until he comes back in the evening. Nolan said, it doesn't matter. Where are you now? England? I'll take the nearest flight to England now, so as long as he agrees to meet, we can meet tomorrow morning. Well, okay then. Anne had no choice but to agree. Nolan asked anxiously, by the way, do you have the ending of the hand-drawn script? Can you send it to me to see? Anne smiled and said, yes, he just finished hand-drawing it today. I will scan it for you right away. Nolan said excitedly, great. Anne, thank you very much. Then I'll hang up first. I'll go find my assistant to buy me a plane ticket. Please send the ending as soon as possible. Okay, okay. And just hung up the phone, and the phone rang again. This time, it was her female assistant who called. As soon as the call was connected, the female assistant shouted anxiously, Annie, why did you turn off your phone? I've been calling you all morning. If I can't get through again, I'll go to the Dune Villa to get you. Anne hurriedly smiled and said, sorry, I was too tired last night. What's the matter that you are so anxious to find me for? the female assistant said anxiously. Annie, the fact that you went to Cardiff to watch the game yesterday has been exposed by tabloid reporters. Now is the internet age, and news spreads very quickly. Now many entertainment reporters have gone to Cardiff to wait for you. Anne smiled and said, then let them wait there. You can still laugh. Do you know that your agent and company already knew about this scandal last night? Your agent Rachel is going crazy. She couldn't get through to you, and she is now on a plane to Southampton. She will be there tonight. No way. Anne was stunned. Her agent Rachel Furness is a very strict middle-aged woman, and she will never allow her to have any scandals. Rachel's arrival means that Annie is really going to leave. This will be much faster than she thought. Annie thought about it and then said, do me a favor, and try to hold her back tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will meet her, and invite her to dinner. But Annie, I'm just a little assistant. How can I hold back your agent? It's time to test whether you are a qualified assistant. Annie also learned poor. You can take her to the Ritz Hotel and treat her to a drink. If that doesn't work, put some sleeping pills in her wine. In short, I only want one last night. The female assistant on the other end of the phone was a little shocked. Annie, you have changed a lot. Annie smiled and said, this is the real me. The female assistant paused. Okay, I'm glad to see you regain yourself. I will do my best, but tomorrow, you must show up. Annie smiled and said, don't worry. Oh, by the way, forget about tonight. Tomorrow, remember to bring me a poster of the White Queen. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Annie sighed faintly. Tonight may be the last night with Guran. So, today I have to try to leave the most profound impression on Guran. Annie found the maid outfit and dressed up carefully. On the other side, Guran drove to Staplewood training base. The security guard at the door had already recognized Guran's car and immediately opened the door for Guran to pass. Guran successfully parked the car in the first row of parking spaces and then walked along the path into the training ground of the U18 youth training team. At this time, in the U18 training ground, young players were playing a competition on the field. Guran just walked to the sidelines, and his eyes were slightly fixed. He saw that among the young players on the field, there was an Oriental player with black hair like himself. This young player looked to be about 17 or 18 years old, and he was very fast with the ball. What the hell? Who is this? Guran tried hard to search his memories of his previous life, but he didn't have the impression of an Asian player playing for Southampton U18. Maybe he came for a trial? Tryouts are a very normal thing. Before the season starts, there will be many young players trying out. The tryout period is generally about 10 days to half a month. If you pass the tryout, you will be retained. If you fail the practical training, you will leave. Guran had never seen this Oriental man before, so this man was probably here to participate in the pre-season tryout. The young Oriental player on the field saw Guran looking at him, and then glanced at Guran with an arrogant look, and then he worked harder and faster to fight against him on the field, as if he wanted to show off his strength to Guran. The moment the two made eye contact, Guran was probably sure in his heart, this guy's not one of us, and he is probably a guy who lives a good life. To be honest, the technical basics of Japanese players are still very solid. After all, the Japanese Football Association imitated the British Football Association and took the selection path of the national competition, so their football talents have been in a blowout state in the past 10 or 20 years. However, this still did not prevent Guran from hating them. He did not need a reason, he just hated them from the bottom of his heart. Just then, Guran heard a very charming Japanese cheering voice coming from the sidelines not far away. Ganbru. Yuchi. Guran was attracted by this melodious voice like a nightingale, and could not help but look sideways. He saw that about 20 or 30 meters away from him, there stood a mature woman who looked to be in her early 30s, and had a perfect profile. This mature woman was wearing a valuable beige suit, and just standing there, she showed her elegance and intellectual temperament. She was not tall, and she was only about 165 centimeters tall when wearing high heels. She looked particularly petite in the green field full of strong men. She was plump, but not fat at all, but the kind of mature beauty that was just right. She wore a sun hat and big sunglasses, which almost covered most of her white jade face. But Guran could still feel the soft and mature charm like white moonlight. Guran couldn't help but feel a little moved. This sister looks familiar. Just like a big star. Guran has a special sixth sense for stars, and he believes that he will not make a wrong judgment. However, Guran couldn't remember who she was for a while. The woman also saw Guran's gaze and then smiled and nodded politely to Guran. She looked exactly like a Japanese housewife. She was well maintained, not only with a girlish facial skin, but also with a mature charm. Guran was slightly stunned, then nodded calmly in response, and then turned his eyes back to the court. The confrontation on the training ground became more and more intense. The player named Xiangai was indeed eye-catching. His shooting power was very strong and his movements were also exaggerated, which was a bit like the tiger-like shooting in Captain Tsubasa. Guran stood on the sidelines and watched for a while and successfully picked up 9 white training bubbles in the air and automatically exchanged for 1 new talent point. Today's pickup task was completed. At this time, the U18 players training match also came to an end. Zui, are you thirsty? Have some water. The mature woman ran up to greet him. But Xiangai directly blocked the woman, walked straight to Guran with a cold and arrogant face, and said in stiff English, "You, a Chinese, are the rising star of Southampton club, right?" Guran frowned, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and said coldly, "Yes. Remember my name. My name is Koyuchi." Koyuchi raised his head proudly and said contemptuously, "I'm a player and top scorer of the champion team of this year's Japanese National Championship. I came here for a trial for 2 weeks. I heard that you are very strong, but how strong can a Chinese be? I'm not convinced. I want to challenge you, Koyuchi. There is no such person among the future stars, and you challenge me? So second rate? You, a player who came for a trial, want to step on me to get to the top in one step? Xiangai, look at the name you gave me." Guran frowned and said, "There are many people who are not convinced by me. Who do you think you are? Do I need to prove it to you? I don't want to bother with you. Go wherever it's cool. Don't make me sick." "What did you say?" Xiangai had never been insulted like this before. He clenched his fists and looked like he wanted to fight. The mature woman hurried over and stood in front of Xiangai, nodding and bowing to Guran to apologize. I'm sorry, Xiangai. You can't fight here. Apologize quickly." Xiangai gritted his teeth and roared, "Go away. This is a matter between us men." Guran said coldly, "Look at you. You are not as polite as your sister." Xiangai was even more ashamed and angry. "This is my mother." "What the hell, mother? No way. Such a young mother?" Guran was stunned. But the mature woman nodded awkwardly and helplessly, confirming Xiangai's words. It's really his mother. According to Koyuchi's age, she must be almost 40 years old as a mother, right? But she looks like she's only in her early 30s. TSK. We have to say that we Oriental women have long blooming period, and the more mature they are, the more charming they are. The 40-year-old Japanese celebrity Guran couldn't help but ask Koyuchi, "What's your mother's last name?" Chapter 181. After all, he is not his own son. Koyuchi said with a ferocious face, "Are you scolding me? Are you scolding me? I want to challenge you. Come on. Let's challenge." The mature woman said to Guran softly, "I'm really sorry, it's not convenient to reveal my name. If you can call me Mrs. Koei. After Japanese women get married, they usually change their surnames to their husband's family. So it's okay to call her Mrs. Koei." However, she didn't want to reveal her surname. Obviously, it was not to follow her husband's family, but to show that she was very likely a big Japanese star. Not a teacher, but a real, very prestigious Japanese national level female star. Who could it be? Guran's mind came up with a series of famous Chinese women's names, but no matter who it was, the attitude of the apology was still very good. Guran's tone also softened a bit. "Okay, Mrs. Koei, for your sake, let's forget about this matter today." Mrs. Koei bowed repeatedly. "Thank you very much. I'm really sorry for the unhappiness I caused you. After I go back, I will definitely discipline Yuchi well. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Yuchi Koei behind her said angrily, "Mom, why do you have to apologize to a Chinese? He didn't even dare to accept my challenge. He is a coward. Guran raised his eyes and glared, with murderous intent in his eyes. Uchikoe was immediately frightened by this look, but his face was still arrogant. He was just waiting for Guran to fight with him. Pa! A crisp slap sounded throughout the training ground. Without waiting for Guran to make a move, Mrs. Koi slapped Uchikoe in the face. Don't say it, this slap was quite heavy, and Uchikoe was stunned. Guran was also stunned for a moment. Mrs. Koi handled it in time, otherwise, it would have been Guran who slapped him. And if Guran had done it, it would have been more than this strength, and definitely more than this. Mom, you. Yuchi covered his face, and looked at Mrs. Koi in shame and anger. Mrs. Koi was so angry, that her chest rose and fell, and her sweet voice like a nightingale was full of harsh scolding. Yuchi, what on earth do you want to do? You always fight in the Japanese national competition. Don't you know how many red cards you have received for fighting? Because of your fighting, your school team almost lost the game. You almost became the sinner of the whole team. When will you be able to control your bad temper? Uchikoe, who was exposed by his mother in public, clenched his fists and clattered. Mom, shut up. You don't understand men's affairs at all. Damn. This naughty child. I really want to go up and kick him a few times to teach him a lesson. Guran couldn't help but frowned. Of course, Guran still held back. After all, he was not his own son. The other youth team players were all standing by and watching the fun with a smile on their faces. No one came up to stop the fight. It was obvious that Koreiuchi was too arrogant. He had not gained much popularity during his trial with Southampton U18 team. No one liked him very much. Mrs. Koi was so angry at her son that she was shaking all over. It was a shame. Guran, on the other hand, waved his hand generously and said, "Forget it, madam. The child is still young. Just educate him slowly." Guran said this very smoothly. After all, according to his psychological age, he was about 30 years old. He was too lazy to bother with a stupid kid. Guran wanted to go home early and be intimate with Annie. Seeing Guran being so generous, Mrs. Koi bowed to him gratefully. "Thank you. Thank you." Mrs. Koi turned around and scolded her son. "Look at him. Look at yourself. Gai, how can you be a man? Do you think being a man depends on fighting? No, being a man should have a broad mind and pattern. Gai, you really disappoint me. Hurry up and apologize to this generous Chinese gentleman." Gai Koi glared at Guran fiercely, spit on the ground, and then turned around and walked away. Gai, you. Are you really going to piss off your mother to death? Mrs. Koi stomped her feet and chased after Gai to pull his arm, but Gai threw her away. Mrs. Koi screamed lost her balance, and was about to fall down. Gai Koi knew that his mother would fall down, but he didn't care at all and continued to walk angrily to the locker room. Guran was quick-witted and stepped forward, holding Mrs. Koi's waist with his hand. "Thank you." Mrs. Koi stood up with Guran's help. Although most of her face was covered by sunglasses, she still couldn't hide the bitter corners of her mouth. This was also the first time that Guran was so close to Mrs. Koi. Guran smelled a natural mature woman's fragrance on Mrs. Koi. Guran's mind couldn't help but be slightly shaken. "You're welcome." Guran waited for Mrs. Koi to stand firmly before pulling his hand back from Mrs. Koi's waist. Mrs. Koi calmed down and said very apologetically, "I'm really sorry to trouble you. May I ask, you are Mr. Guran from China, right? What the hell? Am I so famous?" Guran smiled. "It's me." Mrs. Koi smiled and said, "Of course I don't mean to excuse Yuchi, but the one who can make Yuchi so competitive is indeed the legendary Mr. Guran of Southampton." "What the hell? I've become a legend." "Mrs. Koi, you are not a boaster, are you?" "No, looking at the way you slapped your son just now, you are full of maternal brilliance." Guran cleared his throat and smiled. "I'm not a legend." Mrs. Koi smiled gently. "You are so modest. Almost everyone in the entire Southampton club is talking about you as the future of this club. Yuchi is a competitive child by nature. When he was a child, I basically didn't take care of him, so he always wanted to prove himself. That's why he was so excited and red after seeing you today. He thought that, as long as he could challenge you successfully, he could replace you as the leader of the Southampton club. He was wrong, but Mr. Guran, please forgive him for my sake. Mrs. Corey's voice is so pleasant to the ears, and the softness of Japanese women is really irresistible. Guran smiled. It's okay, Kit, I didn't take it to heart. However, madam, you really need to educate him after you go back. The reason why I was generous today is because you educated him on the spot, but it doesn't mean that I won't fight back next time he shows his teeth at me. Yes, I understand. I understand. Mrs. Corey nodded and bowed repeatedly, with an extremely humble and submissive attitude. Seeing this, Guran didn't embarrass Mrs. Corey anymore. After all, after the national competition in 3 days, Guran will have to come to the U18 training ground every day for training. By then, I'm afraid he will have to deal with Mrs. Corey. When they meet next time, if Mrs. Corey has negative emotions again, and Guran still has progress in picking up, he can collect her negative emotion bubbles and know her real name. Well, goodbye, madam. Mrs. Corey bowed deeply. Goodbye, Mr. Guran. Sorry again for what happened today. Guran smiled at Mrs. Corey, then left the U18 youth training ground and drove home. Half an hour later, Guran pushed open the door of the June villa. Annie, I'm back. There was no light in the room, only a few candles were lit, creating a romantic atmosphere. Guran first smelled the scent of high-end custom perfume, and then he saw Annie, wearing a Japanese-made outfit and suspender stockings, walking towards him affectionately. Damn, Guran's muscles tensed up. Annie smiled softly. Do you like it? Guran hugged Annie. More than like it, I just can't let it go. Annie leaned obediently in Guran's strong arms. Boo, we will be separated tomorrow. Tonight may be our last night together. Annie said shyly. Master, tonight, Annie will completely obey your orders and serve you wholeheartedly. Damn. Who can resist this sense of conquest? Guran carried Annie directly into the master bedroom. Annie, I have only one request tonight. Master, please say it. We will fight to the death. Early the next morning, Guran woke up from his sleep. When Guran opened his eyes, he saw Annie half lying on the bed, holding her cheek, looking at him infatuatedly. Annie, you didn't sleep all night, did you? Annie smiled coquettishly. There's not much time left before dawn. Besides, I'm afraid that time will pass too quickly after I fall asleep, and I won't be able to see you for a while longer. Light while speaking, Annie dropped another talent point bubble. Guran hugged Annie and comforted her. Don't be unhappy, we are just separated temporarily. Besides, you will get the role of Catwoman soon, and you will be a big hit in Hollywood. Well, I'm not unhappy, I'm just too happy. Annie leaned in Guran's arms and cried silently. Guran took the opportunity to collect the talent point bubble dropped by Annie from the air. This was probably Annie's last talent point. Annie, are you hungry? I'll make you breakfast. Annie blushed. Hold me, I'll go with you. Okay. It was the last day, and Guran would satisfy Annie no matter what. Guran picked up Annie and went to the kitchen together. While Guran was making breakfast, Annie told Guran roughly what happened yesterday. His agent Rachel had come, and the famous director Nolan had also come. Rachel wanted to take her away to avoid further fermentation of the scandal, and Nolan came to discuss the script. Guran smiled after hearing this and said, let's arrange for your agent to meet Nolan. Let your assistant find a high-end restaurant in Southampton, and we can have lunch together and talk about the script. In this way, when your agent sees that you have accepted a new script, his anger towards you and me will naturally subside. Annie nodded and said, this is a good idea, but Guran, what I want to tell you is that Rachel is not only my agent, she is also like my parent. She has always been very strict in managing me, but her starting point is to fear that I will suffer losses and be deceived. She will definitely be very angry when she knows that I'm with you. If she says something unpleasant when you meet, you must not take it to heart. Guran smiled. I'm not that petty, and for your sake, I won't care about anything. Annie smiled happily and said, okay, I'll arrange it right away. After Annie finished calling the female assistant, Guran's breakfast was ready. After the two finished their meal, they went for a walk on the beach again. This was also their last walk on the beach. Compared with the first time, Their mood was completely different. Annie leaned in Guran's arms, holding hands with Guran, without saying a word. Guran also quietly accompanied Annie to finish this journey. After returning to the villa, Annie took a shower, began to pack her luggage, put on makeup and changed clothes. Guran took this time to open his laptop and check the intelligence email of the school team. Yesterday afternoon, another semi-final had ended. The final result was that the Westminster School Missionary team tied with the Winchester School Red Rose team 2:2. When neither side scored in the overtime, the victory was decided by a penalty shootout. The Westminster School Missionary team advanced to the finals. Therefore, 3 days later, the opponent of the Bucks Steelhorns in the finals will be the Westminster Missionary team. This Westminster School is one of the 9 major public schools in the UK. It has a long history and its campus is the famous Westminster Cathedral. Students who can enter Westminster School are all rich and noble in the world. Guran remembered that the former left back of the Bucks Steelhorns, Arlen, seemed to have been poached by the Westminster School team. Guran checked the list of players of the missionary team. Sure enough, in the position of the left back player, Guran saw the name of Arlen Rammers. Therefore, the game 3 days later is not only a game for the championship and runner-up of the national competition, but also a battle for the Bucks Steelhorns to clean up the door. The players of the missionary team are all very strong. They are basically players from the youth echelons of major clubs across the UK. The entire team is almost semi-professional players, and there are even a few specially marked players who have obtained contracts with professional teams. Among them, the most dazzling, is a player named Connor Wickham. This player is known as the future British star. He has not only signed with the English Championship team Ipswich, but is also the main centre forward of the British U17 national team. According to the school team intelligence, Wickham is strong, fast, has excellent shooting skills, and has very strong personal ability. At present, with 2 games off, the total number of goals in the scorer list has reached 9, tied with Guran for second place in the scorer list. Wickham has been training in the Ipswich youth training camp since he was a child. He can definitely be regarded as a professional player. Westminster School has also spent a lot of money to recruit him to participate in the national competition. Another name that Guran is familiar with is Josh McEachern. This guy is also the main midfielder of the British U17 national team. In the future, he will become Chelsea's genius midfielder and is known as Lampard's successor. McEachern has a very strong ability to organize the midfield, and he is a midfield brain. Moreover, his own skills are also very delicate. He can often perform wonderful small-scale escapes, using the Marcel turn, and using the sudden stop to accelerate to pass the opponent as his specialty. In short, the lineup of the missionaries is really quite strong. Westminster School is also determined to win the championship of this national competition. The missionaries team has elites from all over the country in all positions. However, even if they are all elites, it may not work if they are combined together. What's more, the Bucks Steelhorns can rest for one more day than the missionaries, and the Millennium Stadium, the venue of the game, is also the home court of the Bucks Steelhorns. Guran is full of confidence in the game 3 days later, win the national championship, and put a perfect end to his amateur career. Guran secretly swore in his heart, "Goo, I'm ready, we should set off." Anne, wearing heavy makeup and an elegant long dress, walked to Guran's side. Guran immediately closed his laptop and put his arms around Anna's waist and hips. "Okay, I'll change my clothes later." Usually when he goes out, Guran just wears casual clothes casually, but today is different. Today, he is not only going to meet Annie's agent, nor is he just going to discuss a contract with the famous director Arlen, but also to give Annie face as his man. Guran deliberately changed into a black suit, and the whole person immediately became more handsome. Annie looked at Guran with fascination, swallowing her saliva. "Boo, you are so handsome." Guran scratched Anna's nose. "Don't praise me, let's go." As soon as the two walked out of the villa, they saw a female assistant holding a bag, standing anxiously by the door of the Porsche Cayenne waiting. Seeing Annie leaning on Guran and walking out, the female assistant was startled at first, and then came up to greet her with surprise. "Annie, you have become more beautiful." After not seeing Annie for 20 days, she has completely changed from her previous depressed appearance, and her face is full of a well-nourished sense of youth and happiness. Anne smiled. "Thank you, Goo. Let me introduce you. This is my life assistant, Bella." Bella took the initiative to shake hands with Guran and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Guran. I have been hearing your name recently." Guran smiled and suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly. "Hello, Miss Bella. Have we met somewhere before? I always feel very familiar, but I can't remember. Why?" Bella blushed to the root of her neck in an instant and subconsciously tightened her clothes. No, we have definitely not met." Guran smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, I don't know why. I always feel that you are very familiar." Anne on the side quickly changed the subject. "Bella, did you bring me the poster I wanted?" "I brought it." Bella hurriedly took out the poster of the White Queen and immediately signed her name on the poster and handed it to Guran in person. Anne took a breath nervously. "Okay, we should go see Rachel. Bella, is everything okay with her?" Bella nodded and said, "Except for wanting to kill someone, everything is fine." Bella was about to sit in the passenger seat, but Anne stopped her. "You go sit in the back." Bella said in astonishment, "But, I'm just a life assistant." Anne said without question, "Guran's passenger seat is my exclusive seat." Oh. Bella finally understood and hurried to the back seat to sit down. After Guran put the autographed poster of the White Queen away, he returned to the car. Bella also told Guran the address of the restaurant for lunch. Before driving, Guran said to Anne, "Fasten your seatbelt." Anne said coquettishly, "I don't know how to do it, and you always help me to fasten it." Okay, I'll help you." Guran pressed his body over and helped Anne to fasten her seatbelt intimately. Bella, who was sitting in the back seat, was numb. I've never seen such a thing before. It was the first time she saw Anne looking so cute and feminine. Bella got goosebumps all over the floor. The Porsche Cayenne started, and about half an hour later, they arrived at the door of an Italian-style Western restaurant called Ennio's. "Welcome." The parking boy ran over to greet them enthusiastically, and when he saw that the driver was Guran, he wanted to shout excitedly. Guran made a hush gesture to him, and then threw the car keys to him. The parking boy saluted Guran excitedly and put on her sun hat when she got out of the car, and Guran also put on sunglasses. Now both of them are stars. Although Anne is more famous worldwide, Guran is more famous than in Southampton. Female assistant Bella reported the room number of the reserved room to the restaurant manager, and then a waiter led them to a luxurious carpeted box. At this time, Anne's agent Rachel had been waiting in the box for a long time. Rachel is a middle-aged woman with short hair, nearly 50 years old, smartly dressed, fat, and a stern expression on her face. "Rachel." Annie ran up to hug Rachel happily like a child seeing her parents. Seeing Annie, the stern expression on Rachel's face softened immediately. "Ah, Annie, you really worried me to death. Well, you look much younger after not seeing you for a while. It seems that you have a good time on this vacation." "Thank you, Rachel, you look very good too." Annie turned around and took Guran's arm. "Rachel, let me introduce you. This is Guran. I lived with him throughout the vacation. It was him who helped me get rid of depression and made me return to my youth." When she said this, Annie looked at Guran wholeheartedly, with little stars of admiration and happiness in her eyes. Rachel's face instantly became ugly. It is a matter of endangering the career of a female star to fall in love. What's more, Annie has been walking the pure route of a good girl since her debut. "Hello, Ms. Rachel. Nice to meet you." Guran took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Rachel. But Rachel did not shake hands with Guran, but frowned and asked, "So, you are the pretty boy who had an affair with Annie?" Chapter 182. Anne Hathaway's agent was shocked. "Director Nolan is here. Fuck, do you think I'm a gigolo? Okay, I admit I'm handsome." Guran felt a little amused, but still responded with a smile. "If you mean that Annie and I sleep together every night, then you're right. I'm her rumored boyfriend." Annie chuckled and blushed, but Rachel was so angry that she was about to smoke. The last thing she wanted to hear was that Annie slept with Guran. She wanted to wipe Guran off this planet. "Annie, look at this pretty boy you found. He's so arrogant. Rachel, don't be angry. What Guran said is true. Annie said shyly, we do sleep together every day. Rachel was so angry that she pulled her hair. Oh my god. Annie. How could you? How could you say such a thing? Fortunately, there are only a few of us in this room. If you say this, your career will be over. Annie shrugged indifferently. It doesn't matter. As long as I can be with Guran, I'm willing to pay any price. Guran smiled at Annie lovingly. Annie, you're so good. Annie looked at Guran affectionately. No, you're better. You're so good. You're better. But I don't want you to be like that. I don't want you to sacrifice for me. Oh, Gu, why shouldn't I love you? As they talked, they kissed passionately. Rachel was going crazy. Stop, stop, shut up. You two, you're really going to make me get high blood pressure. Annie, have you forgotten who you are? You're an international movie star. How can you be so nice? I'll settle your problems with you later. I'll have a serious talk with your pretty boy first. Guran smiled and said to Annie, be good. Just sit over there. I'll talk to her. Annie hurriedly said, Gu, don't be angry. Rachel is my family after all. Guran smiled. I know. Don't worry. Looking at the two of them being so affectionate, Rachel's hands were shaking as she covered her heart. Light a blue skill bubble was generated under Rachel's feet. Guran laughed in his heart, and at the same time, he concentrated his mind and scanned the content of the skill bubble dropped by Rachel. Brokerage contract negotiation skills +1. What the hell? This skill can be used. When Narlon comes later, I can use this skill to discuss the script contract. Guran then moved his mind and collected this brokerage contract negotiation skills +1 through the air. Suddenly, Guran felt that his thinking became more open, and some of the originally vague Hollywood film and television rules gradually became clear in his mind. Rachel took a few deep breaths, calmed herself down, and asked Guran in a condescending manner, boy, tell me, what do you do? Without waiting for Guran to answer, Annie said, Gu is a player, a professional one. He's going to play in the English League One soon. He's a great football player. His crescent-shaped scimitar can make the whole stadium boil. He is a local star in Southampton, and he will definitely become a world-class star in the future. Besides, he cooks very deliciously. He can also hand paint, and he can do a lot more. When she said this, Anna's pretty face blushed unconsciously, with a happy little woman's feeling on her face. In short, his advantages are very big. Except for giving birth to children, there is nothing in the world that he is not proficient in. Rachel said angrily, Annie, I don't need to listen to you praising him. I'm talking to him now. Guran said frankly, Ms. Rachel, I'm still a student now. Oh. Rachel sneered contemptuously. Sure enough. You are quite honest. I learned from Bella yesterday that you are still just a student. Your Porsche Cayenne was bought for you by Annie, right? Guran nodded. Yes, it was indeed bought by Annie for me, so I like it very much. Annie next to him was full of happiness. Such an expensive car. Of course you like it. Rachel said bluntly. I bet you have never driven such a nice car in your life, right? I have seen many gigolos like you who want to eat gigolo meat. You just take advantage of your youth and handsomeness, and our Annie is not very experienced, so you take the opportunity to get promoted. You want fame and wealth, right? Guran smiled calmly. No. Rachel sneered. No need to explain. Annie is a world-class superstar and so beautiful. I don't believe you have no other purpose in approaching her. But people like you are not worthy of our Annie except for having a good appearance. I don't care what you think in your heart. Anyway, as long as I'm here, don't think of eating swan meat. Damn, this is a bit too much. Forget it. For Anna's sake, don't be too fussy. Guran smiled calmly. Ms. Rachel, you said purpose? Well, I admit that I do have one, but it's not what you think. The main purpose of being with Annie is to make her happy, because I like her. So when I see her happy, I will be happy too. I know Annie is a Hollywood princess, but I never think that I'm a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Even if I really want to eat Anna's swan meat, you really can't stop me. Annie looked at Guran with intoxicated eyes. Rachel was so angry that she trembled all over. It was the first time she met such a difficult young man. Although this young man is not very old, he speaks gently, neither humble nor arrogant, and is well organized. He is simply an extremely stable and mature veteran. This kind of man does have a strong personal charm, and is the most likely to make little women fall. Rachel took a deep breath and said coldly, "Boy, don't say those useless things. What can you bring to Annie? With your identity, you can only bring trouble to Annie. You will ruin Annie. So, get away from Annie." Annie immediately said with displeasure, "Rachel, I don't allow you to say that about Guran. He is my lover. Even if we can't make our relationship public, even if we can't be together in the future, I love him deeply. You will never understand and appreciate the happiness he brings me." Damn. Annie, you are right. I must not let Rachel experience the kind of happiness I give you, Guran said secretly in his heart. Then he heard Annie continue, "Also, you don't understand Guran at all. He has never been an ordinary person. Let's put it this way, it's not that Guran is trying to climb up to me, but that I'm pestering Guran and not letting go. If Guran hadn't persuaded me to cheer up and leave Southampton, the safe haven, and return to Hollywood, I might have terminated my contract with the company and become an ordinary little housewife." Rachel was stunned. She never expected that the one who dealt her a fatal blow was Annie. "Annie, are you crazy? What's so great about this guy? How could he be so obsessed with you?" Annie said excitedly, "Rachel, before I came here for vacation, my depression was already very serious. I even thought about whether I should continue to live. But since I lived with Guran, my depression has been cured by him little by little. Not only did he cure me, he also encouraged me to return to Hollywood and take on movies again. Rachel, you should thank him, not blame him." Rachel opened her mouth and couldn't say a word for a long time. She originally thought that this scandal was nothing more than a pretty boy taking advantage of Annie when she was down, but she didn't expect that the relationship between the two had far exceeded her imagination. Rachel asked Bella, the female assistant next to her, "Is what Annie said true? Why didn't you interfere? Why didn't you report it to me in advance?" Bella said helplessly, "I'm sorry, Ms. Rachel, Annie looked up and said firmly, "Rachel, don't make things difficult for my assistant. She is my assistant, and she naturally has to work for me." Rachel sighed heavily and slumped in her chair. This time, the scandal incident was really difficult to deal with. Guran said calmly, "Ms. Rachel, there is actually no conflict between us. I, like you, hope that Annie will be well. So, you don't have to be hostile to me." Rachel frowned slightly and then asked coldly, "Tell me, boy, what do you want?" Guran was stunned for a moment. "What?" Rachel sneered, "There is no good without reason in this world. I think you are also a smart person, so let's just talk it out. I don't believe you can let go of Annie so easily and let her return to Hollywood. I know you must want to get something from Annie. So, tell me, what do you want?" "I want talent points. Can I tell you this?" Guran smiled. "That's right. Annie is a high-ranking Hollywood princess. If I don't take this opportunity to ask you, my agent, for some conditions, it will feel like we are just joking." "Oh, as expected." Rachel sat up straight and crossed her legs. "You tell me." For Rachel, as long as she is willing to negotiate, the higher the conditions, the more likely it is that Annie, who is in love, will wake up and see the true face of this Chinese boy. Men. None of them are good. Guran thought it was a bit funny, so he asked with interest, "What can you give?" Rachel raised her chin arrogantly. "Okay, then I'll just say it straight. You and Annie are destined to be people from two different worlds. Annie is high up, and you are nothing. There is no future for the two of you. For Annie's sake, you must cut off all contact with Annie from now on, and you must not tell anyone about your life with Annie, especially reporters in the media. As compensation for you, you can keep the car that Annie gave you, and I will pay you an extra sum of money." Guran couldn't help laughing and said, "Hush money?" Rachel nodded and said, "Yes, you can understand it that way. You have to sign a confidentiality agreement with me. If you violate it, my legal team and I will sue you to bankruptcy and you will not be able to stand on this planet." Guran tried to hold back the smile in his heart. "I really didn't expect that I would be threatened like this. Although it was a threat, the whole thing was really fucking interesting. This is also a brand new experience." Guran cleared his throat and asked seriously, "So, how much hush money are you going to give me?" Hearing Guran asking about the price, Rachel was even more certain that Guran was the kind of gigolo she thought he was. Rachel immediately said contemptuously, £100,000. After signing the confidentiality agreement, I will transfer the money to you immediately, without delaying for a minute. Only £100,000? Guran shook his head and sighed. For ordinary people, £100,000 is a lot, but for the scandal with Anne Hathaway, £100,000 of hush money is not high at all. It seems that Rachel still regards me as an ordinary person. Guran smiled helplessly in his heart. Rachel crossed her arms and said coldly, £100,000 is not enough. Okay, you can also make an offer. Guran shrugged. How about this? I don't want your £100,000. I'll give you another £200,000. I don't ask for anything else. Just ask you to stop being so strict with Annie and give her more private space. Rachel was stunned. What did you say? Guran said calmly, you don't have to sign any agreement with me. Just tell me your account number and I can transfer the money to you now. Anna's eyes were full of crazy little stars. Boo, you are so handsome. This is not a matter of money, but mainly because Guran's way of handling it is so handsome. In this conversation, Rachel has been in an attacking state of unequal status, but Guran used a little force to achieve a great result and fought back Rachel's contempt in an extremely calm and steady way. Rachel couldn't help but look back at Annie. The money you gave him? Rachel really couldn't believe that a Chinese boy who was still a student could take out £200,000 without even blinking an eye. Annie immediately said, no, Rachel. I swear to God, I have never given Guran money. The relationship between us is a pure relationship between a man and a woman, and there is no monetary interest involved. Even the money for us to get a room at the Ritz Hotel was paid by Guran. What? You also booked a room at the Ritz Hotel? Rachel covered her heart in pain. Annie, how can you be so bold? There are so many paparazzi near the Ritz Hotel. What if you are discovered? Anne blushed. Looking back, it was quite exciting at the time. Rachel was furious. Are you still reminiscing here? I'm really going to be mad at you. Guran said, Ms. Rachel, I can understand that you are good to Annie, but she is already an adult, and you are too strict with her. At least half of her depression is caused by your excessive control. Rachel said angrily, young man, it's not your turn to teach me a lesson. Even if you have money, even if you are not after Anna's money, so what? The gap between your identities is always too big. You are after Anna's fame. Annie has worked hard to get to where she is today, and I will never let someone like you ruin her. Guran said calmly, Ms. Rachel, believe me, I don't want this kind of scandal more than Annie. Annie said seriously, actually, it's me who wants the whole world to know that I'm Guran's girlfriend. Rachel felt an invisible rope strangled her neck. What's going on here? How come it's completely the other way around? How come it's like my cabbage is nudging the pig? Rachel sighed and said in the tone of an experienced person, Annie, you are really fascinated by him. Don't you know that there is no perfect man in this world? Annie said sincerely, of course I know. I also know that Guran is not perfect, but what can I do? I love him to death, even his imperfections, oh my god. Rachel rubbed her temples and shook her head repeatedly, not wanting to listen anymore. Just when the atmosphere in the box was a little stalemate, there was a knock on the door. The female assistant Bella quickly put the sun hat that Annie had taken off on Annie, and then said, come in. The door of the box was pushed open. A big boss with grey hair and a red face, led by the lobby manager, walked into the box excitedly. Seeing that it was a stranger, Rachel quickly stood in front of Annie. Rachel had seen this kind of scene before, so her first move was to protect Annie from being harassed by crazy fans. However, the big boss didn't even look at Annie and walked straight to Guran. Haha. Gu. It's you. The big boss didn't wait for Guran to react and gave him a bear hug. Guran himself was a little confused. Who are you? Oh haha. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the owner of the Senio's restaurant. Of course, I have another identity. As he said that, the excited restaurant owner opened his suit shirt directly in front of Guran, revealing the old red and white Bucks steel horns uniform inside. Guran immediately said, it's an old teammate. The restaurant owner said excitedly. Goo. You're really awesome. I missed all the previous games, but I was there in the last semi-final where you played against the Golden Fleece. Oh my god. I never thought that I would see the Bucks Steel Horns make it to the finals in my lifetime. Do you know? Watching you play, the blood in my body is boiling all the time. Your speed is too fast. Your breakthrough is too sharp. Your physical confrontation is too strong. Your through ball and the last crescent moon scimitar, just recalling it can make my adrenaline soar. Good boy. You are the light of our Bucks Steel Horns. I never thought that you would come to my restaurant to eat. This is amazing. I can brag about this to my old friends for the rest of my life. Damn, I feel embarrassed by your praise, old teammate. Duran smiled and said, thank you for your support, boss. I'm a player of the Bucks Steel Horns. I should fight to the end for the Bucks Steel Horns. Well said. Bucks Steel Horns. Fight to the end. The restaurant owner gave Duran a thumbs up. Duran said again, but, boss, I have a private party today. I'm afraid it's not convenient for us to chat now. The restaurant owner said quickly, sorry, I'm too abrupt. I'll leave now. Oh, by the way, boo, can you take a photo with me? Of course, no problem. The restaurant owner immediately hugged Duran intimately, as if they were friends for many years. The lobby manager also took out his mobile phone and squatted on the ground, snapping several photos. After taking the photos, the restaurant owner said, sign for me again. Sign here. The restaurant owner pointed to the old team uniform on his chest. Damn, I don't want to sign on a man's chest. But at this time, it's not easy to refuse. Duran had no choice but to bite the bullet and sign his name on the restaurant owner's chest. The restaurant owner laughed happily and said, haha, great. My old friends will be envious now. Especially old Tommy, who always boasted to me that his grandson is the goalkeeper of the Bucks Steel Horns. Now I can make his heart stent explode. Hahaha. What the hell is this hatred or resentment? Duran cleared his throat. Boss, please keep my meal here a secret. Of course, no problem. The restaurant owner smiled happily and said, boo, you are awesome. The next time I compete, I will bring all my friends to cheer you on. In addition, I will treat you to this meal today, so just eat as much as you want. Duran hurriedly said, how can I be so embarrassed? It should be. Please accept my insignificant gift. Okay then. Duran could only reluctantly agree. Excuse me, I wish you and your friends a happy meal. The restaurant owner bowed and walked out of the box happily. Rachel's face was full of shock. She thought Duran was just a nobody, but only now did she realize that Duran's influence in Southampton was so great. Duran is not a gigolo or a gigolo. No wonder Annie is so obsessed with him. Which little woman would not fall for this handsome guy who can pay £200,000 without blinking an eye and is also able to be respected by the locals? Rachel suddenly felt that what she said to Duran before was a bit embarrassing. Duran cleared her throat. Ms. Rachel, where were we talking just now? Rachel opened her mouth and said in a gentle tone after a long time, your name is Duran, right? Actually, what I mean is that between you and Annie, well, I can see that you really have true feelings. One of you is beautiful, the other is handsome, and both are excellent. It is normal for you to be attracted to each other. Damn Rachel, you changed so quickly. Duran laughed secretly in his heart. But Rachel continued, Anna's career is hard won. She has many enemies in Hollywood. If she has a scandal, there will definitely be many opponents who will exaggerate and laugh at her. Duran, if you really like her, you should consider her. These few words are finally acceptable. Duran nodded steadily. Ms. Rachel, it would be great if you had talked to me like this earlier. Don't worry, I will definitely consider Annie. We don't need to sign any confidentiality agreement, and I will never tell anyone about Annie and me. Rachel frowned slightly, but promises alone are useless. I think we should still sign an agreement. This time, she did not mention the hush money to Duran. Duran smiled, and when she was about to speak, there was another knock on the door. The female assistant Bella quickly put the sun hat that Annie had taken off on her back. Who is it again? Please come in. The great director Nolan pushed the door and walked in with his assistant and agent. When she saw Nolan, Rachel was stunned and hurried to greet him. Oh my god. Mr. Nolan, why are you here? Nolan is a genius director in Hollywood. His movies are all hits and unconventional. He has a very high status in the film industry. Hollywood agents all want to curry favor with big directors like Nolan so that they can find suitable roles for their stars. Nolan recognized Rachel, but couldn't call her name. He simply nodded and waved to Annie. "Hello, Annie. It seems I found the right room. I thought I was late." The genius playwright Mr. Guran should not have arrived yet. I really want to see him earlier. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Hollywood script negotiations full of pitfalls. What? Genius playwright Guran. Rachel froze. She couldn't figure out whether she was crazy or the great director Nolan was crazy. Annie walked up to Guran, took his hand without hesitation, and proudly introduced him to Nolan and the others. "Mr. Nolan, this is the genius playwright Guran you are looking for." What? Now it was the great director Nolan's turn to be shocked. He had guessed from Guran's Chinese name that Guran was of Chinese descent, or even Chinese, but he never thought that Guran was so young. "Annie, are you kidding me?" Nolan said with a smile. "I know that geniuses and masters usually like to play tricks on people. Ha ha ha. This is so funny. I almost got fooled." Guran smiled. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Nolan. I really am Guran, the creator of the hand-drawn script for Batman 3, The Dark Knight Rises." Nolan was completely stunned. "Oh my god. This is impossible. Are you really Guran? Is the hand-drawn script really your work?" "Actually, it's yours, but I was reborn, so it's mine." Guran smiled. "Yes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable." Nolan shook his head vigorously, took out a spinning top, and spun it on the table. Rachel." Nolan took a deep breath only when the spinning top stopped. "This is not a dream. This is really not a dream. Mr. Guran, I didn't expect you to be so young. You must be a Chinese who grew up in the United States and is deeply influenced by American culture, right? I know that Chinese are very smart and are elites in all walks of life." Guran smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Nolan, but I'm not Chinese. I'm a real Chinese and my nationality is Chinese." Nolan's pupils dilated in shock. "Oh my god. God. This is incredible. Mr. Guran, you are more talented than I thought. You are a genius among geniuses. The positioning and grasp of Gotham City in your hand-drawn manuscripts are so accurate, and it is very profound and thought-provoking. Your portrayal of the overall environment has raised the tone of the entire film to a new height. As for criticizing the corrupt and evil capitalism, we have been able to do this since childhood." Guran smiled. "I didn't think so much. I just followed my heart." Nolan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Great. You are really a genius. Moreover, you are such a young genius." Seeing Nolan so excited, Rachel next to him couldn't help but whisper to Annie, "What's going on? Isn't Guran a football student? How did he suddenly become a playwright?" Annie said proudly, "Rachel, I haven't had time to tell you yet. In order to let me return to Hollywood, Guran specially hand-painted a script for me. Look, after the great director Nolan read Guran's script, he immediately flew here." Rachel was stunned. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Annie rolled her eyes at Rachel. "Did you give him a chance? You came up and scolded Guran." Rachel hurriedly said, "I didn't scold him. I really didn't. Maybe my tone was a little unfriendly. Guran wouldn't mind, right?" Annie patted Rachel comfortingly. "Don't worry, Chinese men are very generous." Rachel was relieved. Nolan continued to say excitedly, "Mr. Guran, your hand-drawn script is really great. This is the best hand-drawn script I have ever seen since I started working in this industry. No shot is redundant. The setting of the characters and the development of the plot are all perfect. There is no need to modify or adjust it at all, and it can be directly filmed. I can't wait to know what kind of state you are in and how much time it took you to create such a strong script." Guran shrugged. "I wrote this hand-drawn script for Annie, and it took about 10 days. Nolan was shocked. "What? 10 days? Guran continued, well, it's indeed a bit slow, but there is a reason for that, because I have to train, compete, and sleep at night. Annie next to him was already blushing with shyness and happiness. Nalan was shocked and numb. Rachel couldn't stand a little. Fortunately Bella next to her helped her. It only took more than 10 days, and he still took time to hand draw it. Even the genius director Nalan admired him. He personally flew to come to ask for a meeting. This is no longer a genius. This is God. No wonder Annie fell in love with him. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder. Rachel regretted it so much. If he had known that Guran was so talented, he should not have asked Annie to stay away from Guran right away, but should have let Annie hold on tightly. Harder, harder. Nalan exclaimed excitedly. Oh my god. 10 days is considered slow? It took me more than half a year to write the script for Batman 2. I discussed and revised many drafts with my screenwriters, and revised them repeatedly during the filming process. And your script for Batman 3, Mr. Guran, is a completely mature work. Mr. Guran, you are an absolute playwright genius. I dare say that your talent has surpassed 99.99% of screenwriters in Hollywood. You know, Mr. Guran, after reading your hand-drawn script, my first feeling is that this script and my thinking have reached a completely unified frequency. I even feel that there is some kind of mysterious quantum entanglement between the two of us. I even suspect that I'm in a dream space and you are the me who traveled through another space dimension. Damn, Nalan, if you keep talking like this, you will get closer to the truth. Guran quickly said, no, 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 Mr. Nalan, you're too kind. In fact, I'm not a genius. The reason why I was able to hand draw Batman 3 is because I imitated the narrative style of your first 2 Batman films. The reason why you feel familiar and that our ideas are highly consistent is precisely because I hand drew by following your ideas so as to ensure the unity of the Batman trilogy. Mr. Nalan, you are the giant and I just stand on your shoulders. Hearing Guran call him a giant, Nalan became even more excited. Ha ha ha. Mr. Guran, thank you for saying that. It turns out that the person who understands me best in the world is not my parents, nor my wife, but you who have never met me. Nalan, don't be like this. What if you find out that I also understand other great directors very well? Will you think I'm a scumbag in the screenwriter world? Guran was suddenly a little amused. Nalan's excitement had not yet subsided. Gu, can I call you Gu directly? You can just call me Christopher. Because I think we are conjoined brothers. Guran smiled and said, of course. Great, Gu. I have another question that I want to know urgently. The hand-drawn script I saw was just a scanned document, but I can see that you seem to have drawn it with a pen, right? Guran nodded and said, yes. Nalan slapped his thigh. I knew it. You are a genius. A peerless genius. You hand-drawn it with a pen, without changing a single stroke. It's really amazing. Gu, tell me, which film and television company do you work for now? Guran smiled. Oh, Mr. Nalan, I mean, Christopher, I'm not a screenwriter, and I don't have a film and television company. In fact, I'm a football player. What? Nalan turned around and looked at Anne in shock for confirmation, and nodded at Nalan with pride on her face. Yes, Guran is a professional football player, and he hand drew the script just for me. Nalan was shocked. Oh my god. Nalan held his head with both hands, his expression exaggerated to the extreme. A professional football player? I can't believe it. Gu, your talent should be displayed in Hollywood. What kind of football are you still playing? Come to Hollywood. Let's work together. I promise that in less than 3 movies, you will become a master screenwriter that all Hollywood producers beg for. You will be deified in Hollywood. Your name will remain on the Avenue of Stars. It's so beautiful. But Guran smiled and said calmly, sorry Christopher, I really just want to play football. Nalan was surprised and said, Gu, you probably don't know the feeling of becoming a Hollywood star yet? Guran smiled and said, to be honest, I have imagined it, but that kind of success will not bring me more happiness than playing football. The dopamine pleasure brought by competitive sports is something that no other industry can achieve. Nalan took a deep breath and looked at the young Chinese in front of him again with a solemn eye. After a moment, Nalan gave Guran a thumbs up in admiration. Gu, I admire you so much. You are so young, but you can stick to your original intention and not be attracted by other temptations. I dare say that there are few people in this world who can be like you. No wonder you can hand draw such an outstanding script for Batman 3. Because you are an outstanding talent in yourself. People like you will be the best, no matter what they do. Of course, if you change your mind one day or retire from the court, please remember to come to me at any time and we will work together again. I think the two of us brothers will be able to make the best movie in the world together. Guran smiled and said, okay, Christopher, of course there is no problem. Guran secretly complained in his heart, it's just a few hand-drawn scripts. Do I need to go to Hollywood specifically? I can draw them casually when I have time. This kind of trivial matter can't delay my big event of becoming a football superstar. Seeing Guran agreed, Nalan rubbed his hands happily. Then, let's talk about the contract for Batman 3, The Dark Knight Rises now. Gu, do you have an agent? Guran shook his head. No. Rachel, who was next to him, immediately stepped forward and said, Mr. Guran, if you don't mind, I can help you negotiate this contract. I'm completely free, just as a friend's help. What the hell? When did we become friends? Ms. Rachel wanted to bite me to death a few minutes ago. Guran was a little embarrassed. Well, thank you. After all, she is Anne Hathaway's agent, so she always needs to have a sense of presence. Moreover, it is easier to have an agent present for trivial matters such as drafting a contract. Rachel said happily, that's great. Let's sit down and talk. By the way, do you want to talk while eating? Nalan waved his hand and said urgently, the contract is important. Let's finish the discussion first and then eat. Okay. Several people sat down on the sofa in the box. Rachel pulled Annie and arranged for her to sit next to Guran, while Rachel sat on the other side of Guran. Annie was immediately beaming with joy. Warner Brothers agent politely said to Guran, Mr. Guran, considering that you have not joined the Hollywood Writers Guild before and have no other plays, and based on the quality of your Batman 3, I will offer you $1.25 million on behalf of Warner Brothers. Believe me, we have discussed this price with Mr. Nalan. This price is absolutely sincere for a newcomer. If you agree, we can sign the contract directly. Rachel came to Guran's side and lowered her voice and said, Gu, this price is really good in the industry. The highest price for a Hollywood script auction at present is the screenwriter of Time and Space Clues in 2006, which sold for $5 million. However, that playwright has a high status in Hollywood, and he has a team of screenwriters under him, and you are not a member of the Hollywood Writers Guild. Warner Brothers can directly give you $1.25 million, which is indeed very sincere. Of course, you can keep your temper. After all, their first round of offers are so high. In theory, the price can be raised to about $1.5 million. In addition, you can also ask for something else, such as a share of net profit and a share of back-end revenue. Rachel has now completely transformed into Guran's group and is seriously giving advice to Guran. Guran smiled. Thank you for your reminder, Rachel. I roughly know what to do. Rachel smiled at Guran flatteringly. Why thank me? We are all family. Damn, Ms. Rachel, don't be like this. I still like your rebellious look. Guran cleared his throat and said to the Warner agent, let's not talk about the price issue first. If you want to use my hand-drawn script, you must agree to a prerequisite first. The agent immediately said, please speak. Guran said, I require that the actress who plays Catwoman must be Anne Hathaway. Otherwise, I would rather burn this script than give it to you. And next to him was immediately filled with happiness. Rachel was also so excited that she couldn't control herself. See, it turns out that they are a family. Guran, this young man, is really great. Warner's agent hesitated for a moment. Mr. Guran, I'm afraid you should know that casting requires a series of auditions, and then the director and production team will have a meeting to discuss. This requires a very professional process, and it is not up to the screenwriter to decide. Nalan next to him smiled. Boo, don't worry, I can promise you here that this is completely fine. I'm the director and producer of this movie, and I have the absolute right to choose the heroine. Annie is very good. Although the role of Catwoman, which is both good and evil, charming and naughty, may be a challenge for her, when I saw Annie, I found that she is much more beautiful than before, and her eyes are more smart. I believe she can successfully control the role of Catwoman. Annie said happily, "Thank you, Mr. Nolan. This role was designed specifically for me by Goo. I can do all the difficult actions that Catwoman can do. I'm very confident that I can play the role of Catwoman well." Rachel also said excitedly, "Yes, our Annie is the best." Nolan smiled and said, "Then it's settled. Just write this clause into the contract." Duran nodded slightly. "Then, we can continue to discuss the offer." The agent breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Are you satisfied with the $1.25 million script buyout price?" Duran shook his head, "No." After that, Duran didn't say another word, just waiting for the agent to be in a state of panic. This is also a negotiation skill for an agent contract. Rachel next to him couldn't help but secretly sighed. Duran, this kid, is really amazing. His mentality can be so stable under such great negotiation pressure. The more I watch him, the more I like him. Annie, you are so lucky. You got such a good cabbage." The agent said nervously, "Mr. Duran, the price of $1.25 million is really high. After all, you are not a member of the Hollywood Writers Guild yet. Of course, we can help you go through the relevant procedures and let you become a member of the Hollywood Writers Guild. In this way, you can enjoy the net profit share, and our buyout price can be appropriately increased." Rachel hurriedly reminded Duran in a low voice, "Boo, if you want to become a member of the Hollywood Writers Guild, then you must first join a film and television company registered in Hollywood. They actually want to sign you to Warner. Although this is beneficial, the benefit to you is small, and the benefit to them is huge. Because once you join Warner and become a screenwriter for Warner, any script you write in the future must be supplied to Warner first." Duran nodded slightly at Rachel, "I understand." Then he listened to Warner and the agent continued, "There are many benefits to becoming a member of the Hollywood Writers Guild. For example, after you get the buyout fee in batches, you can also enjoy an additional 5% minus 2.5% of the net profit income after the film is released. Original scripts can get 5% of the net profit income, while adapted scripts can get 2.5% of the net profit income. Although the story of Batman 3 you created is original, the characters are all copyrighted, so theoretically you can only get 2.5% of the net profit. Of course, Warner Brothers is willing to show its sincerity and give you a 5% share of the net profit. I have to say that the American film industrialization system is really awesome. At least screenwriters are treated as human beings. Screenwriters may not have much say, but the remuneration and share are still very impressive. But what is more awesome than the Hollywood Writers Guild is the Hollywood Accounting Agency. Net profit is not box office revenue. Hollywood accounting agencies always have various ways to convert a box office hit into a net profit of a few cents, or even loss. Therefore, this net profit sounds good, but there are not many Hollywood screenwriters who can really get it. As a 12-year leader in this era, Duran has never been in Hollywood, but he has seen a lot of this kind of capitalist pie in the sky game. The real profit is by no means the so-called net profit, but box office share and back-end income. Duran didn't wait for Rachel to give him a hint and said directly, "I don't want net profit, I just want box office share and back-end income." Warner's agent was stunned. Rachel couldn't help but be stunned. She originally wanted to remind Duran, but she didn't expect Duran to understand it. Rachel really likes Duran, this calm young man, more and more. Warner's agent cleared his throat. "Mr. Duran, you may not know much about the operating model of our Hollywood. The box office share is only for directors, producers, investors, production companies, distributors, theaters, and cinemas. Actors, staff, and screenwriters cannot participate in the box office share. You can only get a share of the net profit." Duran smiled. "Okay, then treat it as an investment. I will take this script as an investment. I don't want any of the buyout fee you want to give me. I only want 1% of the global box office share and 5% of the back-end revenue share. You should also know that my request is not excessive." As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked. Is this really something that young people who have never been to Hollywood can think of? 1% of the global box office share is quite high for an individual, and generally only top directors can get it. For example, Nolan can get a guaranteed share of 5% of the global box office in this film. Of course, Hollywood movies were not at their peak in 2010, and Nolan was not one of the top directors. When he was filming Dunkirk, Nolan was a director, screenwriter, and producer, and he could get 20% of the global box office share. Now, with Guran's identity, asking for 1% of the global box office share is indeed a bit high, but not outrageous. What really makes Warner's agent uncomfortable is the 5% share requirement of back-end income. The so-called back-end income actually refers to the income from other channels after the film is released. For example, it is burned into a DVD, such as the income from paid viewing on TV media, such as the income from paid viewing on online media. Back-end income has zero cost, and will not be calculated in the box office and profit of the movie. And this is actually the real big head. For example, the movie Shawshank Redemption had a budget of $25 million when it was filmed, and the box office reached $58 million that year. In terms of profit, it did not make any money, and even lost money. However, in the era of the internet explosion, this highly rated movie has a high annual broadcast volume. According to the global back-end income, the two leading actors Morgan Freeman and Tim Robbins can get at least hundreds of thousands of dollars from this movie every year. Yes, you don't have to do anything. As long as there are people watching The Shawshank Redemption, the screenwriters and actors can receive money every year. Not only screenwriters, directors, and leading actors, but also actors with lines, can get continuous profit sharing from the back-end income. There was a little actor in Titanic who only had one line. He was only 7 or 8 years old at the time. Since then, he has received about $30,000 in back-end share income every year. He successfully completed his studies with this money. 5% of the back-end income is not much, but accumulated year after year, it is also very terrifying. What's more, Guran was very sure that the global box office of Batman 3 would set a new record and reach $1.08 billion. 1% of $1.08 billion is also $10.8 million. Moreover, Guran's hand-drawn Batman 3 adds many better factors. In addition, Annie has been trained by him personally, so it would be strange if it doesn't become a hit. Maybe it can even break the global box office of $1.2 billion. The long-term $10.8 million plus the 5% back-end income. Isn't this better than just taking the buyout fee of $1.25 million? Chapter 184 Farewell Anne. KN is broken. Faced with Guran's request, Warner's agent suddenly felt a headache. He thought Guran was just a Chinese who knew nothing, but he didn't expect Guran to be much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. After Warner's agent sorted out his thoughts, he said, "Mr. Guran, in fact, it's not impossible to negotiate the total box office share and the back-end share, but your asking price is too high. After all, you haven't produced any works before." Guran didn't look at the Warner agent well. "So, you just give the price based on the person instead of the work, right?" Warner's agent shrugged and said, "No, what I mean is that if you are famous, there will definitely be greater benefits, but now, you are obviously not that famous, and your asking price does not match your status." Warner's agent continued, "This is not targeting you, I'm just stating a fact. The situation you mentioned, that Hollywood gives screenwriters a share of the total box office does exist, but those screenwriters are generally top names, and they are also directors or producers such as Mr. Nolan. There is almost no box office share for screenwriters alone. Even if there is, it is definitely not a guaranteed share, but a share without a guaranteed share. A share without a guaranteed share means there is an element of gambling, such as the total box office must reach a certain point before the share conditions can be triggered. Also, the current highest total box office share is 0.06%. In addition, the Film Association and the distributor will take the lion's share of the back-end revenue, and the screenwriter can only get 2.5% at most. So according to your status and position in Hollywood, Mr. Guran, we can probably only give you 0.02% of the total box office share and 1% of the back-end revenue share. Believe me, Mr. Guran, this is definitely the highest treatment you can get for your first script writing. Warner's agent's words were well reasoned. If Guran hadn't been a reborn person, he would have been convinced by his words. But unfortunately, Guran didn't buy it. Guran smiled coldly. Mr. Agent, I really don't have any fame in Hollywood. But your Warner company is not an ordinary company. You are a film and television company that has produced world-class movies such as Casablanca, The Matrix, Batman, Harry Potter, and The Lord of the Rings. You should not be like small film and television companies that serve dishes based on fame, but should focus on real materials. Guran said confidently, and I'm the real material. I didn't ask for a sky-high price right away. I just think my talent is worth the price. I can say responsibly that my hand-drawn script can at least shorten your shooting progress by more than 2 times. Your shooting period is shortened, which also means that you can save a lot of venue fees and cast and crew fees. You will definitely not lose money. Of course, if you think I'm easy to bully and easy to talk to because I'm Chinese, then you are wrong. I won't sell this script at a low price, even if I throw it in a corner and put it aside. Warner's agent was shocked by Guran's attitude. As an agent, he has met many Chinese in Hollywood. Most of them are honest, and they are careful in what they say and do. They never refute anything, and they are even a little overly submissive. Therefore, this agent has a natural stereotype that all black-haired and yellow-skinned people are easy to fool. But what he didn't expect was that Guran was not what he thought. Guran is very tough. Warner's agent broke out in a cold sweat. Rachel next to her was also secretly anxious. She was worried that if Guran really didn't sell the script, then Anne would lose the opportunity to work with Nolan and play Catwoman. Rachel quickly winked at Anne on the other side and frowned and said, Mr. Agent, are you discriminating? Rachel, wait. I'm not asking you to stand up for Guran. Warner's agent wiped the sweat off his face quickly. No, Ms. Hathaway. It's absolutely not like that. Guran smiled generously. I believe he is not. Otherwise, I would have turned the table over. Warner's agent said quickly. Yes, I'm not. I really am not. Annie nodded slightly. In short, I support all of Guran's decisions. This hand-drawn script belongs to Guran, and Guran has the right to ask for a price. I also think that Guran's offer is fair and reasonable, and he is not deliberately asking for an exorbitant price. Even if I can't play Catwoman because of this, I don't care. Anyway, if she doesn't play Catwoman, she can find an opportunity to stay and pester Guran to hand-draw a new script. Annie felt very happy. Warner's agent quickly changed to a more respectful attitude and said carefully, Mr. Guran, maybe what I said just now was not very good, but please believe that our Warner company is sincere to you. If we are not sincere, we will not rush here immediately. I sincerely suggest that you do not adopt the model of box office sharing and back-end sharing. You can directly take a buyout fee. We can increase the buyout fee to $1.8 million and pay it to you in one lump sum. As long as you agree, you can get this huge sum of money now, directly increasing from 1.25 million installments to a one-time payment of 1.8 million. Such treatment is definitely very sincere and very tempting. However, Guran did not take $1.8 million seriously at all. This period is a World Cup period. Guran gambles every now and then, and now he has £1.5 million in his hand. Guran said coldly, I don't want a buyout fee, I just want the total box office and back-end sharing. Otherwise, there is no need for us to talk anymore. Just have a meal and go home. That's right. That's how they should be. They can shoot it or not. If not, I'll still play football. Warner's agent panicked and looked at Nolan for help. When Nolan heard that Guran was not going to sell the hand-drawn script of Batman 3, he hurriedly said, Boo, don't. Such a good script can't be left lying in the corner gathering dust. Isn't it just a question of profit sharing? This is easy. I'll ask Warner to modify my contract. I'll take less of the total box office share and back-end revenue share and give my share to you. Guran smiled and said, No, Christopher, you may not understand. This is not a question of how much money you have, but a question of recognition. My request is not excessive. If Warner and DC recognize me, they should give me this treatment, because I deserve it. How about this? I'll take a step back and show my sincerity. Let's make a bet. If the global box office of Batman 3 cannot exceed $1.2 billion, I will give you my script for free, without a penny. $1.2 billion? Everyone present was shocked by Guran's words. And he anxiously pulled Guran's clothes. Gu. A box office of $1.2 billion is too difficult. It is almost impossible to reach. Rachel also hurriedly persuaded, yes, Gu. It's better to be safe. There are not many movies with a global box office of $1 billion now. $1.2 billion is simply impossible. Guran smiled and said, since I dare to bet like this, I have this confidence. If the total box office of Batman 3 is less than $1.2 billion, then not only will I give you the script for free, but I will also give you a hand-painted script Interstellar for free in the future. Upon hearing this, Warner's agent and the great director Nolan's eyes lit up. It's too cool to get 2 genius level free scripts without spending a penny, right? The agent asked anxiously, Mr. Guran, are you sure you want to do this? Nolan said excitedly, Interstellar? It must be a good name. Gu, tell me quickly, what kind of story is this? Guran smiled and said, this is a story about quantum entanglement and human thinking. Wow. Nolan shook his legs excitedly. Oh my god. Quantum entanglement. Isn't this the topic I want to express most? Gu, please hand draw this script quickly. I beg you. Guran smiled and said, no hurry, let's take it step by step and finish Batman 3 first. Mr. Agent, I'm sure I want to bet with you like this. You'd better make a decision as soon as possible. I don't want to be involved too much energy because of the script. After all, my main job is playing football, and I'm about to play in the finals of the national competition. I don't want to be distracted by the script. Okay. The agent said quickly, I will discuss it with the senior executives of Warner and DC right away. After that, the agent got up and left the room and went outside to make a separate phone call to report. Taking advantage of this time, Guran asked Bella to call the waiter to serve the dishes, and they ate while waiting for the results. 10 minutes later, Warner's agent came in with a red face holding the phone. Mr. Guran, I have just communicated with the senior executives. The senior executives generally believe that you are a rare genius, so although we have not had such a precedent for sharing before, we are willing to create such a precedent for you when the total box office exceeds $1.2 billion. We will activate your 1% and 5% back-end income of the total box office. Haha. Great. Nolan applauded happily. This means that he can start filming directly with Guran's hand-drawn script. Anne and Rachel are naturally very happy and he can play the classic role of Catwoman. Guran also smiled faintly. Very good. Then prepare the contract. The script matter can finally come to an end. The rest is to go through the process and then say goodbye to Anne, and then you can devote yourself to the finals. Warner's agent didn't care about eating and immediately took out his laptop to modify the details on the standard contract template. Rachel also helped to draft the gambling contract. After both sides worked together for more than half an hour, the gambling agreement and the script contract were drafted. Nolan's assistant borrowed a printer from the restaurant and printed out the two contracts. Rachel carefully reviewed them first and then handed the agreement and contract that were fine to Guran. Guran simply looked at a few key points, confirmed that there were no problems, and signed his name on the gambling agreement and the script contract. Done. All three parties are happy. Warner Brothers felt that they had taken a big advantage. After all, a total box office of $1.2 billion was an almost impossible height to reach, and they felt that they could get 2 scripts from Guran for free. Rachel also felt that she had taken a big advantage and got the role of Catwoman without doing anything. As for Guran, it was even better. Living with Anne for so long, getting the talent point bubbles for so long for free, and hand drawing the script of Batman 3 by the way, and taking this opportunity to open the channel to Hollywood. It was really great. Nolan stood up and shook hands with Guran to say goodbye. Gu, I will go back to prepare for the crew of Batman 3 and try to start shooting within a week. Oh, by the way, Annie, you have to go back to the United States as soon as possible. DC will give you some Catwoman training before you join the crew. Without waiting for Annie to answer, Rachel hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Mr. Nolan. We have booked the plane ticket for this afternoon, and we will be back to the United States tomorrow and start working." Although Annie was very reluctant, she still said to Nolan very professionally, "Yes, Mr. Nolan, I'm very much looking forward to working with you." Guran also smiled and said, "Christopher, I wish you a safe journey." Before leaving, Nolan couldn't help but say, "Boo, please take some time to hand draw the interstellar you mentioned and show it to me." Guran smiled and said, "Okay, wait until I'm free. As for when I'm free, it depends on when I'm happy." After getting Guran's promise, Nolan happily left the restaurant with his agent and assistant. After leaving a few tips, Guran also left the restaurant with Annie, Rachel, and Bella. Now, it's time to say goodbye to Annie. Several people walked to the parking space on the side of the road. Rachel deliberately pulled Bella to create space between Annie and Guran. Before Guran could speak, Annie was already crying. "Boo, I can't bear to leave you. When I think of the happiness we once had together, I can't bear to leave you even more." Light a bright red talent point bubble was immediately generated under Annie's feet. This was the second talent point bubble she dropped today. Guran also looked reluctant. "Annie, don't cry. I will feel bad. We are just temporarily separated, not forever." As he spoke, Guran hugged Annie while concentrating his mind and collected Anna's last talent point bubble through the air. Annie leaned in Guran's arms. "Boo, will you come to Hollywood to see me?" Guran nodded and said, "Yes, Annie, as long as I have time, I will definitely come to see you." Annie said with tears in her eyes, "Well, Boo, I'll wait for you. Goodbye, Annie. Kiss me please, just like you have done thousands of times." Annie closed her eyes and offered her flaming red lips. So, Guran played handball while kissing Annie affectionately. Ahem. Rachel appeared beside them with a stern face. Annie hugged Guran tightly, fearing that she would be separated by Rachel. Guran also frowned slightly. "Not even a farewell kiss, isn't this too much?" Then Rachel lectured in a parental tone. "Annie, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but why can't you remember your identity as a Hollywood star? This is on the street. What if you are recognized? And the key now is not you, but Boo. If you do this, it will bring a lot of unnecessary trouble to Boo. You are not a child anymore. You should think more about Boo." Annie was about to refute. Guran, why do I feel like a mother-in-law protecting her son-in-law? What are you still doing? Rachel urged. "Get in the car. Hurry up." "Damn, this change is really too big." Guran said a little embarrassedly. "Let's not do it." Annie said to Rachel excitedly. "Thank you, Rachel. We will be quick." After that, Annie pulled Guran into the backseat of the Porsche Cayenne. Bella asked cautiously, "Rachel, didn't you oppose them being together before?" Rachel rolled her eyes at Bella in annoyance. "I never opposed it. From the first time I saw Guran, I knew he was very capable." Annie is a little naive, but Annie's vision is not low. Of course, the man Annie likes is an excellent man. "Bella," Rachel said again. "Okay, don't just stand there. Hurry up." Bella's eyes lit up. "Shall I go in and say goodbye to Guran too? There is such a good thing. Although nothing has happened between Guran and me, Guran has seen the photos of me without any clothes on. If it is based on the order of first come first served, I'm ahead of Annie. It is only right to go in and say goodbye. Nothing wrong." Rachel scolded. "What are you thinking about every day? I mean, come and stand next to the car with me to block the glass for them, so that they won't be discovered by passers-by." Oh, Bella stood up quickly. "Alas, young lovers, you must have a lot of private things to say when you say goodbye. As someone who has been through this, I can understand it very well." "Rachel, you are such a good agent," Bella complimented at the right time. "That's right, haha." Rachel laughed particularly happily when she thought that Annie really made a fortune this time. After a while, the shock absorber spring of the Porsche Cayenne began to shake violently. Bella said in astonishment, "Rachel, what's wrong? Why did the car suddenly start to shake?" Probably. Rachel looked back and turned her head quickly. "Young people nowadays. I just asked them to communicate in the car, not to communicate like that." Bella looked curiously. "What's that? Oh my god. Oh. Don't look. Why are you still shouting? Then what should we do now? The car is shaking too much. Rachel said, don't panic. Don't panic. Let's dance together so that passers-by won't think it's strange. Come, follow this rhythm, I can't keep up a bit. Chapter 185. The national competition finals are about to begin. Are you asking me to play a fixed match? After a long while, Annie got out of the car with a flushed face. Her hair was messy, the black stockings on her legs were gone, and her body was even more delicate and weak. Annie asked curiously, what's wrong with you? Rachel rolled her eyes at Annie, but didn't say anything, just silently gave Annie and Guran a thumbs up. It was not until now that Rachel completely understood why Annie was so obsessed with Guran. This young man who is engaged in sports is really too fierce. Bella looked at the time and reminded her, Annie, if you don't leave now, you have to change your flight ticket. Finally, it was time to say goodbye. Annie hooked her arm around Guran's neck and said with reluctance, Boo, I can't bear to leave you. Guran also hugged Anna's small waist and said affectionately, Annie, I can't bear to leave you either. The two kissed each other passionately again. Rachel, Bella, are you two going to stop? Rachel cleared her throat and said, Annie, we really have to leave. After we return to the United States, we still have a lot of work to do. Got it? Annie kissed Guran deeply. Boo, goodbye. Be sure to remember me. Well, goodbye, Annie, and have a safe journey. Guran gave Annie a final hug. Rachel smiled at Guran and said, Boo, thank you for taking care of Annie during this period. I misunderstood you before and said a lot of things I shouldn't have said. Please don't take it to heart. Guran smiled and said, how could that be? I know you are doing this for Annie's own good, and I'm doing this for Annie's own good. We are the same. Of course, I still hope that you will try not to be too strict with Annie and give her appropriate private space. Rachel nodded and assured, yes, yes. Goo, don't worry, through what happened today, I have changed. It is really a blessing in Anna's life to find a boyfriend like you. I will no longer use a paternalistic approach to control her in the future. I also hope that you can communicate more. Guran smiled and said, aren't you afraid that we will have a scandal? Rachel smiled with a beaming eyebrow. A scandal between big stars, that's hot. Goo, Anna's vision is right. You will be a big star sooner or later. Even if you are not a football star, you will be a Hollywood star. After Batman 3 is released, countless Hollywood stars will come to you to ask for scripts. Guran smiled dumbly. Writing scripts is just my side job. I still just want to play football. Rachel did not refute, just smiled and said, I wish you victory in the national finals. Goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye. Guran nodded politely. Bella next to him opened her mouth and wanted to talk to Guran. After hesitating for a long time, Bella said shyly, Mr. Guran, in fact, you have seen my photos. Guran looked puzzled. What? I have seen so many photos, who knows which one is you? Bella finally did not muster up the courage to say it, and hurriedly followed Annie and Rachel into the car. Guran waved to Annie, and Annie kept blowing kisses to Guran. It was not until Rachel stepped on the accelerator that the two people's show of affection ended. Guran breathed a sigh of relief. The long-term and stable talent points are gone. At this moment, Guran was really very reluctant. In the future, the talent point bubbles will not be so easy to deal with. However, fortunately, after more than 20 days of getting along, my physical attributes have basically improved. Even if I acquire talent points slowly later, it won't be a big problem. After Annie leaves, I can concentrate on playing in the national finals. That's right. Women will only affect my football. Now, the first thing to do is to repair the car. Guran looked back at the KN with a broken shock spring and felt a little distressed. Guran put on sunglasses and a baseball cap, drove the car to the Porsche repair center, and paid twice the price for an expedited repair. After replacing the new shock spring, it was already around 5:30 in the afternoon. Guran originally planned to go to the club to watch the U18 youth training in the afternoon, so as not to waste the remaining progress of today's pickup, but now it seems a little too late. It's a pity that I can't see Mrs. Coy who accompanied the trial today. It's all because of the delay of the script contract. If the script contract could be finalized an hour earlier, I could see it, and I could pick up the training bubble of the U18 player. There are still 7 pickup progress left today, and I can't just give it up like this. If I go to the Graup gym, I will be surrounded by people asking for autographs. Guran thought about it, and finally decided to drive to the nearby city of Winchester and find a gym to pick up. After driving for an hour, Guran arrived at a gym in Winchester smoothly. As expected, no one knew him here. Local stars really have limitations. Guran took off his baseball cap and sunglasses boldly and strolled back and forth in the gym. In less than half an hour, Guran picked up 7 bubbles of strength special training and physical special training. These 7 training results did not reach 100 hours with the remaining training results before, so no new talent points were exchanged. However, today's pickup progress was not wasted. After the pickup progress was achieved, Guran drove back to the Dune Villa, made himself a simple nutritious dinner, and ate it all, took a shower, used the liquid nitrogen freezing space capsule and sauna steam room, and then went to bed early. The whole bed was filled with the scent of Annie. Guran tossed and turned for a long time before he finally fell asleep. The next morning, Guran was habitually woken up by his own swelling. Ever since his physical fitness improved rapidly, his young body has become increasingly out of control. Alas, Guran smiled helplessly and got up to eat breakfast. Today is the training day to return to school. After 3 days of training at school, it will be the national finals. From now on, every minute cannot be wasted. We must devote ourselves to preparations and win the national championship. Just as Guran was about to go out, after finishing his nutritious breakfast, the phone in his pocket rang. Guran picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from an unfamiliar number. Guran hung up casually, but the phone number continued to call in relentlessly. Guran frowned slightly, then pressed the answer button. A male voice with a strong London accent and a proud voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, are you Mr. Guran from Southampton High School?" Guran replied coldly, "Yes, who are you?" The other party introduced himself. "Hello, Mr. Guran, I'm the head of the sports department of Westminster School, Ted Arroyo. I'm calling you on behalf of our entire Westminster School. We have a good proposal to discuss with you. I wonder if you are interested?" Guran immediately realized what the guys from Westminster School wanted to do. Deliberately poaching before the finals. Westminster School is really a typical Anglo-Saxon style. Guran sneered. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in discussing topics with the enemy team. Besides, even if I'm interested, don't you know that my game is registered with Southampton High School, and it is impossible for me to represent your Westminster School?" Ted on the other end of the phone laughed. "We don't need you to play for us, we just need you not to play. Or even if you play, you know." "Damn, are you asking me to play a fixed match? Drafted?" Sure enough, when people become famous, all kinds of messy things will come to them. Guran was furious and was ready to start cursing in a second, but Guran calmed down in an instant. After being reborn, Guran's life experience is already very rich. He knew that, since the other party dared to call so unscrupulously, it is very likely that there is a trick. And now there is no recording software on Guran's Apple phone, so there is no way to fix the evidence. Therefore, it is still necessary to stabilize the other party first. Guran immediately suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a calm tone, "I'm about to drive now. It is not convenient to talk to you in detail. Why don't you call me again at noon and tell me in detail?" Sure enough, you are a smart person. Teddle smiled and said, "Of course, no problem. We will contact each other at noon." After hanging up the phone, Guran calmed down his emotions and drove to school. Things like match fixing are absolutely intolerable. Even if Guran is not a professional player now, he will never do such things as match fixing. Not only will they not do it, but they will also have to catch these guys who secretly arrange the match fixing one by one. Half an hour later, Guran drove to the vicinity of the school, parked the car, and climbed over the low wall to enter the training ground. At this time, the players of the Bucks Steel Horns also arrived at the training ground early. When everyone saw Guran coming, they greeted Guran enthusiastically. "Hi Gu. Why are you so late today? Did you stay up too late with your girlfriend last night?" "Haha. Goo. Then you will definitely not be able to outrun us today. Goo. A tabloid reporter said that your personal assistant is the big star Anne Hathaway. Is this true? Goo smiled, neither admitted nor denied it, but said in the tone of a person who has experienced it, just play well. As long as you play well, you can find any female star. The whole training ground suddenly exploded. Fuck. It seems to be true. Oh my god, I've said it before, the female assistant next to Goo looks like a big star, right? Goo, you really make us envious. Goo, you really didn't lie to me. From now on, I must play football well. Before the official warm-up, the bubbles of teammates fell all over the floor. Goo was not polite and directly concentrated his mind to collect 10 training bubbles through the air. The total training time also exceeded 100 hours, and 1 talent point was automatically exchanged. In this way, Goo saved 5 talent points in his mind. Goo was about to do warm-up running training with his teammates, and the club's team doctor Mayfu hurried into the training ground. Hey, Goo. Don't train yet, let me check the injury on your instep first. Okay. Goo sat down on the bench helplessly and took off the shoes he had just changed. There is no way, it's the club's property. Mayfu carefully checked it and nodded with satisfaction. You've recovered very well. It seems that you listened to the doctor's advice these 2 days and didn't do strenuous exercise. Whether it's strenuous or not is not up to you. That's up to Annie, my Annie. Goo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Mayfu, can I train now? Yes, but I will supervise you throughout the whole process. Your training intensity can only reach the moderate range at most. Otherwise, I will stop at any time. Okay, Mayfu. Goo put on his sneakers and quickly gathered with his teammates. The warm-up run began, and Goo continued to lead the way. Mayfu hurriedly shouted, Goo, moderate range. Moderate range. Goo shouted while running. Oh, I know. After shouting, Goo continued to accelerate. Maverick shouted in horror, Goo, how come you are running faster and faster? Goo replied, Maverick, didn't you tell me to run at a moderate speed? This is my moderate speed. Maverick, after 15 minutes of warm-up, Goo ran 4.5 kilometers easily without changing his expression or breathing, and his body was only slightly sweating. This pace reached more than 3.5 minutes per kilometer, which is already the top god level among amateur runners. Under the stimulation of Goo the other teammates also ran their personal highest paces today. It is obvious that the main players of the Bucks Steelhorns did not relax themselves during the 2-day vacation, but maintained sufficient physical strength. The national championship is everyone's dream. After the warm-up run, the whole team, led by the captain Mayan Bayo, did warm-up exercises. Head coach Carter walked into the training ground with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face. Before the formal training in the morning, Carter gathered the players together as usual to give a speech. Everyone is in very good condition. I'm very satisfied. We still have one last game to play. Just relax and don't have any psychological pressure. I believe everyone has also seen the school team intelligence. Our next opponent is the missionary team of Westminster School. Arlen, that bastard, was poached by Westminster School. My requirements are not high, but I must never let Arlen walk out of the stadium with a smile. Let that son of a bitch know that without him, our Bucks Steelhorns team can still play well. Do you understand? I understand. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team responded in unison with excitement. Coach Carter waved his hand. Okay, let's start training. The morning training is mainly physical training. Physical fitness is the advantage of the Bucks Steelhorns team. The last game is against the missionary team. It is too late to temporarily make up for the shortcomings. Then strengthen your strengths and continue to defend and counterattack and consume the opponent's physical energy. Sometimes this method seems simple and clumsy, but it is actually the most effective. As the ace of the team, Goo trained alone with resistance band sprints. For the whole morning, Goo sprinted back and forth more than 200 times, and 2 groups of substitutes responsible for pulling the elastic bands collapsed from exhaustion. Maeve and Gregory were terrified and nervous watching from the sidelines, fearing that Goo would be injured. After the morning training, Maeve and Gregory hurriedly carried Goo to the locker room. You two, I'm fine. Maeve and Gregory didn't care about that. Maeve took off Guran's shoes and checked his legs, and Gregory directly used a fashion knife to massage Guran to eliminate the accumulation of nicotine. Guran screamed for more than 20 minutes before the fashion knife therapy ended. Guran was soaked in sweat, but his whole body was also very comfortable. At this time, Coach Carter walked into the locker room with a smile. Boo. Just now old Rice called me and said that he has already dealt with the second FAR veteran. As long as he can deal with 2 more, your labor certification hearing will be no problem. Old Rice is really awesome. But the word deal seems to be a bit grey. I have heard that the FAR is very corrupt, and it seems to be somewhat credible. But no matter how bad it is, it can still be worse than the previous one. Guran cleared his throat. Thank you, Mr. Rice. Thank you, Coach. Coach Carter smiled and said, what are you thanking me for? Isn't this what I should do? Goo, you are now the rising star of Southampton Club, so it's not just old Rice who is doing his best. All the fans of Southampton hope to see you put on the red and white jersey as soon as possible. You should take a rest first and reduce the amount of training in the afternoon by half, so as to maintain your physical fitness for the final decisive battle. I'm also counting on you to beat up that bastard Olin and vent my anger for me. Guran immediately said, Coach, don't worry, I will definitely help you vent this anger. Coach Carter patted Guran on the shoulder. Good job. Guran took a breath of cold air and then said, oh, by the way, Coach, I have something to tell you. Coach Carter smiled and said, what is it? Guran said, this morning, the head of the sports department of Westminster School called me and asked me to play a fake game. What? Coach Carter's face changed instantly and he gnashed his teeth and roared, it's Westminster School again. These bastards. They just rely on the fact that they are a famous school and do whatever they want here. The good atmosphere of youth football has been ruined by this kind of crappy public school. Damn it. Go. Tell me his phone number. I want to call him back and scold him to death. By the way, you didn't agree to him, did you? Guran said firmly. Coach, do you think I can agree? I hate match fixing the most. Coach Carter was relieved immediately. That's good. That's good. Arlen is a dog, but you are not. Guran, Coach, are you praising me or praising me? Coach Carter seemed to realize that his praise was a bit inappropriate and quickly said, boo, you are the best. You are the best. Goodbye, Coach, you are good at poor, but you are far inferior to Annie in praising. Anna's big mouth is so big. How could I, such a serious person, have such an indecent thought? Guran quickly cleared his mind of the messy thoughts, cleared his throat and said, Coach, I deliberately asked him to call me again at noon because I couldn't record the evidence in the morning. I know you have a DV camera. I would like to ask you to record the entire conversation between us later and then submit it to the English Football Association as evidence. Coach Carter clapped his hands and laughed. Ha. This is good. This is more satisfying than me scolding him. Let's do it. Goo, you are still thoughtful. Westminster School, you have done so many ugly things, and this time you ran into me and Guran. You just wait for bad luck. Coach Carter immediately prepared the DV camera. As soon as 12 o'clock passed, Guran's phone rang as expected. Guran picked up the phone and saw that it was the strange number calling in the morning. Guran immediately made a gesture to Coach Carter, and Coach Carter pressed the record button. Chapter 186 Additional red card. The anger was ignited. Guran, I'm the son of destiny. Guran picked up his mobile phone and showed the caller ID displayed on the phone to the DV camera. After securing the evidence, he pressed the hands-free answer button. The phone immediately came with the proud London accent of Ted Arroyo. Hello, Mr. Guran. What do you think about what I mentioned to you this morning? Guran deliberately said, I'm sorry, I've been called too many times recently. Please introduce yourself again, and what you want to talk to me about. Teddle smiled dumbly. Haha, Mr. Guran forgot so quickly. I'm Teddle Arroyo, the head of the sports department of Westminster School. I called you just to ask you not to participate in the finals of the national competition. If you really want to participate, you can. As long as you play passively, we won't treat you unfairly. Guran smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, what you call passive competition, to put it bluntly, is to let me play a fake game, right? Teddle smiled and said, "Mr. Guran, don't say it so harshly. The national competition is just an amateur competition. Since it is an amateur competition, don't take it so seriously." Guran said coldly, "You are doing this blatantly. Aren't you afraid that the English Football Association will track you down?" Teddle laughed and said, "Mr. Guran, you are still too young, and you take the victory in the amateur competition too seriously. We are a world-class school. We don't really care about amateur competitions, but we want this honor. With this honor, it is icing on the cake for our school. We have won many national championships. We are the face of British secondary schools. Even if the English Football Association knows about it, they won't do anything to us." How arrogant. How shameless. Guran took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in his heart. "Go on." Teddle became more and more excited. "Mr. Guran, we know your strength. The fact that a super bad team like the Bucks Steelhorns can reach the semi-finals is actually all thanks to you. And we also know that you have now obtained a professional contract with the Southampton club. That is to say, whether you participate in the finals of the national competition or not, it doesn't matter to your future. Why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to make your life easier? Even if you want to participate, or are embarrassed to refuse the Bucks Steelhorns' request for you to participate, it doesn't matter. We just need you to show fatigue in the second half, can't hold the ball, and make many mistakes. That's it. Leave the rest to us. Without you, we play against the Bucks Steelhorns. Isn't it like kicking garbage? Drafted." Guran cursed secretly in his heart. Then Teddle continued to say proudly, "Mr. Guran, you have made history for the Bucks Steelhorns. They all regard you as a hero. You have also achieved success in your school. There is no need to fight for them anymore. Even if you fight, you can't lead 10 trash by yourself, right? You will still lose to our missionaries in the end. And now as long as you are willing to play passively, we can give you a great benefit, and you may even benefit from it for life. This deal is quite cost effective." Guran suppressed his anger and asked, "Oh, I want to hear what benefits you can give me." Teddle felt that this matter was basically half successful, so his tone became more proud. "Mr. Guran, you are a smart person. I won't hide anything when communicating with smart people. As long as you play passively, we can provide you with an anonymous scholarship. This scholarship is £26,500. Damn, that's it? More than £20,000 want to buy you to play a fake game?" Guran sneered. "You guys gave me so much." Teddle heard the disdain in Guran's tone, and then said, "Don't worry, Mr. Guran, it's not over yet. In addition to this scholarship, we will also recommend you to Oxford or Cambridge University, so you can play your professional football while completing your studies in the world's top universities. I know that you Chinese people value famous universities, and our Westminster school has a unique advantage in recommending students. Recommend me to Oxford and Cambridge? Don't mention it. This condition is really tempting for ordinary Chinese students. A high diploma from a world-renowned university is gilded, and playing in a professional league overseas is also gilded. After 2 layers of gilding, you can go back to the Chinese Super League to play football. Even if you play badly, you can still get a top salary. But it's a pity. I don't need gilding. I'm real gold." Guran sneered. "Anything else?" Teddle on the other end of the phone laughed and said, "Mr. Guran, you have a big appetite. If you have any requests, just ask. As long as you are willing to play passively, we can discuss everything." Guran sneered. "My request is very simple. First, you don't have to pay, and second, you don't have to be recommended. I just want you to surrender to the English Football Association and honestly explain to the English Football Association about your match fixing." Teddle was obviously stunned for a moment. "Mr. Guran, are you kidding?" Guran said coldly, "I'm not kidding you. What I hate most is bastards like you who do whatever it takes to play match fixing for the sake of profit. I'll give you a chance to surrender. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Teddle's tone became embarrassed and annoyed. "Mr. Guran, I thought you were a smart man, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You don't think you can really beat our missionary team with 10 garbage players, do you? I'm talking to you to give you face. Do you really think you are a savior?" Guran said in a deep voice. "I never think of myself as a savior. I also know that the Bucks Steelhorns is not a strong team, and the players of the Bucks Steelhorns are not first class players, but at least we don't play empty games. No dirty tricks. No fake things. We are playing football with all our heart. We are competing with passion. Our victory is won through our own efforts, one game after another. We are much better than you bastards. I'm proud to be a member of the Bucks Steelhorns. Tettle roared angrily. You dare to scold me? Duran shouted coldly. Yes, that's right. Be more confident. I'm scolding you. Not only will I scold you, but when the day of the finals comes, my teammates and I will go all out to beat you. So what if you are from Westminster School? So what if you are rich and powerful? So what if you are powerful? Your stinky money can't buy me off. I'm going to beat you bunch of bastards to a pulp without leaving any residue. Fuck. Tettle roared. You, the rubbish Bucks Steelhorns team, are qualified to challenge us missionaries? We have won more national championships than you have qualified from the group stage. Duran sneered. You still have the nerve to show off the championship you won with match fixing? In this finals, I will show you your true colors. Tettle said angrily. Okay. You have guts. Since you don't accept our conditions, let's wait and see. I have plenty of ways to make you unable to even cry. You just wait to regret it. Tettle hung up the phone with a beep. Duran took a deep breath. It feels so good. It felt so good to scold. Coach Carter turned off the TV recording with excitement on his face. Go. I have already recorded the call just now. Damn it. Westminster School is really too bullying. But the words you scolded them at the end were really satisfying. This finals game is not just for the first place, but also for this breath. Duran nodded calmly. That's right, coach. Please make a copy of this evidence and hand it over to the English Football Association. Okay, I'll do it. But, Coach Carter hesitated. Boo. Since Westminster School dares to be so unscrupulous, they must have someone backing them up. Although our evidence is sufficient, it may not be able to do anything to Westminster School. Westminster School will only admit that it was Tettle's personal behavior. Even if the English Football Association investigates, it may end up in nothing. This is the real society. People without power and influence want to refute powerful people, but they can't get justice with just one piece of evidence. Duran nodded slightly. Coach Carter was very honest. Foreign countries were not pure lands. The oppression of power was only more hidden and more high-sounding. As a young person, it was certainly difficult to understand Coach Carter's helplessness. But Duran understood it very well. Duran said calmly, Coach, I understand what you mean. I never thought of relying on this evidence to bring down the Westminster School team. I just can't let Westminster School be so comfortable. This evidence is enough to make them anxious for a while. If we want to beat them, we still have to beat them on the field. Coach Carter nodded vigorously and said with admiration, Boo, your mind is really too mature. Sometimes, I even feel that you are not like 17 or 18 years old. You are more like an experienced person in society. Duran hurriedly said, Coach, you are too kind. In fact, I learned all this from you. You are so calm in planning during the game. As your student, I naturally learned something. Really? Coach Carter grinned happily. Haha. Yes. The biggest characteristic of me is that I'm calm and composed in the face of things. Gu is really good at judging people. Duran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, coach. I will go to eat first and then continue training. Okay. After the lunch break, Duran devoted himself to the afternoon training. The incident with Westminster did not affect Duran's mentality. Instead, it made Duran's anger rise, and he was eager to fight with the flying missionaries. The afternoon training project was mainly dynamic passing and cooperation. During Duran's almost crazy sprint, the other main members of the Bucks Steelhorns also gritted their teeth and cooperated with Duran's training. After a whole afternoon of training, almost all the main players were paralyzed by Duran. When Duran was about to practice the set piece again, Coach Carter suddenly received a call and his expression changed drastically. Go. Stop for a moment. Something happened. Damn it, Westminster, that bastard, really started to retaliate wildly. Duran was mentally prepared and asked calmly, what's wrong, coach? The other main players heard the conversation between Coach Carter and Guran, and they also hurriedly surrounded him with concern. Coach Carter said angrily, "I just received a call from a staff member of the English Football Association. He informed me that he would give you an additional red card and a 1-game suspension." After saying this, Guran just smiled coldly, but the other players present were furious. "What? Additional red card? Are you kidding? Where did Guran commit a foul? Even if there was a foul, it shouldn't be an additional red card, right? Isn't it obvious that they want to mess with us? Don't they know that Guran's girlfriend is Anne Hathaway?" The players of the Bucks Steel Horns were all furious. Guran was also furious, but the more times like this, the calmer he was, and he didn't say a word of complaint. Although the finals have not yet started, the war between him and Westminster School has begun from the moment he refused to play a fixed match. Coach Carter was so angry that his whole body was shaking. The reason why the Football Association issued an additional red card was that Guran had provocative and uncivilized behavior towards rugby fans in the last game. Fuck Westminster. Fuck the English Football Association. They don't care about match fixing, but instead make things difficult for us who are passionate about football. The youth football environment in the UK is rotten to the core. If it continues like this, British football will be over. The other players were even more indignant when they heard it. Fuck. Provoking fans? What a bullshit excuse and bullshit charge. It was obviously the fans of Rugby Golden Fleece who were racially discriminating. After scoring the goal, Gu just celebrated in front of the rugby fans and did nothing out of line. Instead, it was the rugby fans who threw mineral water bottles at Gu, and the Southampton fans and Cardiff fans couldn't stand it, so they helped Gu fight back. Fuck. We must appeal. What's the use of appealing? Don't you understand that this is deliberately targeting Gu? Deliberately targeting our Bucks Steel Horns? Fuck Westminster. This is such a dirty trick. It's even dirtier than their mother's sewer. Coach, what should we do? We can't just watch them succeed, can we? Yeah. Without Gu, we can't play at all. Guran has long been the absolute core leader of the Bucks Steel Horns. If Guran is really given an additional red card and suspended for 1 game, the Bucks Steel Horns will not even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning and will lose miserably. Coach Carter said, "I will definitely appeal, but fuck. The appeal process is very troublesome. It is normal to be delayed for a week, and we will be in the final the day after tomorrow." Except for Guran, all the players were anxious. Guran thought calmly for a moment, then smiled and said, "It's okay, don't let this affect your mentality for preparation. Come on, let's continue to practice set pieces." The teammates said anxiously, "Gu, you still have the mind to train at this time." "Yes, Gu. Think of a way quickly. If you are really banned, it will be all over. Gu. We can't live without you." The teammates were all as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Guran said nothing, picked up the ball, and walked to the court, and started to practice set pieces. The teammates had to stay and practice with him, but they were obviously absent-minded and inattentive. After practicing for an hour, Guran's physical energy was only 20% to 30%, and Guran finally stopped with satisfaction. The teammates wanted to talk to Guran, but Guran went straight into the locker room. Maven Gregory was still waiting for him in the locker room to give him a post-training check and massage. For Maven Gregory, they thought that they would be much more relaxed after becoming Guran's exclusive team doctor and physiotherapist. As a result, before Guran officially became a professional player, the two of them had to work overtime with Guran. They only hoped that after Guran finished the finals, he would not practice so crazy. After the physiotherapy, Guran took another shower, then left the training ground and drove home. After returning home, Guran ate and slept. Guran was not panicked at all about the additional red card. This kind of thing does sound terrible, but Guran concluded that the English Football Association would not mess around. The so-called provoking fans excuse was not valid at all. It was just that Westminster School was furious and deliberately used the additional red card to scare him, trying to make him surrender and affect his mentality for preparing for the war. This war has already begun. Since it has begun, there is no need to be afraid. What's more, I'm a reborn person. I have a system. I'm the son of destiny in this world. How can I be scared by a mere red card ban? You have people in the Football Association in Westminster, but I don't. You don't need to call Old Rice about this. Old Rice will know about it. As long as Old Rice shows up, will the English Football Association dare to add a red card to your paralysis? The more you do this, the more I will beat you through. Duran lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. This is not because the additional red card is annoying, but because it is really difficult to sleep alone after getting used to handball at night. Alas, what should I do in the future? Duran sighed melancholy and tried to force himself to fall asleep. That night, the news of additional red cards soon spread among Southampton high school fans. What? Duran will be given an additional red card and suspended for one game. French Football Association. This is clearly a deliberate targeting. Haha. Argu is so powerful that he is being deliberately targeted by Westminster. No. We can't just sit back and do nothing. Brothers. Call the Football Association. Curse those sons of bitches. Yes, this is a battle. Duran won for us, and we have to fight for Duran. Southampton fans picked up the phone and bombarded the English Football Association. The next morning, Duran woke up by his own swelling as usual. After taking a shower and having breakfast, Old Rice called. Under Old Rice's questioning, Duran told Old Rice the whole story, including the fact that Tettle asked him to play a fixed match. Old Rice is a veteran of the English Football Association, and the English Football Association and the English Football Association are actually the same organization, but the English Football Association is at a higher level, and the English Football Association is responsible for handling specific matters. Old Rice was also very angry after listening to Duran's story. Boo, you should have told me this directly. Don't worry, I will make the guy who gave you a red card unemployed. Damn it, don't they know that you are my man? He actually dared to bully my people. I haven't shown my power in the past few years. Do you really think I have a good temper? Goo, just focus on training. Don't be affected by this incident. Leave the rest to me. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation before today. Duran smiled and said, okay, Mr. Rice, thank you. After hanging up the phone, Duran drove to the school as usual and climbed over the wall to enter the training ground. The teammates also arrived early and asked Duran about the progress of the matter. Duran just smiled and said nothing more and devoted himself to the warm-up step by step. The teammates were all worried. Coach Carter left in a hurry after arranging today's training tasks. He wanted to make further appeals for the additional red card. Today's training content is also relatively easy, which is physical training and circle grabbing training. During training, Duran took the opportunity to pick up 10 special training bubbles and exchange them for one new talent point. When the training of the day was about to end, Coach Carter ran into the training ground with a red face. Good news. Good news. Chapter 187. The last lesson. Coach Carter fought hard. Sophie is back. Your wish came true x2. Upon hearing the good news, the players who were originally somewhat depressed immediately gathered together, waiting for Coach Carter's announcement with concern. Coach Carter took a few breaths and said excitedly, just now, the English Football Association cancelled the additional red card and suspension for you, and began to investigate the corruption of Westminster School and the internal staff of the English Football Association. The evidence we submitted has been taken seriously, and someone is going to be unlucky. Yeah. The teammates cheered excitedly. This is definitely the good news they want to hear the most. Duran doesn't have to be suspended. That's great. We can play against the missionary team together the day after tomorrow. Haha. Westminster School really shot itself in the foot this time. They deserve it. Oh. The teammates hugged Duran and congratulated him. Duran just smiled calmly, not particularly excited. This result was also expected by him. Tell us a few words. That's right. Tell us, how are you going to celebrate tonight? The teammates were so happy that they couldn't hold back. Coach Carter also smiled and said, say a few words to everyone. Okay. Duran cleared his throat. Thank you everyone. Thank you Coach Carter, and thank you to all the friends who care about the additional red card incident. I'm glad that I can still fight for the Bucks Steel Horns to the last game, and I will cherish this opportunity very much. The additional red card incident has come to an end, but the war between us and Westminster School has not ended yet. The arrogance and filthiness in Westminster School's bones will not change because of the failure of the additional red card. We can only be truly relieved by defeating them on the court. That's right. Well said, Gu. We must defeat them with our strength. The teammates were all excited. Guran continued, so I decided to practice free kicks for another hour. Gu. Are you a devil? Gu, you are too cruel. The teammates all complained bitterly. They wanted to persuade Guran to treat them to a meal or something and drink some wine to relax, but Guran's way of celebration turned out to be extra practice. Guran picked up the football and walked towards the goal, saying without looking back, Westminster School thinks we are garbage. Just this sentence immediately ignited the fighting spirit of all the main players. Fuck them. I'm going to practice for 2 hours today. All the teammates followed Guran's footsteps and practiced with Guran seriously. Coach Carter looked at his disciples, and his old face was full of satisfaction. Boo, you really got my true teachings. The next morning, the players of the Bucks Steel Horns came to the training ground early. Today is the last training session of their high school career. Every player of the Bucks Steel Horns was very serious during the warm-up. Guran also picked up 10 training bubbles while warming up. The talent points have also accumulated to 6. Although this is a little slower than when Annie was there, it is enough. After the warm-up, Coach Carter began to give a speech. My little guys. Coach Carter looked around with soft eyes and suddenly choked up. Everyone knows that this will be our last training session at Southampton High School. Tomorrow, we will go to the Millennium Stadium for the last game. No matter what the result of tomorrow's game is, after the game, you will go your separate ways and start your new lives. To be honest, I really can't bear to part with you. Each of you is the best. Coach Carter said in a trembling voice, you are the best class of students I have ever taught. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns said in unison, Coach, you are the best coach. Coach Carter smiled and nodded. Thank you. Thank you. We won't train for this last training session today. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns looked at each other. Coach Carter continued, today, we are only playing games, and I will play with you. If I lose, I will accept the punishment with you, and I will never cheat. I will try my best to make up for your regrets in high school training. Come on, kids, today we are just playing. Just relax. Don't think about tomorrow's game. Don't put any pressure on yourselves. Yeah. Long live the coach. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns cheered happily. Coach Carter always requires his players to train strictly and has never played games with his players. In this last training session, in order to make the players feel less stressed before the finals, Coach Carter also tried his best. Of course, it is called playing, but it is actually combined with the training method, but it is more relaxed and more interesting. The content of the game is tearing cloth strips. All the players of the Bucks Steel Horns were divided into 2 groups, including Coach Carter. Each person had a piece of cloth tied around his waist. The cloth strip of Group A was red, and the cloth strip of Group B was white. The 2 groups chased and tore each other. The one whose cloth strip was torn off was eliminated. The group whose cloth strip was torn off first lost. The winning side had the right to ask the losing side to do any punishment they asked. This game was very similar to a certain domestic celebrity entertainment program, but in fact it was one of the 12 types of football training games, and it was not the first domestic entertainment program. In the first round of the draw, Duran, Xiu Shiro, Schumann and others were divided into Group A, and Coach Carter, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Brett and others were divided into Group B. Both sides stood at the midfield line. Schumann raised his eyebrows at Guran and Xiu Shiro. Guran and Xiu Shiro immediately stared at Coach Carter with understanding. Coach Carter's heart tightened, and he suddenly felt that he seemed to have made a mistake. With the whistle of the drummer, the players of both sides happily bumped into each other, hugged and tore each other. The Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately stripped off the blind man's pants. Zimmerly and Huareluo rolled on the grass. Coach Carter turned and ran, and Guran chased him. The players of Group B rushed up to intercept Guran, and everyone wanted to take the opportunity to tear off Guran's cloth strips. Minato and Rusty protected Guran on the left and right, blocking most of the opponents rushing towards Guran. Guran took the opportunity to speed up and chase Coach Carter. Coach Carter covered his own cloth strips while shouting for help. Where are the people from Group B? Come and protect your coach. 3 players rushed towards Guran in a triangle defense formation, reaching out to pull the cloth strips around Guran's waist. Guran calmly saw the opportunity, made an emergency stop, shook off 2 of them, and tore off the cloth strips of one of them, then accelerated to shake off the 3rd player, and continued to chase Coach Carter. Coach Carter ran around the training ground. Back then, he was also very confident in his speed. In less than 3 seconds, Guran caught up with him. Coach Carter said quickly, "Gu. I'm your personal coach. Have you forgotten? I personally cultivated you. Do you have the nerve to tear off the cloth strip of your personal coach?" As he spoke, Coach Carter reached out to grab the red cloth strip on Guran's waist. Guran dodged Coach Carter's hand and reminded loudly, "Coach, be careful behind you." Coach Carter turned back subconsciously, and Guran took the opportunity to sprint forward and tore off Coach Carter's cloth strip. Coach Carter laughed angrily. "Boo, you are a bad boy." Guran smiled happily and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Coach." After a lively chase and confrontation, Group A, led by Guran, crushed Group B with an absolute advantage. After the game, Group B could only accept the punishment. Minato, who was full of bad water, called the teammates of Group A to discuss, and the final punishment was, wear your girlfriend's underwear, perform belly dance, and take photos as a souvenir. Coach Carter? I really made a huge mistake. Coach Carter walked out of the court without looking back. Well, you guys start first. I'm going home to get my wife's underwear. Coach, you want to run away? Coach, you can't do that. You just said that you will never cheat. Coach, you don't have to go back. We will borrow a set for you. Coach Carter was dragged back by his own disciples. You guys, Coach Carter was about to cry. Let me go. You all graduated and left, and I still have to continue to coach at Southampton High School. I still have face. Ha ha ha. Coach, my mobile phone camera is thirsty. What a wonderful high school life. We must record it. 10 minutes later, the players of Group B each put on their girlfriend's underwear and stood on the court. Coach Carter also put on a rather trendy underwear and stood between the players with his face covered. A dozen strong men and the fat-bellied Coach Carter danced belly dance together. The scene was so beautiful that it made people laugh. The whole training ground was hilarious. After the players in Group B finished belly dancing, the cloth tearing game started again. After regrouping, Guran, Coach Carter, Minato and others were grouped in Group A, while Rusty T-Rex Bread and others were grouped in Group B. Coach Carter laughed happily. As long as you can be grouped with Guran, you basically won't lose. Rusty's mouth twitched. It's over. I don't have a girlfriend. Coach Carter smiled. It's okay. I'll lend you the suit I just wore. The game started. Guran killed all 4 sides with his personal ability, tearing off 4 cloth strips by himself, and led Group A to victory again. Rusty blushed and took the underwear handed over by Coach Carter. The training ground was crazy again. It was not until noon that the cloth tearing game finally ended. Except for Guran, who was not punished, all other players were punished. Coach Carter danced belly dance 3 times. He was a little embarrassed the first time, but by the 3rd time, Coach Carter's dancing posture was already leading. When men become coquettish, women really have nothing to do. When a bunch of men get coquettish, there will be no place for women. This last training session today was really fun. Coach Carter smiled and waved his hand. Alright. Today's game is over. No need for training in the afternoon. Everyone go home and have a good rest. I only ask one thing of you, no love affairs. Do you understand? I understand, Coach. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns shouted in unison. After the players dispersed, Coach Carter was worried and went to find Guran alone. Gu, I'll tell you again. After all, your girlfriend is the big star Anne Hathaway. I'm worried about you tonight. Guran immediately smiled confidently. Coach, please rest assured. First of all, I'm a self-disciplined person. When I become self-disciplined, even I'm afraid. Secondly, Anne has been gone for 3 days. Even if I want to be affectionate, it is impossible. Of course, the most important thing is that I'm very self-disciplined. Even if Anne is still here, I will not be affectionate on the eve of the finals. Coach Carter was relieved. Haha. Okay, I'm relieved that Anne is gone. So, I don't need to arrange a seat for her in the main stand tomorrow, right? Guran nodded and said, no need. Okay, go back and rest early. We'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, coach. After saying goodbye to Coach Carter, Guran went back to the locker room to take a shower. Because there was no training today, Maeve and Gregory didn't have to check and treat Guran, so they got off work early and went home to rest. After Guran finished taking a shower, when he opened his locker and was about to get dressed, his cell phone rang. Guran picked up the phone and saw that it was Sophie Turner calling. During this period, Sophie Turner had officially joined the crew of Game of Thrones. She had a heavy role in the first season, so the two of them only occasionally sent text messages to show their affection, and they didn't call each other often. Perhaps Sophie knew that the national finals were coming, so she called to wish him well. Guran felt sweet in his heart and picked up the phone casually. Sophie, dear. Sophie's enthusiastic voice came from the other end of the phone. I miss you so much. Guran also responded enthusiastically. Sophie, I miss you so much too. Sophie asked, then tell me, how much do you miss me? Guran said affectionately, I miss you so much that I can't wait to see you right away. Sophie smiled and said, congratulations. Your wish has come true. Guran. Then Sophie on the other end of the phone said excitedly, surprised? Are you happy? Guran hurriedly said, wait a minute, Sophie, you are not kidding, are you? Aren't you filming Game of Thrones? Sophie giggled and said, of course I'm not kidding. I told the director that my boyfriend will have a national competition tomorrow. This game is very important. I have to go back to cheer him up, otherwise I won't be in the mood to film. The director granted me a day off. So, I'm back. Guran was numb. Damn the flag I just set. No, I shouldn't think like this. Men and women shouldn't be in love as soon as they meet. There should be pure feelings between men and women. Therefore, Sophie's return will not affect my self-discipline, nor will it affect the flag I set. Yes, we can only talk about feelings. Guran took a deep breath and tried to correct the wrong idea in his subconscious mind. Seeing that Guran didn't speak for a while, Sophie asked, Gu, why don't you speak? Don't you want me to come back? Guran said quickly, how could that be? I was so happy and excited that I couldn't speak. Sophie, I really miss you so much. I want to see you right away. Where are you now? Sophie said happily, I'm on the train from London to Southampton now, and it will arrive in about half an hour. Guran said immediately, wait for me, I'll drive to pick you up right away. Then I'll take you to eat delicious food. Sophie smiled and said, great. I want to eat that kind of chewy Chinese food. Okay. No problem. I'll hang up first, and we'll talk when we meet later. Yeah. I'm so happy. I can't wait. Me too. After hanging up the phone, Guran quickly got dressed, climbed over the wall to leave the school, and drove to Southampton railway station. After arriving at the station, Guran bought a large bouquet of red roses at the flower shop outside the station. There is no girl who doesn't like romance. It's been so long since I last saw Sophie, and she specially asked for leave to come back to watch his game. He must make Sophie happy. When Guran walked into the platform with flowers in his hands, the green train from London just arrived. Sophie Turner, with dyed red hair, walked out of the carriage with a suitcase. She wore a white suspender tights on her upper body, with a floral short skirt, and under the short skirt were two straight and slender long legs. Southern girls don't like to wear stockings. Sophie's temperament is very elegant. Since she joined the crew of Game of Thrones, the temperament of a noble lady has become more obvious. And now, she has a little more charm of a little woman. But her breasts are still a little small. I have a responsibility. Guran waved to Sophie. Sophie, here. When Sophie heard Guran's voice, she immediately ran over happily, even ignoring the suitcase in her hand, and threw it directly on the ground. She jumped and hugged, and her tight long legs rode on Guran's waist. Guran's heart suddenly moved, and he skillfully held Sophie's peach buttocks. Then, Sophie's flaming red lips fell on Guran's face and lips like a violent storm. The passion of southern girls is really wild. If it weren't for the crowds of people coming and going on the platform, Guran was worried that Sophie would eat him directly. "Sophie, take it easy." Guran smiled and said, "You are a star now after all." But Sophie continued to kiss wildly and said, "Honey, I miss you so much. I don't know why I can't control myself when I see you. You seem to be stronger, more handsome, and more manly than before." Ah. Sophie's eyes were blurred. Guran felt that all the muscles in his body were tense to the extreme. He hadn't touched a woman for 3 days, and this young body could no longer control himself. Guran took a deep breath and tried to control his hand from making handballs. "Sophie, I miss you so much too. You are more beautiful than before. I especially like your red hair." Sophie smiled happily and said, "This is dyed by the hairdresser of the crew. It is required by the plot. If you like, I will dye my hair red in the future." Guran nodded and said, "I like it. There are many people here. Let's go to the car first." "Okay." Sophie then loosened her 2 strong long legs and jumped off Guran's body. She stuck to Guran's body as close as possible. Guran gave the crushed rose to Sophie. "It's for you, but it was crushed by you just now." Sophie smiled happily and said, "It doesn't matter. I like the flowers you gave me anyway." Guran picked up the suitcase that Sophie had just thrown away, then hugged Sophie's slender waist and walked out of the platform. Sophie's waist twisted and twisted, and Guran's heart beat. After returning to the car, Sophie asked in surprise, "Honey, is this your car? You bought a car?" Guran smiled vaguely, "Yes, haha." Sophie said excitedly, "Is this a Cayenne? This car is great." Guran smiled, "It's just so-so. 2 shock springs have been broken, so it can only be considered so-so." Sophie came up again, her eyes blurred, and said, "Honey, why don't we drive the car to a deserted place?" "Damn it. Sophie, why are you so full of wrong ideas? There shouldn't be only that kind of thing between men and women." Guran cleared his throat. "Okay." Guran stepped on the accelerator and drove the car to a deserted road. As soon as the car stopped, Sophie couldn't wait to ride on Guran's legs, holding Guran's face and kissing him passionately. Damn it, who can resist this? Sophie was almost out of breath. Seeing that the situation was getting more and more heated, both sides were about to lose control. Guran gritted his teeth and said, "Sophie, I want to play tomorrow." Sophie's face flushed. "I know I can control it. I'm just testing you." Guran said, "Wait until the game is over tomorrow, and then test me again. Test me as hard as you can." "Okay." Sophie's eyes were blurred, and she touched Guran's abdominal muscles and murmured, "Wait until you finish the game tomorrow. The current situation is really explosive." Guran reluctantly moved his hand away and cleared his throat. "Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat first." "Yeah. Okay." As soon as she heard about going to eat, Sophie immediately happily pulled down the suspender tights that Guran had flipped over her shoulders and tidied them up and sat back in the passenger seat. I held on. "That's me. I'm so self-disciplined." Guran calmed his violent heartbeat and then drove to a Chinese restaurant called Shiji in Southampton. When getting off the car, Guran and Sophie both put on baseball caps and sunglasses to avoid being recognized. After all, both of them are local stars. Guran ordered a plate of 9-turn large intestine, a plate of sweet and sour pork, a plate of boiled pork slices and a plate of 3 fresh vegetables for Sophie. Sophie enjoyed the meal very much. With Sophie around, Guran also enjoyed the meal very much. Sophie talked a lot about interesting stories during the filming, and Guran also told Sophie about the interesting things in today's training. When Sophie heard that head coach Carter also wore women's underwear to belly dance, she almost laughed crazy. After finishing the meal, Guran went to the bar alone to pay the bill. Just after paying the bill, the phone suddenly rang again. Guran took a look and found that it was teacher Mariah who called. Maybe she knew that the national finals were coming, so teacher Mariah called to wish her well. Guran felt sweet in his heart again and picked up the phone. "Hi, Mariah. Gu. You didn't call me, and you didn't come to Edinburgh to see me. On the other end of the phone, the mature and charming voice of teacher Mariah came, and her tone was full of resentment. Guran hurriedly smiled and said, "Mariah, I'm sorry, I'm really too busy recently." Teacher Mariah said faintly, "I know, you are about to have the national finals. How are you recently? Are you tired of training? Do you miss me?" The concern of the royal sister is so gentle. Guran hurriedly said, "Of course I miss you." Teacher Mariah asked softly, "Oh, really? How much do you miss me?" Guran said affectionately, "I miss you so much that I can't wait to see you right away." This word, very familiar. This is not that I'm a scumbag, but I don't want to make the woman who likes me sad. Then I heard teacher Mariah smiled happily. Then, "Congratulations, Gu, your wish has come true." Guran, bang. Guran's mobile phone fell to the ground by accident. Chapter 188 is a bit like the most pinnacle scene in the history of Southampton High School. "Hello, hello, Gu, why don't you talk?" Guran quickly picked up the phone. "Mariah, I was so excited that my phone fell to the ground." Teacher Mariah on the other end of the phone chuckled and said softly, "Are you so excited? Don't worry, we will meet soon." Damn it. How can it be that if you don't come, no one will come, and if you come, all of you will come? Guran quickly asked, "Wait, Mariah, you are not kidding me, are you? You are so busy at Edinburgh Hospital, how do you have time to come back?" Teacher Mariah smiled and said, "Of course I'm not kidding you. You will play in the national competition tomorrow. After all, I used to be the school doctor of Southampton High School. Of course I have to come back to support you. And I heard that you were almost banned, and I'm very worried about you. So I can put down everything in the hospital work. I must rush back to comfort you and see if you need physical therapy." Are you going to give me physical therapy? I'm embarrassed to poke you. No, I have set a flag. Besides, there is a freshly eaten Sophie Turner here. Calm down, calm down. This is just a small scene of me becoming the king of the ocean. I can handle it. I can do it. Guran secretly took a deep breath. "Gu, why are you silent? You don't want me to come back, do you?" Teacher Mariah's voice was full of mature woman's resentment. Guran quickly said in a real and affectionate voice, "How could it be? I was so happy that I couldn't speak. Mariah, I miss you so much. I can't wait to see you. By the way, you are not on the train back to Southampton, are you?" "No way, no way, no way." Guessed it right. On the other end of the phone, teacher Mariah chuckled. "Gu, you are awesome. How did you guess so accurately? Maybe it's because I have experience." Then I heard teacher Mariah continue, "I'm on the train now, and it will arrive at the station in about half an hour." Guran, what the hell? What kind of wish and flag are I making? This is so cool. Now that I have taken over Sophie, I can't treat Mariah unfairly, and I have to treat her equally. Only in this way can I become a qualified Sea King. Guran said with a stiff upper lip. "Wait for me, I'll pick you up right away." "Okay," teacher Mariah said softly, "then I'll wait for you." After hanging up the phone, Guran felt numb all over. What should I do? How can I explain to Sophie? Otherwise, just admit it. Sophie and I are just in a relationship agreement, and Sophie should be able to understand this. Guran went back to Sophie with a stiff upper lip. "Sophie, I have something to tell you." Sophie raised her face and looked at Guran with a little woman's face. "What is it?" Guran took a deep breath. "I like you so much." Damn. What the hell am I talking about? Why did I confess my feelings? This is not me. It must be my young body that is causing trouble. Guran rubbed his head innocently. Sophie was shy. "Honey, you don't have to tell me. I understand. I know everything." Guran's heart tightened. "Wait, you know?" Sophie smiled. "I'm not a little girl anymore. Of course I understand. You just want to do that, right? I knew you couldn't help it. It's not your fault. After all, I still have confidence in myself. But honey, you have to play in the national finals tomorrow. For the honor of Southampton High School, we have to hold back." "Yes." Guran nodded and said, "Sophie, you are right. Then, I will take you home next. You can't be honest in this life. So let's take Sophie home first." Sophie smiled shyly, holding her chin with blurred eyes. Boo. I didn't tell my parents that I came back. I want to sleep at your place for one night. Damn. Sophie, you just said you would hold back. Why do I think you are more eager than me? Guran swallowed subconsciously. Isn't this too bad? Sophie smiled and said, why are you still as conservative as when I first met you? But I like this about you. You're so cute. I'm not conservative. I'm afraid that my lack of conservatism will scare you to death. No. There's another one. Teacher Mariah is on the way. Guran took a deep breath and said seriously, Sophie, I think men and women shouldn't just think about that. Of course I'm willing to do that with you, but you finally come back once. Uncle Andrew and Aunt Sally must miss you to death. I can't be so selfish. I want to send you home to make them happy too. Sophie's body was slightly startled. Then, Sophie said with shame on her face, Boo, you're right. I was too excited just now. When I saw you, my mind was full of how wrong I was. So can't I really stay at your place for one night? Sophie looked at Guran pitifully. Guran hardened his heart. No. But, after the game tomorrow, I will definitely make it up to you. Okay then. Sophie sincerely praised. Boo, you are such a good man. Yes, although I look like a scumbag, I'm really a good man. Guran took a deep breath. Let's go. I'll take you home first. Sophie asked unwillingly, but it's still early. Can't we stay outside for a while? For example, stay in your car for a while? Guran said, Uncle Andrew and Aunt Sally miss you so much. Sophie begged, can you just stay for half an hour? Guran said, they must miss you like crazy. Sophie said sullenly, okay then. Less than 10 minutes later, Guran drove Sophie back home. Before Sophie got out of the car, she hugged Guran and kissed him wildly for a while, until Andrew and Sally came out of the house. Sophie got out of the car reluctantly. Andrew said in surprise, Boo? Really you? Haha. We will go to the national finals tomorrow to cheer you on. Sally also said excitedly, Goo. Nice to meet you. Stay for dinner. I made your favorite roast lamb kidney pie. Guran didn't even get out of the car, waved his hand and said, no, Uncle Andrew, Aunt Sally, I have something to do. I'm leaving first. After that, Guran stepped on the accelerator and fled the scene. Sophie shrugged, Mom and Dad, I'm back. Oh, why did you come back? Why don't you go with Guran? Sophie, Guran drove all the way and accelerated. It took only more than 10 minutes to arrive at Southampton station. After parking the car, Guran rushed into the flower shop next to the station at a sprinting speed, bought a large bouquet of flowers, and ran out. After leaving the money, the owner of the flower shop was stunned. Why does it feel like this scene has happened before? When Guran walked onto the platform holding the flowers, the green train from Edinburgh just arrived. Teacher Mariah walked down from the carriage carrying a suitcase. Her mature figure was still as hot as a devil, with big wavy hair trembling and jumping slightly as she walked. She wore a floral mini skirt on her slender thighs, and a pair of bright high heels with slender heels. She looked like a mature woman. Guran couldn't help but feel dry in the mouth. Mariah. Gu. Mariah happily ran towards Guran and threw herself into Guran's arms. Teacher Mariah was not as wild as Sophie, but Teacher Mariah's royal sister tenderness made Guran a little breathless. Wow. Gu, you seem to be taller and stronger than before. Your muscles are stronger too. Teacher Mariah's eyes were full of charm, and she touched Guran's muscles and praised him endlessly. Guran said quickly, Mariah, there are too many people here. Why don't we go to the car to chat? Teacher Mariah winked. Look how anxious you are. Let's go. Here are the roses for you. Thank you. Teacher Mariah leaned on Guran happily. Guran hugged Teacher Mariah's slender waist and walked out of the platform. The staff on the platform. Why does it feel like this scene has happened before? After getting on the car, Teacher Mariah said in surprise, is this your car? You have bought a car? Guran took the initiative to say, this car is a KN, and the shock absorbers are so-so. Teacher Mariah chuckled. Boo, you are still so cute. Come on, let me kiss you. Guran said quickly, I know there is an unmanned path not far ahead. Guran stepped on the accelerator and drove the car to the unmanned path, where he had stopped before. Before the car stopped, Teacher Mariah couldn't wait to hug Guran and kiss him wildly. Duran's hands were naturally not idle. After all, what was given to Sophie should also be given to Mariah. Double happiness. However, I'm always a serious person. I know this is not right. Duran took a deep breath. Mariah, I want to tell you something, you can talk about it. I won't delay. Mariah's mouth was unclear. Duran tried to control his body. What I want to say is that Mariah, you are awesome. Damn. What the hell am I talking about? Why am I encouraging? Duran covered his face. Mariah chuckled. I have something even better. Duran quickly held Mariah's face. Mariah, we can't do this. I have an important game tomorrow. Teacher Mariah was slightly startled. Then she chuckled with a blush on her face. Boo, you are so annoying. Do you think I want that? No, of course I know you have an important game tomorrow. I just want to check you and see if you have made any progress. Duran quickly said, Mariah, after the game tomorrow, I will let you check it in depth. Mariah chuckled. Okay. So what should we do now? Just don't eat. Duran cleared his throat. Mariah, do you want to go back and see your parents first? Mariah shrugged. They don't live in Southampton. Duran said with a stiff face. What about your grandparents? Mariah said. They're dead. Other relatives? No. Mariah flirted. I'm the only one in Southampton. Duran, let's eat. Then you. Duran said helplessly. You must be hungry, right? Mariah nodded. I've been sitting in the car for half a day. I'm really hungry. I want to eat Chinese food. Duran nodded with a stiff face. I just happen to know a Chinese restaurant that does pretty good food. Duran drove Mariah to the Food Notes Chinese restaurant and then skillfully ordered a portion of 9-turn large intestine, a portion of pot-wrapped pork, a portion of boiled pork slices, and a portion of 3 fresh vegetables. The waiter took the menu and walked to the kitchen, wondering as he walked, why does it feel like this scene has happened before? When the food came, Mariah happily started to eat. Wow. It's so delicious. Goo. It's so delicious. Why don't you eat it? Duran smiled at Mariah. Seeing you eat so happily, I'm satisfied. Mariah was so moved that she almost cried. Boo. You're so nice, but you can't not eat. You still have a competition tomorrow. You have to eat more. Come on. Open your mouth. I'll feed you. Mariah, I am. Duran's mouth was stuffed full. That's how you behave. Mariah also wiped the corners of Duran's mouth tenderly and said to the waiter, another bowl of rice for this gentleman. Duran silently shed tears in his heart. Double happiness and double appetite. Mariah smiled and said, Boo, tonight, I will go to your place to sleep. I promise I won't do anything with you. Duran tried hard to swallow the food in his mouth, hardened his heart, and said, no, I'll book a hotel for you. Duran was not afraid of Mariah's dawdling and rubbing, but mainly to be fair to Sophie. It's not easy to be the king of the ocean. You have to treat everyone equally. Mariah said with resentment, I came all the way back, and you let me stay in a hotel at night. Duran sighed and said realistically, I'm afraid I can't control myself at night. Who told you to be so great? Mariah immediately laughed. Hate it. Your mouth is getting sweeter and sweeter. Come on, eat some more food. Duran said, I can't eat anymore. Mariah pretended to be coquettish. You only ate a little bit. How could you not eat? If you don't eat more, how can you play football tomorrow? Okay, I promise you, as long as you eat all these dishes, I will stay in a hotel tonight. Duran took a deep breath. I'll eat. Good boy. Mariah happily hooked Duran's chin, full of royal sister aura. After finishing the second dinner, Duran drove Mariah to a local 5-star hotel in Southampton. After waiting for Duran's own dune villa, the whole person was almost exhausted. The profession of aquaman is more tiring than playing football. It's better to play football, because you don't need to eat so much. Duran spent more than an hour on the beach, and swam in the backyard swimming pool for a while, before he almost digested the 2 meals tonight. Fortunately, Annie didn't come to interfere. If Annie had flown back, she really wouldn't be able to eat. Duran didn't dare to think too much, and quickly cleared his messy thoughts, then took a shower, used the frozen liquid nitrogen space capsule and sauna steam therapy, and then returned to bed. These 2 times today were really exciting. It hooked up all the energy that had been held back for 3 days. Originally, the physical attributes were strong, and the body's needs were also great. After being stimulated twice in a row, it was really a bit unbearable. Fortunately, I'm an experienced person. Guran tossed and turned in bed for more than an hour before finally falling asleep. The next morning, the last amateur competition of his high school career is finally here. Guran got up energetically and went for a freezing liquid nitrogen space capsule and sauna therapy to get his body into the best condition. There were more than 10 text messages on his mobile phone, some from Anne, Sophie, Mariah, some from the top management of Southampton club, and scouts from other clubs, all of which wished him to lead the team to victory today. Guran did not reply to anyone's text message. Today, he had to concentrate completely, and anything else would be discussed after the game. After eating a nutritious breakfast, Guran drove to school. The school team's chartered bus was waiting at the main entrance of the school. There were crowds of people at the school gate, and a cordon was set up at the gate. The scale of this farewell was larger than any other time, so the number of security personnel this time was twice as many as last time. The school directors were all dressed in formal attire and greeted the players of the Bucks steel horns within the cordon. Outside the cordon were students, parents, and alumni of Southampton High School who came to see them off. The most eye-catching among them is Guran's official support club, all girls in JK short skirts. Today is a big day for Southampton High School. It is the first time in their history that they will compete for the championship of the national competition. Especially when everyone knew that Guran refused to play a fake game and was almost given a red card and suspended. Everyone's emotions became more excited. Everyone wants to see Guran appear in person so that they can be completely relieved. When Guran appeared at the school gate, thousands of people cheered for Guran at the same time. The school gate of Southampton High School was almost on fire. The whole scene was like a crazy star chasing scene. If there were not more than 40 security guards to maintain order, these crazy students and parents would have broken through the cordon long ago. Good job. You are the pride of our Southampton High School. We thank you for everything you have done for Southampton High School. We thank you for rejecting the bribery of Westminster School. I love you. I want to give birth to your baby. Beat the missionaries for us. Win the national championship for us. Auntie still wants to see your 40-meter long scimitar. Chinese dad. Chinese dad. Male god. Male god. Male god. Guran's support club officially authorized Southampton High School branch. Cheer for male god Guran. The girls in JK short skirts danced to Guran in unison. The whole scene can only be described in one word: frenzy. Hi. Come on. In the boiling crowd, Sophie and her parents waved happily to Guran. Guran also waved to Sophie. Hi. You are the best. On the other side, teacher Mariah was also waving to Guran. Guran quickly waved to teacher Mariah. Fortunately, there were too many people, and no one could tell who Guran was waving to. After waving, Guran immediately turned around and got into the bus. The exclusive team doctor, Maeve, and the exclusive physical therapist, Gregory, were already sitting on the bus. When they saw Guran get on the bus, they immediately stood up and greeted Guran. Hi Gu. Isn't Hathaway really gone? Oh, what a pity, we didn't have time to ask her for an autograph. Maeve and Gregory's faces were full of regret. At this time, other team members also got on the bus one after another and high-fived Guran. Hi, Gu. I think I saw Sophie just now. I saw teacher Mariah just now. Gu, can you handle it? Guran smiled calmly. Small scene. Awesome. Winner in life. I'm so jealous. After head coach Carter got on the bus last, the bus slowly started with 2 police cars leading the way. The crowd clenched their fists and cheered for the bus. The Bucks players in the bus were all infected by the farewell and their blood was boiling. The bus drove into the main road and began to accelerate, heading towards the Millennium Stadium in Cardiff. When the vehicles on the road saw the Bucks horns bus, they all gave way and honked their horns to salute. Many vehicles followed the Bucks horns bus, accompanying it all the way. The entire convoy was huge and endless. This was the most spectacular scene in the history of Southampton High School. Countless native Southamptonians were watching this epic game. Chapter 189 Heavy Artillery Fire. Shocking. As the bus was driving, Coach Carter announced the schedule for the finals. According to the English Football Association's draw, we are the home team in this national finals. Yeah. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns celebrated with fists, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Although this home and away is only symbolic, before the game, any good sign will become the point of mindless celebration for the Bucks Steelhorns. They are indeed a group of middle school students. Duran smiled helplessly and shook his head. Coach Carter pressed his palms and continued, just like the last semi-final, we can still conduct the final pre-match training at the Millennium Stadium. Specifically, from 10 to 11 AM, it is the training time for the Westminster Missionaries, and from 11 to 12 noon, it is our training time. Coach Carter looked around with sharp eyes and emphasized in a deep voice, listen carefully, no fighting. Fighting is wrong. We are going to beat the missionaries, but we have to beat them on the field, in front of all the Southampton fans, and use football to convince them. Do you understand? Yes. Coach. Old man, it was you who started it last time. The Bucks Steelhorns players collectively complained in their hearts. Coach Carter continued, after we finish training, we can have a meal and rest in the restaurant of the Millennium Stadium. Because this is the final, there will be an official kickoff ceremony of the English Football Association, and there will be news media reporters from all over the country and scouts from various clubs to watch the game. The official start time will be 5 PM, 2 hours later than the previous games, so we have more time to recover and rest. After the game, there will be an award ceremony. If we win, we can go up to the temporary podium and get the gold medal and Genius Trophy of the national competition. We can bring back the Genius Trophy for Southampton High School and keep it until the next national competition. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns couldn't help but get excited. Things that they didn't even dare to think about before are just a stone's throw away today. Winning the game and holding the trophy in front of the Southampton family. What an honor. Minato couldn't help asking, Coach, is the gold medal pure gold? The other Bucks Steelhorns players also widened their eyes and wanted to know as well. Coach Carter said unhappily, what are you thinking? Of course it's gold plated. The meaning of a gold medal is not how much it's worth, but the honor it represents. This is something that can't be bought with any amount of money. It turns out it's not pure gold. Then why is it called a gold medal? It should be called a gold-plated medal. Gold-plated is not bad either. It's honor. You know what honor is? It's absolutely awesome to pick up girls. When he heard that he could pick up girls, Rusty clenched his fists and said excitedly, I want to win a gold medal. I want to pick up girls. Haha. I also want to win the gold medal that Rusty wants. Pick up the girls that Rusty wants. Let's win the gold medal that Rusty wants together and pick up the girls that Rusty wants. Oh, what kind of teammates are these? Duran smiled and shook his head. The bus drove steadily all the way. When it reached the city boundary, the Southampton law enforcement car that led the way stopped by the roadside and honked its horn to salute them. They could only take them here. The Bucks Steelhorns players on the bus stood up one after another and raised their hands to salute the guide car. The accompanying motorcade also honked their horns. The scene was once again full of excitement. This was a two-way passionate journey. The bus passed the border bridge and continued to drive into the city of Cardiff. Many Cardiff citizens saw the Bucks Steelhorns motorcade and politely gave way. Cardiff is a very friendly city. They have always had the habit of giving way. In addition, many Cardiff fans witnessed Duran's black-haired belle performance in the last semi-final, so they are very friendly to the Bucks Steelhorns. The Bucks Steelhorns bus and the following spectator motorcade moved forward smoothly. At around 10:30 in the morning, the Bucks Steelhorns bus slowly drove into the underground parking area of the Millennium Stadium. The accompanying fan motorcade could only park outside the Millennium Stadium and queue up for security check, although they had to wait until 3 PM to officially enter the stadium. But every Southampton fan wanted to occupy a good position. After all the players of the Bucks Steelhorns got off the bus, they went directly to the home team's locker room on the north side to rest. At this time, the missionaries were training in the closed court. The Bucks Steelhorns strictly followed the rules and stayed in the locker room without leaving. Even if they had a grudge against the missionaries, the Bucks Steelhorns would not use harassment to deal with the missionaries. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns were not idle either. They either closed their eyes to rest or did simple stretching in the locker room. At 3 minutes to 11 o'clock, Coach Carter stood up first and waved his hand. "Let's go, it's our turn." Roar. The Bucks Steelhorns players, who had been holding back for nearly half an hour, all jumped up in an instant, picked up their equipment and training equipment, and walked out of the locker room with great momentum. When they walked out of the player tunnel, the missionaries in blue jerseys were training on the court, with no intention of ending. The Bucks Steelhorns players were immediately furious and booed the missionaries players on the court. Duran took this opportunity to observe calmly. The training level of the missionary team is indeed professional enough. Their overall physical strength, sprint speed, passing and receiving coordination, wing coordination, goalkeeper coordination, triangle defense, and one-on-one training of the goalkeeper are far above the level of the Bucks Steelhorns. It can even be compared with the training level of the Southampton U18 youth team. You know, the Southampton U18 youth team is professional. Most of the players of the missionary team have already possessed the strength of professional club players, especially their number 9 Connor Wickham and number 10 Josh McEachran, who are also internationals of the British U17 national team. It's awesome to be rich and powerful. Even U17 internationals can be poached to participate in amateur level competitions. These two players are also the focus of Guran's attention today. Goo. Rusty came up to Guran. "Did you see the number 4 player who was practicing sprinting? That's the guy who betrayed our Bucks Steelhorns. Arlen the dog. I really want to rush up and beat him up." Guran turned his eyes to the direction of Rusty's pout. A player with a height of about 186 and a strong and solid body was sprinting with his head down, not affected by the boos from the Bucks Steelhorns. His sprinting speed was very fast and his impact was very strong. This was the left back, Arlen the dog. It was indeed a rival. No wonder the Bucks Steelhorns used him as a core player before, and no wonder Westminster School wanted to poach him. Duran's mouth curled up a sneer. "Rust, hold on, and beat him during the game." Rust nodded. "I'll listen to you, Go." The time was up, and seeing that the players of the missionary team had no intention of finishing, Coach Carter crossed his arms and shouted unceremoniously, "Westminster boys, your time is up. Get off the court quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." The players of the Bucks Steelhorns were all ready to fight. Duran, "Didn't we agree not to fight today?" Duran also rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fists. The players of the missionary team were all disdainful. They didn't believe that the country bumpkins of the Bucks Steelhorns really dared to fight. Coach Carter sneered and said to his players, "Boys, change your shoes. Go on the court. Whoever dares to stop you from training, beat them to death." The rude southern boys all roared wildly. Fighting, they are definitely the most professional. There is nothing that can't be solved by a fight. If it can't be solved, then 2 fights, 3 fights. They can keep fighting until the other side is scared. Of course, at this time, the main purpose is to intimidate the other side. Everyone knows that if a fight really breaks out, it is likely to be suspended. The head coach of the missionaries has heard of the notorious deeds of the Bucks Steelhorns, so before the Bucks Steelhorns rushed onto the court, the head coach of the missionaries quickly clapped his hands and said loudly, okay, our training time is indeed up. Stop and give the field to our opponents. They are really eager to train." "Yo, are you being sarcastic to me?" Coach Carter rolled his eyes at the head coach of the missionaries. "What do you mean by giving? This time period is originally ours. I know you Westminster are rich, and you even spent £20,000 to buy our trump card, to play a fake game. But I'm sorry, you want to take up our training time for nothing. That's impossible." The muscles on the face of the head coach of the missionaries twitched slightly, as if he was slapped in the face from a distance. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns cheered happily. Duran secretly felt happy. Following Coach Carter, whether he won or not was not a big deal, but he would never be bullied. The head coach of the missionaries took the initiative to come over and shake hands with Coach Carter. "You must be Coach Carter of the Bucks Steelhorns. Hello, I have heard of your name for a long time. I'm the head coach of the missionaries, David Platt." When he heard the name David Platt, Duran couldn't help but brighten his eyes. This guy was once a British international. He is also a star of Sampdoria in Serie A. He was once a teammate of Roberto Mancini. According to the memory of his previous life, it won't be long before this guy will be invited to Manchester City to be Mancini's assistant coach. When he was a player, this guy had a powerful shot and a world-class long-range shot. I didn't expect that the missionaries could find a star from the 90s to be their head coach. When Guran changed his shoes, he secretly moved towards Coach Carter and Coach Platt to ensure that Coach Platt was within his 20-meter pickup range. With Coach Carter here, Guran just needs to wait to pick it up. Sure enough, Coach Carter glanced at David Pratt. I know you too. You're pretty good at playing football, but I didn't expect you to be the coach of a fake team for money. Is money really that important to a star like you? For money, you can even lose face? I won't shake hands with the coach of a fake team. Coach Pratt's raised hand froze in the air, and his face was full of confusion. The fact that Westminster School wanted to buy off Guran had nothing to do with Pratt, but since this happened, as the head coach of the missionary team, he naturally couldn't get away from it. After all, they were the beneficiaries. Coach Pratt could only put his hand down awkwardly. Well, it seems that we can only meet on the court. Light when Coach Pratt turned and walked away, a blue skill bubble appeared under his feet. He was hit hard by Coach Carter. Guran was secretly happy. While stretching his legs on the sidelines, he concentrated his mind and scanned the bubbles dropped by Coach Pratt. Heavy artillery long range shot, stone breaking +1. Damn. This skill is awesome. Although stone breaking and cloud piercing arrow are both heavy artillery long range shots, there are still differences. First of all, cloud piercing arrow is at the edge of the penalty area, and the angle of the ball's flight is also diagonal to hit the top of the goal, with a tricky angle and great ornamental value. Stone breaking does not focus on the arc of the ball's flight, but is completely focused on the power explosion. Pratt's peak football period was spent in Serie A. Serie A in the 1990s was known as the Little World Cup, with the alien Ronaldo, the Master Zidane, the son of the Wind Caniggia, the Wolf King Totti and the peerless god of war Batistuta. Therefore, in the environment of the stars, Pratt's long-range shot also has a Batistuta-style violent aesthetic style. Of course, Pratt's shooting power is far inferior to Batty's, but stone breaking is a world-class shooting skill at a distance of 30 meters, which has already reached the threshold of violent aesthetic long-range shooting. It's so cool to be able to brush such a shooting skill before the national finals. Guran immediately gathered his mind and picked up the heavy artillery long-range shot, stone breaking +1 from a distance. There are still 9 pickups today, and you can find opportunities to get Pratt for free a few more times during the game. At this time, Arlen walked straight towards Guran. Guran's brows moved slightly before Guran could do anything. Rusty and others surrounded Arlen. Rusty and Watergate's faces were about to hit Arlen's face. They didn't give Arlen a chance to get close to Guran. Arlen, how dare you walk in front of us? You bastard. Are you so proud of being a traitor? We used to treat you as a brother, but you stabbed us in the back. Coach Carter trained you like his own son, but you turned around and ran to the missionary team. Are you worthy of Coach Carter? Arlen, come and fight your father one-on-one if you dare. Rusty's fists clenched and creaked, his face full of anger. Arlen smiled coldly without panic. You guys are still the same as before, except for a few barks. You can't do anything. Now, I'm standing here. If you have the guts, just do it directly. Fuck. Rusty grabbed Arlen's collar and raised his fist. The other players of the Bucks Steel Horns were also ready to take action, and the other players of the missionary team also gathered around at this time, and some of them took out their mobile phones. Rusty, get back here. Coach Carter shouted angrily. Coach, Arlen's defection is too arrogant. I'm going to teach him a lesson. Rusty was furious. Coach Carter said in a deep voice, you are about to graduate, so I can't control you. Go to training. Rusty let go of Arlen's collar, stared at Arlen fiercely, and roared, yes, coach. The other players of the Bucks Steel Horns also stepped back in annoyance. At this time, you really can't fight. If you fight, Arlen will definitely have no chance to fight back, and the other missionary players will not come up to help. They will only use their mobile phones to record the whole process and then call the police. This is different from the previous fight with the Golden Fleece team. In the fight with the Golden Fleece team, everyone is responsible. If it is really investigated, both sides will suffer. But if Arlen is beaten, then except for Arlen, the missionary team will not suffer at all. And the Bucks Steel Horns will be suspended for several players at the least, and the whole team will be disqualified from the game at the worst. What a pity. Arlen grinned. I almost became a hero of Westminster. Captain Bread shook his head coldly. Arlen, I never thought you would become like this. Arlen laughed arrogantly. I think you all envy me, but unfortunately, your strength is not qualified to join the missionary team. Bread said coldly, no, you are wrong. We never envy you, traitor. We spit on you. As he said that, Bread took the lead and spit on Arlen's feet. The other team members followed suit and spit on Arlen's feet. Arlen, we used to treat you as a brother. But from today on, don't let us see you on the road. Don't ever go back to Southampton. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Traitor. Trash. Shit. Facing the angry saliva of the Bucks Steel Horns players, Arlen always looked up with an arrogant smile on his face. Low-class people, you will never see the scenery from a high place. Your anger can only show your incompetence, and I will soon be a national champion player. After saying that, Arlen arrogantly continued to walk towards Guran. Guran put his hands in his pockets and waited coldly for Arlen to come closer. Arlen, you are indeed very crazy, but I'm sorry, I'm crazier than you. More importantly, I hate traitors the most. Guran's eyes were full of cold murderous aura. The whole stadium was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was paying attention to the conversation between the two new and old trump cards. You're the left back who replaced me. Arlen smiled arrogantly. I heard you're a good player. As a person from a football poor country, you seem to have something to offer to be able to lead a hopeless team like the Milwaukee Bucks to the finals. Guran sneered. Of course, they all say I'm better than you. Arlen was stunned, as if he didn't expect Guran to be even more arrogant than him. But soon, Arlen laughed. It's interesting, but you can't win. I know how bad the Bucks Steel Horns are, but you don't know how strong the missionaries are. Guran continued to put his hands in his pockets. So, your logic of being a traitor is that whoever is stronger is your father, right? Arlen's mouth twitched slightly. You don't understand anything. I love football more than anything. In order to win, what can I do? Even if I bear the so-called traitors infamy, I'm so strong. How could I let the Bucks Steel Horns garbage drag down my love for football? Guran stared at Arlen. You don't really love football. You just want to win. Arlen shrugged. Love football. Of course you want to win. What's the difference? Don't you want to win? Guran said. I want to win, but I want to win with my brothers more. Have you really thought about the true meaning of football? Let me tell you, if you really love football, you should not only love the moment of winning, but also accept the result of losing. Football is a team sport. You can play football with your brothers, win together, lose together, laugh together, cry together, be happy with your brothers, be sad with your brothers. One person for everyone, everyone for one person. This is the true meaning of this top sport. You think the Bucks Steel Horns are garbage? But don't forget that you were trained by the Bucks Steel Horns. You learned, trained and grew up in the Bucks Steel Horns, but you pushed away your teammates who were not as good as you, transferred to Westminster School when they needed you the most, and turned around to call them garbage. Do you really think that you can be superior to others by going to Westminster School? No, you are just shameless. You just don't have the basic bottom line of being a human being. You are a traitor, and you will be a traitor all your life. Our Bucks Steel Horns may not be the strongest, we may lose, but we are never afraid. Because we are all united. We will fight together, laugh together, cry together, whether we win or lose. This is all part of our youth. And you, a shameless traitor, you have no right to call others trash. Saying that you are all in on a dog is an insult to the dog. Guran said coldly, fuck you. Even if you wash yourself clean, the dog won't want to get on you. The arrogance on Arlen's face completely collapsed. Being scolded by his former teammates, Arlen was still complacent, thinking that he had successfully angered his opponent, but Guran's simple words broke his defense. Especially the sentence, wash yourself clean and apply lubricant. The dog won't get on you. Arlen's fists clenched and creaked, and his 85-kilogram strong body trembled slightly. And Guran still put his hands in his pockets coldly. For a guy like Arlen, He didn't even need to take his hands out. Guran calculated that Arlen didn't dare to make a move at all. A traitor, a sophisticated egoist, a coward who didn't even dare to face losing, only dared to bully others by taking advantage of his power, and would never dare to make the first move. Okay. Guran. It feels so good to curse. Gu. I love you so much. If I were an old woman, I would sleep with you right now. I'll sleep with you too. Arlen. See that? This is what our brothers are like. Arlen, you are a piece of trash who can be anyone's father. You are not even worthy of carrying Gu's shoes. Get out, Arlen. Get out. The men of the Bucks Steel Horns team all raised their arms and shouted with blood boiling. Guran is simply their best mouth substitute. They didn't feel relieved by using the method of quenching saliva, but it was so satisfying to hear Guran directly cursing at Arlen. It was so cool. Arlen swallowed subconsciously in his throat, sneered and said, curse as much as you want, I don't care. Anyway, in the end, I will win, and you will lose, and you will lose miserably. After saying that, Arlen walked past Guran and deliberately bumped his shoulder against Guran's. Guran didn't move at all. Arlen's face changed slightly, and he walked over with his shoulder sideways. Light a blue skill bubble appeared under Arlen's feet. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Max Xartes live broadcast. Chinese fans are shocked. Guran concentrated his mind and quickly scanned. Sideline breakthrough +1. This skill is not a star level skill, but it is also very practical. Guran already has sideline cut in +2, but the skill of sideline breakthrough is still lacking. This can be regarded as a shortcoming of sideline players. Guran immediately picked up this skill remotely. Very good. There are still 8 pickup progress left today. Hey. After collecting, Guran called Arlen from behind and sneered, don't you want to win? Then imagine the scene when the Bucks Steel Horns beat the missionaries and win the national championship. You will probably regret it and cry, right? That's right. I'm not only going to get you for free. I'm not only going to kill you. I'm also going to kill your heart. Arlen paused for a moment, then quickened his pace and walked towards the player tunnel. The other missionaries players also followed him to the player tunnel. Number 9 Connor Wickham muttered as he walked, can the Bucks Steel Horns win? Dream on. Guran glared at Wickham. Guran didn't say a word, but the pressure was strong. Wickham shrank his tongue, not daring to look at Guran at all, and walked into the player tunnel a few steps faster. When it comes to arguing with people, Guran is really too awesome. No one from the missionary team dared to stand up and confront Guran. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns cheered with pride. After the players of the missionary team left the court, Coach Carter clapped his hands with a tense face. Okay. Calm down. We only have 1 hour to train, and we have just wasted 5 minutes. Everyone hurry up. Hurry up. Yes, coach. All the players of the Bucks Steel Horns roared with bursting morale. Goo. Coach Carter said to Guran in a gentle tone. You scolded very well just now. It's exactly the same as when I was young. Guran smiled at Coach Carter. Thank you, coach. Coach Carter also smiled and said, go to training, it's up to you tonight. Yeah. Guran ran into the lawn of the stadium and warmed up with his teammates. After an hour of training, the person in charge of the stadium came on time to ask the players of the Bucks Steel Horns to leave. The venue maintenance staff entered and began to maintain the turf. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns returned to the locker room for a simple rest and then went to the buffet restaurant of the Millennium Stadium for lunch. After lunch, the Bucks Steel Horns returned to the locker room to rest to ensure the best competitive state. At 3 p.m., the Millennium Stadium was officially open to the public, and a large number of fans poured into the stadium. In China, it was exactly 10 o'clock in the evening. In a certain overseas student forum, it was very lively the previous I'm numb all over. Just now, I saw an awesome Chinese player at the Millennium Stadium. Has been pushed up to tens of thousands of posts. Most of the posts are mocking the poster Max Xartes. Where is the poster? It's already past 10 o'clock. Why hasn't he started live streaming yet? Let's go. The poster can't continue writing and has already run away. Alas, I still want to see the poster laugh, but the poster doesn't even dare to show up. I'm ready to do a handstand and have diarrhea, but the poster won't give me a chance. Bah, you still say there is a Chinese genius who can combine Bale, Lampard and Beckham. I had a little expectation in my heart. What a waste of my feelings. It's better to hope that Bale, Lampard and Beckham really combine than to hope for a Chinese genius. Where can I watch the combination? I have a friend who wants to watch it too. Latest news. Latest news. Damn it. The poster has started live streaming. Everyone, hurry up and go to his live streaming room to watch the fun. What? He really dares to start. Brothers, go. Let's go and scold him together. I'm new here. Please give me a link to the live broadcast room. Let's go together. At this moment, in Max Xarti's live broadcast room, the network speed was so slow that it seemed like it had been post-processed. Various bullet comments popped up one after another, making the already slow screen even slower. Fuck, what is this? I can't even type the words because of the slowness. The host must have done it on purpose. The screen is so sloppy. Who can see it clearly? Haha, I said he was cheating on traffic, right? After a while, the traffic finally stabilized, and the screen gradually became smooth. The total number of people in the live broadcast room also quickly increased from a few hundred to thousands. Everyone clicked in with the mentality of scolding or watching the fun of scolding, and no one believed that Max Xarti would really go to the Millennium Stadium for a live broadcast. When the screen in the live broadcast room became smooth and stable, all netizens were shocked. The grand scene of the Millennium Stadium, the National Stadium of Wales, was presented with a full sense of reality through the mobile phone camera that was not considered high definition. The warm atmosphere of the Millennium Stadium was also transmitted to the ears of every netizen who entered the live broadcast room. Whether it was the picture or the sound, it was so real that it felt like being there. Fuck. Is this really happening? Impossible. The background is fake at first glance. This must be an edited video. Then Max Xarti cleared his throat and asked in a very nervous voice, "Hello. Can everyone hear me?" No. No. We can't hear anything. The comments were all in unison. Max Xarti smiled nervously. "Hello everyone. I'm the original poster who posted on Tiba a few days ago. Welcome to my live broadcast room. This is my first live broadcast, so I don't know what to say. I have fulfilled my promise. What you are seeing now is the scene before the final of the British High School National Competition. Fans are still entering the stadium now. Original poster. Don't keep saying that when you are abroad. Be careful to get beaten." Max Xarti said quickly. "Thank you for your reminder. Well, then. First of all, let me explain, because this is my first time to live broadcast overseas. There are many things I don't understand. The data package I bought was limited, but now I have fixed it. I directly bound my overseas credit card. Today, the data I live broadcast to you will be directly deducted from my credit card. I don't want anything else, just want everyone to see our Chinese genius player Guran's super burning style on the court. Fuck. The host is a ruthless person. The host must be a rich second generation. I don't believe it. It must be fake. Are you sure that the Guran you are talking about is Chinese? Not a fake foreign devil?" Max Xarti ignored these negative comments and continued. "In addition, I have to explain the issue of the game time. Because this game is the final of the British High School National Competition, the game time is 5 PM UK time. There is still an hour and a half. That is to say, when the game officially starts, it will be 12 o'clock in the evening in China. Because I entered the stadium relatively early, in order to save traffic and to prevent the phone from getting hot, I will say hello to everyone first, so as not to let everyone think that I have run away. Also, please prepare for the netizens who said they would do handstand diarrhea and eat before. Now, I will give you a brief introduction to some information related to this game, and then I will go offline. When the players from both sides officially appear on the court, which is about 11:30 China time, I will go live again. If you have anything you want to know, you can also ask questions directly in the live broadcast room. I dare not say that I'm a professional fan. I will try my best to answer what I can. You'd better not ask questions that I can't answer." As he said, Max Xati raised his phone again and took a panoramic photo of the entire stadium. Max Xati's nervousness had eased a lot at this time, and his speech speed became more and more steady. "I'm sitting in the West Stand where the Cardiff fans are. According to what I have learned, the Welsh National Stadium can accommodate a total of 74,500 fans, of which the West Stand is a stand with fewer seats and can only accommodate 17,000 fans. As you can see, the stadium has only been open for less than half an hour, and the entire West Stand is already completely full. This game actually has nothing to do with the Cardiff Ladies. The local high school in Cardiff was eliminated in the group stage. Although the Cardiff Ladies like football, this game is just an amateur game for high school students and is not very valuable. The reason why they came to watch the game so enthusiastically, in addition to the fact that the tickets for this game are completely free and paid for by the English Football Association, the more important reason is to come and see the black-haired belle, Guran. The black-haired belle is not a name I made up, but an evaluation given to Guran by the locals of Cardiff. Bale is the son of Wales. The Cardiff women love Bale. They call Guran the black-haired belle, which is enough to show the status of Guran in the hearts of Cardiff fans. Max Xati pointed the phone camera at the South Stand. The South Stand has the fewest seats, only 16,500 seats, and most of them are not full. This stand is for the away fans, that is, the fans of the Westminster School missionaries from London. Although the fans are still entering the stadium, according to my observation at the scene, the fans from London are probably only about 5,000. Max Xati pointed the phone camera at the North Stand. The North Stand has the most seats, with 21,500 seats. As you can see, the stadium has just opened, and the North Stand is already completely full, and there are even many fans who have overflowed and can only sit on the corner stands. The North Stand is the stand for the home fans, that is, the stand for the fans from the Southampton private high school Bucks Steelhorns. The Bucks Steelhorns is also the team that Guran plays for. According to my visual estimation, there are about 25,000 Southampton fans. This is still a relatively conservative number. When I was queuing outside to enter the stadium just now, I heard the security personnel of the stadium chatting. They said that Southampton fans had been queuing outside at around 10 o'clock in the morning, and they didn't even bring lunch or eat it. This is really crazy. In general, the Millennium Stadium, which can accommodate more than 70,000 people, was not full, but the attendance rate was over 60%, which is absolutely unprecedented in the history of the entire amateur high school national competition. Let me briefly introduce the two high school teams in the finals. Maybe everyone's understanding of British football is basically just the Premier League teams, but in fact, in the UK, fans are also crazy about lower level leagues, especially their support for local teams, which is even crazier. Watching low level games and local amateur games is like watching people around you play. In fact, I don't know much about British high school teams, but because of Guran's appearance, I have recently made up a lot of knowledge in this area. In general, the Westminster School missionary team is very strong. They have won many championships. The national championships of the last session and the session before that were all theirs. Today's game is their defense. If they win this final, then they will achieve an unprecedented 3 consecutive championships. And the Southampton High School Bucks Steelhorns, this is the second time in history that they have reached the quarterfinals, the first time they have reached the semifinals, and the first time they have reached the finals. The Bucks Steelhorns are the dark horse of this national tournament. If you have watched Slam Dunk, you should know that Xiangbi is the dark horse of the national tournament. What I want to tell you is that the Bucks Steelhorns record is even darker than Xiangbi's. Most of the players of the Bucks Steelhorns are grassroots, and none of them are from professional youth training camps. The Westminster School missionaries, from coaches to players, are basically all professional. So, this will be a game where a grassroots dark horse challenges a professional king. Before the game, many Cardiff sports media have analyzed that the Bucks Steelhorns have almost no chance of winning. However, I saw the passionate Southampton fans at the scene. Perhaps it is because this is the first time in their history that they have entered the national tournament finals, and they cherish this opportunity to enter the finals. The game will not officially start for another hour and a half, and the enthusiasm of the Southampton fans is already unstoppable. The scene can hear a uniform rhythm of applause and roars, which are exactly the roars of Southampton fans. I saw countless red and white Southampton High School flags waving wildly. In addition, in the center of the north stand, there was a group of beautiful cheerleaders in JK costumes dancing and shouting Guran's name. This reminded me of the famous cheerleading scene of Shohoku's Ruko Arcade. Okay, that's a brief introduction to the situation on the scene. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Seeing this, the netizens in the entire live broadcast room were shocked. They originally just came to see the joke, but they didn't expect it to be true. Although they haven't seen Guran's performance so far, this kind of atmosphere is definitely not something that can be acted out. In other words, there really is a genius level Chinese player who is a big shot in the UK. This subverts cognition beyond imagination. The live broadcast room instantly became lively. When it first started, there were only more than 1,000 people, and after Max Xati's introduction, the number of people in the live broadcast room quickly increased to more than 4,000. There were also various questions. Can Chinese people play football in the UK? Are you really in the UK? Original poster. Are there many beautiful women in the UK? Are they easy to show off? Original poster. Foreigners are more discriminatory against Asian men. Is this true? Max Xati replied, as for discrimination, to be honest, it does exist, but it is not as common as you think. It may also be that the city of Cardiff where I live is relatively friendly, so I basically didn't feel it. And today when I entered the stadium, I met several waves of fans from Southampton. After they knew that I was Chinese like Guran, they were very friendly to me and took the initiative to ask to take photos with me. There were also 2 golden-haired girls who kissed me enthusiastically, left me their phone numbers, and asked me to meet them in the evening. Fuck. You made a fortune. The author of the post. We thought the author of the post lost traffic, but the author of the post only lost protein. Author of the post, please stop broadcasting football and tell us more about your relationship with the 2 foreign girls. Max Xati was suddenly overwhelmed. Ask something else. Ask something else. Author of the post. Will there be any celebrity performances before the game starts? Max Xati replied, as far as I know, there are not. However, there will be a grand award ceremony after the game. TSK. Boring. I still want to hear the story between the op and the 2 blonde girls. Op, you must have spent a lot of money on data traffic for this live broadcast, right? Aren't there monthly data packages in foreign countries? There are monthly data packages in the UK, but they are much smaller than those in China. For example, the data package I bought from O2 company only has 1 GB for £12 a month, which is not enough for overseas live broadcasts. So I can only link my credit card, and it will automatically renew the package once the data is used up. Just in this short while, I have spent several £12. Max Xati smiled helplessly. The data traffic is still too expensive now. I don't know if the data fee can be reduced in the future, otherwise I really can't afford the live broadcast. Wow. The op is awesome. Op, are you in need of followers? I don't want the kind that pays me. Just introduce me to a blonde chick. I'm not picky, as long as she's a foreign girl. Op, why do you want to do a live broadcast? Are you trying to get angry with the people on the forum, or do you want to prove that you're rich? No, I still say the same thing. I want everyone to know that we Chinese really have talented players. I want everyone to know that we Chinese are no worse than foreigners at playing football. So I'm willing to spend any amount of traffic. Well, there's still a long time before the game officially starts, so in order to save traffic, I'm going to go offline for now. When the players from both sides come on the field, I'll go live again. Everyone remember my live broadcast room number. We'll see you in an hour. After saying that, Max Xati turned off the live broadcast. The overseas student forum became lively again. Fuck. I didn't expect that the op was actually broadcasting live to me. The football environment of foreigners is really fucking good. There are nearly 50,000 people watching an amateur match among high school students. Indeed, the live broadcast scene is too shocking. I absolutely didn't believe it at first, but now my interest is aroused. I want to see what our Chinese talented players are like. The op said that he was willing to spend any amount of traffic while turning off the live broadcast. The op's end of the live broadcast is really too appetizing. I'm itching to watch it now. Fortunately, the op is not a novelist. Otherwise it would definitely be a dog out of chapters. I'm very entangled. It's so late. I can't stay up late to watch a game for an amateur match, right? But if there are our Chinese players, it's really worth staying up late. We still have to wait for another hour. No, brothers, I'm going to rush first. The above person can finish the task in 1 minute. What are you doing with 59 minutes left? I'm a girl. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand. I prove that the person above is a girl. I'm rushing to her. +1, +1, plus 10,086. This post has been seriously distorted. The popularity of the post has not diminished, but has become even more popular. More than half an hour later, the popularity of the Millennium Stadium has not diminished. Scouts from various small clubs also came to the main stand early to sit down. These scouts from small clubs are naturally here to pan for gold. In the finals of the national competition, they can already pan for good gold. For example, the Westminster School missionary team is full of gold from top to bottom, but most of the players on the missionary team have been signed by professional clubs. Therefore, the scouts from small clubs set their sights on the Bucks Steelhorns. Almost every scout from a small club wanted Guran, but they also knew that Guran had signed a contract with Southampton. Therefore, these scouts from small clubs could only focus on Guran's teammates. Although Guran's teammates were not very strong and were not from professional youth training, they were cheap and durable. Moreover, if they only signed a trial contract, the English Football Association would bear half of the first year's expenses. This was definitely a very cost-effective deal for some low-level clubs with financial difficulties. Genius players like Guran could only be watched. Of course, these scouts from small clubs and media reporters wanted to take the opportunity to see Anne Hathaway again and dig up big news. But they waited and waited, and Anne Hathaway did not show up. A few minutes later, Chelsea's Emanalo also came to the main stand. Today is the final of the national competition. Emanalo knew that there would be many scouts and media coming, so he came early to grab a good seat in advance. It would be best if he could sit next to the big star Anne Hathaway and ask for a photo and autograph. Emanalo simply greeted the scouts from the small club and sat down in the corner seat of the third row. After sitting for a long time, Anne Hathaway still did not show up. Emanalo felt a little regretful. However, it was not a big problem. He had received the poster of the White Queen that Guran mailed. Through this incident, Emanalo felt that the relationship between him and Guran had taken a big step forward. When Guran finishes this last amateur competition, he will be able to start his professional career smoothly, and then Sistano will be able to take action in person during the winter transfer period at the end of the year. When Emanalo thought of this, he was full of joy, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. A few minutes later, there was a sudden commotion in the main stand. Even Emanalo couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. A figure walked up to the main stand with a cafés. Chapter 191. The live studio was shocked. Did he hide a knife in his trouser pocket or a gun in his crotch? Not Anne Hathaway. The man who walked onto the main stand was a middle-aged man who looked a little thin, but had sharp eyes. This man had a lazy but outstanding temperament. He was wearing a blue sports jacket with a striking Manchester United logo embroidered on the chest of the jacket. All the scouts on the main stand, including Chelsea's Emanalo, stood up in awe of this man. This was definitely not because of the Manchester United logo. Few of the scouts from small clubs present liked Manchester United. The reason they stood up was because this man was a well-known figure in the scout industry. Jim Lawler, the global chief scout of Manchester United. Jim Lawler has rich experience and professional knowledge, and is very familiar with the global football market and major leagues. As one of the most expensive professional scouts, he has great insight and vision. He only needs to watch a player train for 10 minutes to see through the player's potential and the direction of training. He has discovered many outstanding players, such as Dong Fangzhou from China, Park Ji-sung from South Korea, Pogba from France, etc. He was also responsible for investigating Cristiano Ronaldo, Vidic, Rooney and other stars for the club, and played a big role in their joining Manchester United. It can be said that Jim Lawler has made an indispensable contribution to Manchester United's talent reserve over the past decade. What shocked the scouts of small clubs was that such a top scout would appear in the amateur national competition. Emanalo's first thought was, it's broken. This guy's coming for Guran. It's broken. Lawler swept his eyes across the main stand, nodded slightly to the scouts of the small clubs, and finally, Lawler set his eyes on the Chelsea team logo on Emanalo's chest. Emanalo quickly smiled at Lawler in a friendly manner. Lawler also smiled at Emanalo, and took the initiative to walk to Emanalo, and sat down next to Emanalo. Emanalo's scalp tingled, as if there was a lion sitting next to him, that would open its bloody mouth at any time. Chelsea. Lawler's voice was a little lazy. This tone was not contemptuous, but Emanalo still felt a little uncomfortable. Emanalo kept smiling. Yes, Mr. Lawler, I'm Chelsea's assistant coach and scout, Michael Emanalo. The two shook hands briefly, and then quickly let go, as if they were afraid of being secretly photographed by others. Lawler continued in a lazy voice, I have been traveling overseas in recent years, and I don't know many scouts in China. By the way, aren't you Chelsea very rich? Why do you also come to watch this amateur high school national competition? Are you trying to trick me? Are you trying to trick me? Emanalo smiled steadily. Oh, I'm here to follow the missionaries. Lawler nodded as if he had suddenly realized something. I've read the missionaries' information. There are two guys who are U17 internationals. They will definitely become stars in the future, especially the midfielder number 10, Josh McEachran. He has good skills at his feet, and is very suitable for your Chelsea. Emanalo thought to himself, if it's really that good, would you tell me? What are you pretending for? You Manchester United must be here for Guran. Emanalo smiled and said, Mr. Lawler, it seems that you must also be here for the two U17 internationals of the missionaries, right? Those two U17 internationals are so lucky to be favored by top scouts of your level. We Chelsea will definitely not be able to compete with you Manchester United. Lawler shrugged and said lazily, no, don't worry, I'm not here for the U17 internationals. You may not believe it, I'm here for a kid from the Bucks Steelhorns. Emanalo, are you telling us the truth? Emanalo asked tentatively. The Bucks Steelhorns? That's a weak grassroots team. None of their players have been trained in the youth training camp of a professional club. Lawler sighed, that's right. I don't know what the top executives of Manchester United are doing. They insist that I come back from Asia to investigate a Chinese kid named Guran. I have investigated Cristiano Ronaldo before. Don't you think this is nonsense? Hearing this, Emanalo understood. This guy doesn't seem to know how strong Guran is. Good. Very good. Very good. Emanalo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's indeed a bit of nonsense. Mr. Lawler, I suggest you pay more attention to number 9 Connor Wickham. He is very suitable for your Manchester United. Of course, number 10 Hill McEachran is also good and worthy of Mr. Lawler's attention. Lawler raised his eyelids and glanced at Emanalo. Are you Chelsea so generous? Emanalo thought to himself, it's bad. It's a bit too much. Emanalo smiled and said, fair competition. Haha, well said. Lawler nodded at Emanalo with a fake smile. Fair competition. Fair competition. The two did not say anything more, each thinking about their own things. At about 4 p.m. when Lawler was leaning on the back of the chair in the main stand and was about to fall asleep, there was a violent commotion in the main stand. Lawler was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened, and he took a breath of cold air repeatedly. A big man who was more important than him appeared. Lariad, a senior executive of Southampton club, accompanied a silver-haired old man to the main stand. The silver-haired old man was the chairman of the English Football Association, David Bernstein. Everyone in the main stand stood up to greet him, and Lawler and Emanalo were no exception. Lawler was no longer sleepy, his eyes were brighter than anyone else, and his expression was more lively than anyone else. Although Bernstein was once the chairman of Manchester City Club, this did not prevent Lawler, a Manchester United scout, from shaking hands with him before everyone else. Emanalo, who was standing next to him, called him a role model. Bernstein smiled and waved to the scouts and the media, then sat in the front row of the main stand with old Rice. As the chairman of the English Football Association, he also had to come to this national competition. After the game was decided, he had to personally present awards to the champion team, to show the Football Association's attention and support for young players. Old Rice, the player you want to apply for a work permit for is in this game, right? Bernstein asked with his head tilted. Yes, David. Old Rice smiled and said, his name is Guran, and he is the left back of the Bucks Steelhorns. Bernstein smiled and said, I heard that you asked Greg to go fishing? This is too jumpy. But the meaning is very clear when the two sentences are connected. Old Rice laughed calmly. It's not just fishing. We also talked about the work permit. Greg said that this kind of thing can't be discussed privately, and it must be handled impartially. Old Rice's meaning is also very clear. Although I hooked up with Greg, although I got on the boat with Greg, there is no trick between us. Of course, this is not true. At the level of Old Rice and Bernstein, telling the truth will cause trouble. The English Football Association has never been clean. The rules look good, but these old guys have long jumped out of the rules. Applying for a work permit is actually a dirty job, but Old Rice would rather get himself dirty again to get a work permit for Guran. The vote of Bernstein, chairman of the English Football Association, is particularly crucial. Then I heard Bernstein laughed and said, Greg is still very good. Do you think he will be the next term, after I step down? Old Rice waved his hand. What are you talking about, David? You are still young. It won't be a problem to work for another 10 years. Ha ha ha. Old Rice, you. Bernstein smiled and looked at the empty stadium. I have to pay close attention to your Guran today. 4:20 p.m. The Millennium Stadium suddenly sounded passionate music. More than 50,000 fans at the scene immediately shouted wildly. The pre-match adaptation warm-up session finally began. Max Xati is back on the air. The number of people in the live broadcast room instantly reached 8,000. Fuck. The host is finally on the air again. The cheers at the scene are so loud. Is that Guran on the court? Hurry up and let me see if he is handsome. Max Xati was also very excited. I never thought that at 11 o'clock in the evening in China, there are still so many fans waiting to watch the game of Chinese genius Guran. I thank everyone on behalf of Guran. Although Guran doesn't know me yet, haha. Now is the warm-up stage of the two teams. The missionaries team wearing blue jerseys are walking out of the player tunnel. Guran's Bucks Steelhorns team has not yet appeared, but it will be soon. At the scene, more than 5,000 fans from London cheered crazily for the missionaries team. However, there were more boos from Southampton fans in the stadium. Many Southampton fans shouted loudly, "Fake match team! Fake match team! Guran's father will beat your buds to pieces." Amid the boos all over the field, the players of the missionaries team started training with their heads down. Then, the Bucks Steelhorns, wearing red and white jerseys, came on the field. The boys were all in high spirits and full of morale. The Southampton fans and Cardiff fans at the scene all jumped up from their seats and cheered wildly. The entire Millennium Stadium seemed to be on fire. The atmosphere was bursting. More than 40,000 bloodshot throats shouted in unison, "Guran! Guran! 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 Guran!" Max Xati yelled at the phone, "Friends, did you hear it? Did you hear it? This is the scene of the national competition finals. Do you hear these crazy foreigners shouting Chinese names? This scene is too exciting, too passionate. You can't experience this feeling if you are not at the scene, but I'm really about to cry. I really am about to cry." Original poster. Don't shake your hands. I can't see clearly. It's all shaking figures. Let us see what Guran looks like. Fuck. The whole audience is really shouting Guran's name. I'm getting goosebumps all over my body. I wanted to take a look and then go to sleep. How can I sleep like this? I want to ask again. Is Guran really Chinese? Isn't he a fake foreigner who has acquired foreign nationality? It's hard to say. Even if Guran is a Chinese citizen now, he may acquire foreign nationality in the future, right? Then why should I watch it? There are so many foreign stars. Messi and Ronaldo are not enough to watch. Why should I stay up late to watch amateur high school fake foreigners play football? Some netizens directly left the live broadcast room. Fuck, his temper is too bad, and no one said that Guran is a foreigner. Let's take a look first. Original poster, please stop shaking. We all know your hand speed, just live broadcast well. Max Xati tried to steady his hands, moved the phone camera closer, and filmed Guran. Although the image quality is very blurry, you can still see Guran's handsome oriental features. Nothing special +1, nothing special plus 10,086. Not as ordinary as you say, he is just a little bit worse than me. You guys, one by one, are really good at bragging. Let me tell you the truth. Guran is only a little bit more handsome than me. I also played football, and I saw that Guran's warm-up was nothing special, just normal. Why are the fans so crazy about him? Yeah, it's really weird. Let me tell you, the 50,000 people at the scene are actually hired by the op. Fuck, the rich second generation knows how to have fun. Max Xati brother, do you like your younger brother, the cute one? Max Xati wanted to introduce the warm-up situation on the scene, but the cheers on the scene were so strong that the entire west side stand was buzzing. Max Xati shouted a few times into the phone, but he couldn't hear his own voice. Max Xati simply stopped talking and let the fans talk in the live broadcast room. At this time, the DJ at the Millennium Stadium began to introduce the starting lineups of the players of both sides. First, the home team, the Bucks Steelhorns, was introduced. Every time a player was introduced, the north side stands would burst into warm cheers and whistles. When introducing Guran, the DJ on the scene shouted in an extremely solemn tone, "Next, the number 3 left back of the Bucks Steelhorns. From China Guran. Chinese dad. Black-haired belle. Male god. I love you." The north side stands went crazy. The whole stadium was filled with screams. The official cheering group and JK took off their tops, bare most of their arms, and danced the can-can. Sophie and her parents also held up heart-shaped light signs and cheered for Guran crazily. Teacher Mariah was on the other side of the stands, and she was excited. A girl fainted from excitement. This was the 4th time she fainted before the game started. Guran's popularity is invincible. Guran stopped training and waved to the north stand. The fans in the live broadcast room were also excited. Wow, it's so exciting. Did you hear the introduction of the foreign DJ just now? He said Guran is from China. Guran is Chinese, not a fake foreigner. Haha, you can watch it with confidence. Damn, this awesome atmosphere. Is this really an amateur competition for high school students? I can't believe it. What's even more unbelievable is that foreigners actually admire Chinese people so much. If I were Guran, I would be so happy. That's right. Even Max Xati can get 2 blonde girls. Guran must change his girlfriend every day, right? Fuck, I'm so jealous. Don't use your LSP thinking to guess Guran. Guran is a serious person. No way. Who hired the internet army? There is no such thing as an internet army. She must be a pure girl. Really? Let me identify it. Are you really here to watch the game? Yes. I'm a serious fan. The number of people in the live broadcast room is growing rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it has exceeded the mark of tens of thousands of people. At this time, the DJ on the scene continued to introduce loudly. Guran's current total number of goals is 9 goals, tied with Jolly of the Golden Fleece team for the first place in the scorer list. However, the Golden Fleece team has been eliminated, so if Guran can score 1 goal today, he can jump to the first place in the national competition scorer list. Let's cheer for Guran 3 times together. Guran, roar, roar, roar. Guran, roar, roar, roar. The Southampton fans and Cardiff fans at the scene all waved their arms in unison and cheered passionately. The water friends who knew English in the live broadcast room were all shocked. What? Did I hear it correctly just now? I was shocked too. My English level 4 seemed to be given away when I bought an eraser. Those who know English, stop pretending. Tell us all, what did the DJ say? If I heard it correctly, the DJ seemed to say that Guran was tied for first place in the national competition scorer list, and as long as he scored 1 more goal, he would be able to secure the top scorer. What? Isn't Guran a defender? A defender ranks first in the scorer list. Does he have a knife in his trouser pocket or a gun in his crotch? You must have heard it wrong. I also think I heard it wrong, but this DJ is the first to cheer for Guran. Fuck, is that so awesome? 666. Op. After the game, you must interview Guran. You must ask us the questions we care about. Max Xati shouted loudly. Okay. After the game, I will find a chance to interview Guran. Or at this time, on the main stand, Manchester United scout Lola was surprised. I didn't expect that Guran is so popular. Number 1 in the fullback scorer list. Unbelievable. Emanalo next to him looked nervous and said quickly, it's just average. After all, it's an amateur game and everyone is just playing randomly. Lola nodded. What you said makes sense. Maybe it's because it's too amateur, so the fullback got the first scorer. Lola yawned in boredom. By the way, you should have seen Guran's game before. What do you think of this kid? Genius. God's vision. Once in 1,000 years. The future of our Chelsea. The peerless demon star that Sister must get in person. Emanalo took a deep breath, subconsciously covered her scout notes, and said, Guran, I haven't paid much attention to it. Oh. Lola closed his eyes expressionlessly and leaned back in his chair to rest. Emanalo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, in today's game, no matter how shocking Guran's performance is, I must hold it in. I must not let Lola find out that I'm interested in Guran. I must hold it in. I can't draw Guran's tactical diagram, and I can't write an evaluation of Guran. For the future of Chelsea, I must hold it in. It's so hard for me. The half-hour pre-match warm-up ended. The players of both sides left the field amid the cheers of 50,000 fans and returned to their respective locker rooms to make final preparations. At this time, 4 staff members escorted the sports representatives of Westminster School to bring the championship trophy with a blue ribbon to the field and placed it in the middle of the players' tunnel exit to ensure that when the players of both sides officially appeared on the field, each player could pass by the trophy. This trophy is modeled after the Premier League trophy, the trophy for the Premier League champion, except that the Premier League trophy is made of 925 sterling silver, while this young talent trophy is made of pure copper, and there is no Lion Crown logo on the football on top of the trophy. This trophy weighs 12.5 kilograms and is half the height of a person. The name of the champion team and the year of victory are engraved on the base of the trophy. The blue ribbon on the trophy is not original, but the ribbon will be replaced with the color of the home team of the winner. Once the game is over, an engraver will engrave the name of the winning team on the spot, and the trophy will go home with the winning team until this time next year, when they will be brought to the stadium for another competition. When the trophy was placed in the middle of the players' tunnel, the fans at the scene once again set off a crazy wave of enthusiasm. Especially the fans from Southampton. This is the first time in their history that they have been so close to this young talent trophy. The final of the National High School Football Championship is about to begin. Chapter 192. Matthews lowered his shoulders. Question mark? Guran, this will only make me more excited. At this moment, in the North locker room, all the main players of the Bucks Steelhorns stood in a circle around Coach Carter, and the atmosphere in the locker room was tense and exciting. Coach Carter began his pre-match speech. Today is the last game of everyone's high school career. It is also the last game of this national competition. This game will be a period in your youth. I know you are all very nervous at the moment. I know you are worried that you will not perform well enough. I also know that you are afraid of failure. Relax, my children. Because no matter success or failure, this is not your end. It is the starting point. Yes, the Bucks Steelhorns are not as strong as the Missionaries in overall strength. This is an objective fact that we cannot deny. For us, the Bucks Steelhorns, victory is never as easy as the flowers on the hillside. Other teams win easily, but we need to work harder. But we fought all the way here. In our own way, we have carved out a bloody path for ourselves in the jungle full of carnivorous beasts. Each of you is the best fighter. This is why Southampton people like you. With one victory after another, and one fight after another, you have perfectly interpreted what the Southampton spirit is. Never give up. Fight to the end. For this last game, everyone doesn't need to have any burden. Just keep trying their best. Now, in front of us, there is only one last enemy who despises us. They think we are trash that can't stand a single blow. They think they can easily kill us. So, what should we do? All the players of the Bucks Steel Horns raised their arms and shouted, "Go get him! Go get him! Go get him! That's right! Go get him!" Coach Carter said in a deep voice, "What I want is not victory, but the Southampton people's spirit of never giving up. My guys, are you ready? Ready?" The players of the Bucks Steel Horns shouted in unison, and the roof of the entire North locker room was almost blown off. "Okay." Coach Carter waved his hand. "Go, kids. According to the tactics we formulated before, hold them tightly in the first half, and don't let go, and do your best to consume their physical energy. Don't let them feel comfortable for even a second. God will be with you." The players of the Bucks Steel Horns put their hands together. Roar. Then, the Bucks Steel Horns players walked out of the North locker room with murderous intent, and lined up in the player tunnel. The missionaries also lined up in the player tunnel. The players of both sides disliked each other. Although there was no verbal communication, the player tunnel was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder 650. Led by 3 national referees, the players of both sides walked past the Youth Talent Trophy and officially appeared. Deafening cheers rang out in the Millennium Stadium. Various team flags were waved passionately in the stands. The whole scene was almost on fire. When Gu ran past by the Youth Talent Trophy, he subconsciously glanced at the trophy. Arlen of the missionary team was also looking at the trophy from the other side. The moment their eyes met, sparks seemed to fly. Arlen gave Guran a provocative look, then quickly retracted his gaze, and followed the team into the green field. A coward who loves to pretend. Guran sneered and complained in his heart. The two teams lined up on the field, and began the handshake ceremony. When the players of the Bucks Steel Horns shook hands with Arlen, everyone tried their best, wishing to break Arlen's hand. Arlen was pinched hard 11 times, and his face turned green. After the handshake ceremony, the captains of the two teams came to the referee to flip a coin. The captain of the Bucks Steel Horns, Brad, guessed the front and back, and got the priority to choose the side. The captain of the missionary team, number 10 McEachran, won the kickoff right for the missionary team. The two captains exchanged team flags to show respect, although neither of them had any respect in their hearts. The players of both teams went to their respective half, took photos, and then began to stand. Guran quickly observed the position of the missionary team. The missionary team's position is an obvious 433 formation. U17 international player Wickham is the center forward, standing in the middle, with a winger next to him. The midfield is organized with captain number 10 McEachran as the core. On the back line, the two left and right full backs are basically at the wing-back position, ready to plug in at any time. It can be said that this formation is very aggressive. It seems that the head coach of the missionary team, Pratt, has completely ignored the grassroots weak teams such as the Bucks Steel Horns. Pratt once played for Arsenal and Sampdoria in Serie A before retiring. He also briefly coached the English League One team Nottingham Forest. Yes, at that time Pratt was both the head coach of Nottingham Forest and a player of Nottingham Forest. The legendary head coach is warming up. Pratt himself plays in the midfield, so his understanding of the midfield must be deeper than other coaches. Pratt, who has some Arsenal blood and European experience, has a more obvious European style of play. Guran can already predict that under this offensive 433 system, Pratt will inevitably emphasize the control of the midfield, and the midfield ace number 10 McEachran will act as the engine to distribute the ball, play short passes, and control the ball, and then give full play to the player's flank breakthrough ability. This means that the defensive pressure of the Bucks Steel Horns will be unprecedentedly huge today. First of all, we must stick to number 10 McEachran, and try to limit the personal ability of the U17 international captain. Secondly, we must keep an eye on the advancement of the two wings of the missionary team and the penetration of the center forward Wickham in the penalty area. The personal abilities of the missionary team players are very strong. With the support of the 433 crazy attack formation, their overall integrity will be even more terrifying. This will definitely be a huge test for the defense of the Bucks Steel Horns. On the other hand, the formation of the Bucks Steel Horns is still the old-fashioned 442 position. Coach Carter almost always uses the same formation to death. This is not Carter's fault, he just has such a bad hand. The players' individual skills are not enough, their physical strength is not good, and their overall coordination is not strong. Their physical strength and will are still decent. How can they play head on against strong teams with such a hand? 442 defense and counter-attack is the only correct choice for the Bucks Steelhorns. Moreover, the key to winning or losing is not the conflict in the formation, but the fine-tuning of the details during the game. The Bucks Steelhorns did not have the ability to make on-the-spot fine-tuning in the past, but now the Bucks Steelhorns have a trump card in this bad hand, Duran. So this on-the-spot tactical fine-tuning is the biggest hidden advantage of the Bucks Steelhorns. Coach Carter is not a star like Pratt, nor is he a big-name coach, but he has been in the games of weak teams for a long time. Whether it is a level of self-awareness or the control of the locker room, he is definitely a professional. In this game, Coach Carter still let Brett stay back as a defensive midfielder, while Minato, who had rushed forward as a full score in the previous games, retreated and no longer rushed forward. Playing against a super strong team like the Missionaries, there was no need to act anymore, just defend with all his strength. As for Guran's position, he did not advance to the left forward position, but stood in the left back position that belonged to him. The opponent had the ball at the beginning, so the blitz tactics used in the previous games were invalid. And from the conversation with Olin, it can be learned that the Missionaries have military intelligence scouts. The Missionaries must know Guran's blitz tactics, and they will definitely focus on guarding against Guran's blitz tactics. At first glance, the formation of the Bucks Steelhorns team is very ordinary, and can even be described as mediocre. However, every player on the Bucks Steelhorns field is murderous, and they are not afraid of the top teams. Duran and Olin stand on the opposite corners, and the left side of the Bucks Steelhorns is the right side of the Missionaries. So Olin's opponent was not Guran, but the right forward blind man and right back Huareluo of the Bucks Steelhorns. The blind man and Huareluo looked at Olin with daggers in their eyes. The referee looked down at his watch. The fans from Southampton and Cardiff shouted wildly, "Duran! Duran! Come on! Come on! Score a goal! Get the top scorer! Chinese dad! Beat the Missionaries! Black-haired Bale! Go! We want to see your outside lane overtaking! Male god, I love you! My mother and I love you!" As the game approached, the atmosphere on the scene became more and more heated. Duran stood on the green field, took a deep breath calmly, and cleared all the messy thoughts in his mind. At this moment, the deafening shouts of the Millennium Stadium turned into white noise. Duran focused his attention on his mind. Now, there are still 6 talent points to use. The physical contact in the early stage of this game must be very intense. The players of the missionary team are generally tall and basically trained in professional youth training camps. Therefore, the attribute level of 65 in strength and 67 in strength is enough in front of the missionary team, but it does not have much advantage. In the early confrontation, it is necessary to establish an advantage as soon as possible, otherwise it is easy to collapse. Duran did not hesitate, and directly took out 2 talent points, adding 1 point to the strength attribute, and 1 point to the strength attribute. The strength attribute reached 66 points. The strength attribute reached 68 points. Duran suddenly felt that the muscles of his whole body were thicker by 1 dimension, and the strength of muscles and bones was also stronger. Cool. Just do it. What the title of the strongest team in the country, what the British U17 International, what the ace in the core, will only make me more excited when I do you. Duran's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Beep. With the referee's crisp opening whistle, the national competition finals officially began. Yeah. The more than 50,000 fans at the scene have been waiting for a long time, and finally waited for the moment when the game started. First, the missionaries kicked off. Number 9 Wickham passed the ball directly back to the captain McEachran, and then quickly rushed into the penalty area of the Bucks Steelhorn. McEachran took the ball and started quickly, advancing at high speed along the middle road. The other missionaries players also sprinted. The entire missionaries team began to blitz. Arlen, who was not even a dog, sprinted the most vigorously. At the beginning, the missionaries showed their fierce fangs. The missionaries fans in the south stand screamed excitedly. The fans of the Bucks Steelhorn team were booing desperately. The players of the Bucks Steelhorn team quickly shrank their defense line. Watergate and Bread formed the first midfield defense line and intercepted McEachran with the ball head on. Sissy also retreated to participate in the defense. Guran let the missionaries right forward go to the bottom, and he shrank to the middle to help block the back of Watergate and Bread. In this case, it is to let the side defend the middle. Zimmerly was trying his best to chase the right forward, except for the glider, who was at the front court. All other players of the Bucks Steelhorn team were participating in defense with physical confrontation to suppress the missionary team's blitz speed. After undergoing Guran's involution training, the Bucks Steelhorn team's overall defense speed has been very fast. The missionary team's blitz was blocked and failed to form an overall breakthrough. Next, it depends on the confrontation between the two sides in local details. Watergate, Bread, and Sissy formed a triangle defense formation and teamed up to double team the missionary team's ace captain number 10 McEachran. Bread blocked McEachran's breakthrough channel in advance. Watergate quickly approached McEachran, and Sissy was behind. The three of them worked together to squeeze McEachran to Guran's side. This kind of defensive cooperation is also the focus of the Bucks Steelhorn team's drills in the recent stage. In this way, even if McEachran can pass Bread, he will get into Guran's hunting circle. At that time, Guran will use his body to block K. McLean, and Schumann and others will follow up to steal the ball, forming a 4v1 tactical hunting. After successfully stealing the ball, you can make a sharp counter-attack. But as a British U17 international, McLennan is not only experienced in major competitions, but also has very clear ideas. McLennan did not dribble the ball in the direction of the floor, but suddenly stopped, followed by a beautiful Matthews shoulder drop. Wow. All the fans in the stadium couldn't help but exclaimed. Not only the fans of the missionaries, but also the fans of the Bucks Steelhorns and Cardiff fans were amazed. This move is too gorgeous. It's just right. In British football, which is dominated by physical collisions, this kind of extraordinary action is simply a magical skill. The so-called shoulder drop is a skill that football players use when facing defense. As the name suggests, it means to press down the shoulders, lower the center of gravity, and instantly twist the body in the opposite direction to complete the quick turn, so that the defensive players will make misjudgments, thereby shaking off the defender's defense, tearing open the defense line, and creating a breakthrough channel. This extraordinary move was created by British football master Stanley Matthews. Matthews is a true legend. His life is brilliant. The thing he is most proud of is that he entered the professional team at the age of 16 and played until he was knighted at the age of 50. He officially retired at the age of 50 and 5 days. This was also the record of the oldest age in football. It was broken by Miura Yoshitomo at the age of 50 and 7 days 17 years after his death. When Matthews retired, some sports media lamented, if Matthews is not knighted, he will probably play until Charles succeeds. In the British arena, dominated by physical confrontation, Matthews is an absolute outlier. As a right winger, he is extremely fast and likes to play tricks. He even deliberately uses funny juggling moves to tease his opponents, which arouses the enthusiastic cheers of fans. He is a performing artist on the court of that era. He has excellent physical conditions and footwork. His sudden stop and turn are the nightmare of all opponents. His shoulder dropping movement is very flexible. He can often complete multiple changes of direction when facing multiple defensive players, making it impossible for opponents to predict his next movement direction, thus creating more opportunities for the team. The shoulder dropping movement itself is not difficult, but the difficulty lies in the super control of the muscles in various parts of the body, and the ability to change direction and control the ball continuously in a small double teaming space. In fact, Matthew's shoulder dropping is not the most amazing shoulder dropping technique. The most amazing is Messi's shoulder dropping. Messi's shoulder dropping, known as one of the La Masia magic skills, is also the skill with the highest success rate of breakthrough in a local small space in today's football. To be honest, Messi is definitely one of the most talented players in the world. His strength lies not only in his talent level skills, but also in his god level motor reaction nerves that are almost born for football. If we compare Matthews' shoulder drop with Messi's shoulder drop, Matthews' shoulder drop is more consciously used. After all, the defensive technology in the British football environment is also rough, and there is more space for breakthroughs. In the La Liga environment where Messi is, there are more players involved in defense, and the double teaming on him is tighter and more targeted. Messi is almost always in a small multi-person double teaming space. Under such conditions, Messi must react faster and more agilely to complete the breakthrough. The reaction actions of other players are calculated in seconds, while Messi's reaction actions are calculated in milliseconds. This means that Messi's shoulder drop almost changes synchronously with the opponent's double teaming defense action, and his ball control macro manipulation actions are also temporarily changed according to the opponent's temporary changes. If the system attributes are used to score, Messi's flexibility attribute is definitely a full grade level of 100 points. The flexibility attribute refers to the connection between two actions. The higher the flexibility attribute, the smoother the connection between the actions and the more obvious the coherence. Messi's breakthrough skills are essentially a number of neural level reaction actions quickly connected together, both accurate and reasonable. When you watch Messi break through, you won't think he is fast, but when you use a close-up lens to slow down and analyze it specifically, you will find out how many subtle reaction actions his body muscles have made in 1 second with extremely strong control. This is definitely not a specific instruction from the brain, but a physical reaction at the level of a neural knife. This neural level movement reaction also makes Messi's shoulder sinking more unpredictable. Messi's shoulder sinking is not a fixed pattern, but has reached a state similar to no move is better than a move. When Messi uses the shoulder sinking, it must be when the opponent's player is too close to him. Messi will use the shoulder sinking to sideways, turn around or suddenly change direction to accelerate, and even use a series of actions that almost violate the laws of ordinary people's motor nerves, such as sinking shoulders, sudden stops, reverse shoulder sinking, and sudden acceleration. World-class players are all talented, but Messi is not only talented, but also has non-human level football motor nerves. Messi is a cheat. Now, the skill used by the missionary team's McEachran is naturally not comparable to Messi's shoulder drop, but only the lower level Matthews shoulder drop. But even Matthews' shoulder drop is already a dimensionality reduction strike in the amateur national competition. Seeing McEachran's Matthews shoulder drop, Duran's eyes lit up. I have to use this skill. At the moment, when McEachran Matthews dropped his shoulder, the Watergate who was defending him was directly knocked to the ground. The bread blocking the middle was also shaken away. The sissy didn't react at all. There was no way to catch up with McEachran in the first time. The triangle defense formation against McEachran was broken in an instant. The midfield defense line of the Bucks Steel Horns was immediately torn open. This is really a crushing of personal ability. McEachran then accelerated and rushed to the right side of the Bucks Steel Horns with the ball. Almost all the defensive players were chasing and blocking and assisting in the right side of the rib area, while Duran quickly retreated to the left side of the penalty area. The 30-meter area has been broken through. As a left back, Duran's next thing to do is to prevent McEachran from using the width of the court after breaking through and suddenly passing the ball to the left side of the baseline. This is the ball quotient. At this time, on the right side of the Bucks Steel Horns, the missionaries left forward and left back Arlen have already assisted. The blind man and Huarelio of the Bucks Steel Horns desperately defended to prevent them from further breakthroughs. Central defenders Rusty Strip and Painter also quickly mark number 9 Wickham who had penetrated into the penalty area. Watergate also quickly climbed up from the grass and chased McEachran hard, while Bread retreated to the top of the penalty area. Overall, although McEachran had broken through a layer of defense with his personal ability, the defensive formation was still there and had not been directly penetrated. McEachran faced the pursuit and interception of the Bucks Steel Horns, and he remained calm and composed as he went straight to the right side. McEachran was dribbling at high speed and suddenly looked up at the left side of the Bucks Steel Horns. Here they come. Chapter 193 starts with a super exciting save, where everything is at stake. Now, the defensive focus of the Bucks Steel Horn team is on the middle and right wing, and the left wing is relatively the weak area of the Bucks Steel Horn team. If McEachran picked a pass from behind to his right forward, and then the right forward cut inside and sent the ball into the small penalty area, then the Bucks Steel Horn team's defense line would be completely penetrated. The missionary team's cooperation is very skillful and smooth. When McEachlan looked up at the left side, their right forward had already sprinted to the edge of the Bucks Steelhorn team's small penalty area and raised his hand confidently to ask for the ball. And just as the missionaries' right winger asked for the ball, Duran sprinted back to defense at a speed of violent aesthetics. The fans of the Bucks Steelhorn team cheered instantly. Duran's sprint speed is extremely fast, and this kind of return defense is not just about sprinting fast, but also requires advanced prediction. This means that Duran had already started before McEachlan looked up to observe the left side. This is also a confrontation between the two teams' trump cards in terms of ball intelligence. This kind of ball intelligence confrontation cannot be seen nor touched, but it can be felt. It took Duran less than 3 seconds from predicting and starting in advance to sprinting to the missionary right winger. If Duran had not been noticed before, Duran's sprint would have been like a flash. The right winger who reached out for the ball was shocked. He quickly prepared for a collision. Duran was very aggressive and directly used his shoulder to push the right winger. Just one word. The missionary right winger was a head taller than Duran, and the muscle contours on his body looked at least 2 dimensions stronger than Duran. However, this did not hinder Duran's brave collision at all. The missionary right winger obviously did not take Duran's collision seriously. While he raised his elbow to block Duran's shoulder collision, he continued to arrogantly reach out to McKellen for the ball. Duran was not used to his problems, so he directly used his shoulder to push away the elbow of the right winger and pushed hard. Bang! The missionary right winger was pushed back 3 steps in an instant. The strong body almost lost balance. Duran refused to give up and continued to push forward, not giving the opponent a chance to return to the penalty area. The right winger was horrified and immediately fought back, trying his best to push Duran away and save his face as a professional youth player. But the thin-looking Duran was like a bulldozer at full power. The right winger's face was flushed, the veins on his neck were prominent, and his teeth were almost broken. As a result, he not only failed to move forward half a step, but was continuously forced back to the corner flag area by Duran. Duran's muscle strength also broke out completely, and he directly used his body to eat the missionary team's right winger alive. This was a pure physical confrontation, without any skills, just to see who was stronger. Zimmy also took the opportunity to retreat and help Duran defend the left side. Although the Bucks Steelhorns' left side defense was not as beautiful as Matthews' shoulder sinking by McEachlan, it was more direct, more passionate, and more exciting. The fans of the Bucks Steelhorn team were excited. Cheers and screams suddenly arose, one wave after another. In Max Xarte's live broadcast room, comments were overwhelming. Fuck, oh my god, is it so awesome? It's really hard work. I like to watch this. I don't believe it. The physical confrontation of our Chinese players can't be so awesome. I don't believe it. Is the foreigner on the opposite side an actor? Duran. I remember this name. I feel like I'm going to have diarrhea when I stand upside down. Friend, don't mention this. I don't want to drink. While the fans were excited and amazed, the dangerous situation on the field was rapidly evolving. McEachlan's on-the-spot reaction speed was extremely fast. He had already prepared a long pass to hit the weak area on the left, but when he saw Duran's sprint speed, he immediately realized that, although the Bucks Steelhorns had fewer defensive players on the left, it was definitely not a weak area. We still have to attack the Bucks Steelhorns' right side. McEachlan twisted his body and tapped his toes. With his excellent ball control skills, he once again got rid of the sissy and Watergate who rushed up to press. Then, without even looking at his teammates around him, he made a short pass to the blank area on the right. This pass was extremely high level. None of the right side defensive players of the Bucks Steelhorns team expected it. At this time, Arlen, who was not even a dog, sprinted up very actively to receive the ball. Arlen's sprint speed was very fast. The blind man who was originally defending him closely reacted half a beat slower. When the blind man wanted to grab Arlen again, he couldn't catch him. In less than 2 seconds, Arlen took the lead in controlling McEachlan's pass under his feet and continued to dribble the ball to the bottom. The right side defense of the Bucks Steelhorns team was in a state of emergency. Seeing Arlen dribbling the ball, Huareluo's eyes turned red. Huareluo went straight up and made a fierce sliding tackle at Arlen's feet. This kick was indeed a bit impatient. Arlen is Huareluo's old teammate, so he is naturally very familiar with Huareluo's playing style and level. He had predicted that Huareluo would slide and tackle early on. He calmly and quickly knocked the ball to Makichan, then jumped up and passed over Huareluo's head and continued to diagonally cut into the right small penalty area of the Bucks Steel Horns to assist. The entire missionary team's players were in high-speed dynamic interweaving. Because of Huareluo's impulsive loss of position, the right defense line was instantly broken by Arlen. The fans who supported the Bucks Steel Horns were all worried. The missionary team fans screamed excitedly and waved the missionary team's flag desperately. Makichan did not stop, touched the ball with one foot, and passed it to the inside of the small penalty area like flowing water. This kick was even more clever and sharp, and the ball landed just in a position that the Bucks Steel Horns defenders could not reach at the first time. At this moment, the centre backs Rusty Strip and Painter were closing the door to defend the number 9 striker Wickham, who was attacking the middle, and they had no time to split up, and Huareluo had just climbed up from the grass to chase back. The blind man, Bread, Sissy and others were attracted by Makichan, and none of them expected that Makichan would touch the ball to Arlen. The cooperation of the missionary team was very smooth and silky. It was completely at the level of the U18 youth team of a professional club. Especially Makichan. Makichan's role in the entire wave of offense was like a brain. The defense of the entire right area of the Bucks Steel Horns was completely disrupted by Makichan alone. This was less than 2 minutes after the start. If you want to score Makichan's performance in the first 2 minutes, Makichan can get at least 8.8 points. The British U17 international, his strength is really not exaggerated. The defensive players of the Bucks Steel Horns were completely in a panic. Arlen quickly flashed into the left side of the small penalty area, and without slowing down, he easily raised his foot to stop the ball. The last line of defense of the Bucks Steel Horns, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, rushed towards Arlen with a roar, blocking the near corner of the goal. The tall body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the arms stretched out in advance completely blocked Arlen's small angle. The expression of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was even more ferocious. His eyes were as big as copper bells, and he wanted to eat Arlen alive. However, Arlen didn't care about the expression of the Tyrannosaurus Rex at all, and directly raised his foot to shoot the far corner of the goal. This shot had no power, relying on the cleverness and angle. The football drew an arc above the small penalty area. The defensive intention of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was exposed too early, and Arlen seized the opportunity. The reaction of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's arm was also a beat slower, and he barely reached out to reach the ball. Sure enough, he didn't reach it. Arlen suffered from the characteristics of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's short and slow hands. So Arlen's shot to the far corner was a shot with the short board of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Seeing that the football was about to fly into the far corner of the goal, Arlen's mouth had already revealed an arrogant smile like a villain, and he raised his hand to celebrate in advance. The head coach Pratt in the technical area on the sidelines also began to applaud and congratulate. All the fans who supported the Bucks Steel Horns held their breath in despair. Even the referee had already put the whistle in his mouth, ready to blow the whistle to confirm that the goal was valid, and at this moment, Guran sprinted back from the left sideline and rushed towards the goal. This was also a duel between Guran and Arlen. Guran's speed seemed to be a red and white lightning, and his explosive power was raised to the extreme in a very short time. He sprinted back to the small penalty area and pushed the right winger out, and then sprinted back. There was no pause in between. Seeing that the football was about to fly into the goal line, Guran fell to the ground and slid desperately, gambled everything, and raised his foot sideways to meet the ball and hooked it. Bang! Guran hooked the ball accurately out of the goal area. The goalposts were shaken by the impact. Oh 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 oh. All the fans at the scene opened their mouths and screamed. Many male fans subconsciously covered their crotches. This is really hard work. Only 2 minutes into the game, Guran completed a super passionate, super shocking, and super painful rescue. Zimmerman grabbed Guran's clearance at the first time, and without waiting for the missionary right forward next to him to come up and press, he kicked the ball out of the sideline. Although this bowl can be used for a quick counter-attack, in the case of a teammate falling to the ground, it must be a dead ball first, and the game must be suspended to check the injuries of the rescued teammates. This game is very important for the Bucks Steelhorns, but Guran is more important. The referee also blew the whistle immediately, indicating that the game was suspended. All the players of the Bucks Steelhorns team rushed to Guran eagerly. In the home team's bench and technical area, Coach Carter, substitute players, team Dr. Math and physical therapist Gregory were all as anxious as ants on a hot pot. Sophie on the north stand and teacher Mariah on the other side covered their mouths at the same time. Sophie's sapphire eyes were full of worried tears. Teacher Mariah closed her eyes and prayed quietly. They care about Guran more than anyone else. The fans from Southampton were also nervous that they dared not breathe. Guran is the core of the Bucks Steelhorns team. If he was injured and left the field at the beginning, then this final would collapse directly. In the main stand, the scouts of those small clubs gasped again and again, and Emanalo couldn't control himself and almost jumped up from his seat. For Emanalo, Guran is the future of Chelsea. Once injured, it will affect the ratings of the new season. And if it affects the season ratings, then Sistano will not go to dig Guran in person. Lawler, the chief scout of Manchester United, also frowned with regret. Guran's predictive 1v1 confrontation and desperate save just now left a very deep impression on Lawler. Let's not talk about Guran's physique, skills, and awareness. Just this spirit is very iron-blooded and very Manchester United. However, if Guran was injured and left the field, then Lawler's inspection today would come to an end. At this moment, in front of the goal of the Bucks Steelhorns, goalkeeper Tyrannosaurus Rex held Guran's neck with both hands, with tears and snot. No, no, no. Guran gritted his teeth and took a breath. You are still dying. Brett said anxiously. How are you? Let's call the team doctor for you. Let's call a stretcher for you. Guran took a deep breath and secretly felt that he was still conscious. Guran immediately said, I'm fine. It hurts. It really hurts. Guran said angrily, get lost. I'm really fine. I avoided all the vital parts. How is that possible? You just hit the goalpost so hard that it made a loud bang. How can you be fine? I know you really want to fight for this game, but you can't risk your happiness for the rest of your life. No need. It's really unnecessary. Let me see if the injury is serious. The teammates said with genuine concern. Get lost. Guran cursed. The referee ran over and asked, No 3 Guran, do you need to call for off-field treatment? If the injury is serious and cannot be treated by yourself, the referee's permission is required before the team doctor and stretcher can be allowed to enter the field. Guran immediately supported Rusty's shoulder and struggled to stand up. No. Mr. Referee, I'm fine. I can continue. The referee was stunned for a moment. You mean, you can go down and get treatment by yourself? Guran said firmly, I don't need treatment. I can continue the game. If he leaves the court for treatment by himself, he will have to wait until the next dead ball before he can go back on the court, and in that case, the Bucks Steelhorns will be 10 against 11. During the period when the missionaries are physically fit and offensive, one less person on the court, especially without a core ace like Guran, the Bucks Steelhorns will collapse. Therefore, even though Guran's inner thigh muscles are still a little painful, Guran does not plan to leave the court for treatment temporarily. The referee widened his eyes, looked at Guran's crotch in disbelief, and then gave Guran a thumbs up. Rusty asked worriedly, Gu, did you really avoid the vital parts? Of course. Rusty asked curiously, how did you control the vital parts to avoid it at such a fast collision speed? Guran, my friend, your focus is very improper. Rusty asked with curiosity, is it some kind of mysterious kung fu of the Chinese? Guran nodded to Rusty with a look of care for the mentally retarded, then turned and walked 2 steps, waved to the team Dr. Mayfu on the bench, signaling him not to worry. Mayfu was about to cry. Damn it, if something really happened, he, the exclusive team doctor, would not be able to explain to the club. I thought it was an easy job to be Guran's exclusive team doctor, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. I was worried all the time. Seeing that Guran was fine, head coach Carter looked up at the sky with gratitude and made the sign of the cross on his chest. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew it. Got, you have always been with Guran. Ha ha ha. The fans from Southampton and Cardiff finally let go of their worries and cheered wildly like venting. Go. So cool. Go. Dad. Go. You are the soul of Southampton. Too hard. We all love you to death. Goo. You are the savior of all of us. Iron-blooded Guran. Fuck the goalpost. Husband. I can't take it anymore. I'm coming. The female fans at the scene screamed at Guran crazily. Sophie and Mariah screamed the loudest and happiest. Some male fans also screamed along. Go. Hard hard hard. Go. Hard hard hard. Go. Hard hard hard. Guran's life-saving save completely ignited the passion of all the Bucks Steelhorns fans. This amateur level finals was so exciting right from the start. The duel between the two sides was so exciting that it made people breathless. The individual abilities and overall coordination of the missionary team were definitely professional level, but Guran's anticipatory defense and crotch save were even more exciting. Guran alone defended a whole wave of sharp attacks from the missionary team. This was far more critical than the U17 international player McEachran on the opposite side. If McEachran's performance in the first 2 minutes could be scored 8.8 points, then Guran's sprint, head-on collision, return sprint, and iron-blooded save just now could be scored 9 points. Guran not only beat the U17 international player McEachran from a distance, but also beat Arlen, who was not even a dog. McEachran smiled with his hands on his waist. For him, the small setback at the beginning was nothing. It was just the beginning. And Arlen's face was pale, and the arrogant expression of a villain who had just succeeded was completely replaced by shame and anger. If it weren't for Guran's save, his goal would have gone in. How could he not hate it? Guran took the opportunity to glance at the feet of McEachran and Arlen. Arlen's negative emotions were obvious, but unfortunately the distance was more than 20 meters. McEachran was within the 20-meter range, but McEachran's emotions did not fluctuate too much. After all, he was a British U17 international, and he still had some psychological endurance. As for head coach Pratt, the distance was even farther. Other missionary players within the pickup range did drop a few white bubbles for pass and control training. However, with future stars like McEachran around, Guran didn't want to waste the remaining 8 pickup opportunities on white bubbles. This wave, no bubbles were harvested. It doesn't matter, it's just the beginning. It's just the next one. I must get a decent skill for free today. Guran took a deep breath and thought to himself, the next fight will only be more intense, the atmosphere will only be more tense, and I must be more focused. At this time, Rusty came up and said, "Boo, teach me." "What?" "It's the Chinese kung fu where you control the vital parts and swing quickly. Get out. Get back to defend." "Okay." Chapter 194. As a defender, it's reasonable for me to have a nose for goal, right? Seeing Guran running to take his position, as if nothing had happened, the scouts on the main stand couldn't help but tease each other easily. Guran is such a fierce kid. It's okay. He's so fierce that he doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Imanalo, who was sitting in the front row, also let out a breath at this time, and his clenched fists loosened slightly. Imanalo resisted the urge to take out the scout's notes from his pocket. Hold it in. Hold it in. Must hold it in. Although Guran showed his strong insight, predictive ability, super high basketball IQ, excellent physical confrontation ability and sprint speed, as well as his desperate spirit of saving the ball, super hard physical characteristics that are not easily injured, and super strong fighting spirit at the beginning, I must hold it in and can't show any interest. This kid is really interesting. Lawler, who was sitting next to him, sat up straight, and his originally lazy eyes became energetic. Emanalo's heart sank, but he smiled and said, "It's normal, ahem. I mean, isn't McEachran good?" Matthews lowered his shoulders. "One touch pass. The brain in the midfield." Lawler shrugged. "McEachran is really good, but he is facing a weak team like the Bucks Steelhorns. As a U17 international, playing a weak team with fancy skills is of course a crushing victory. If he is put in a professional league, it will be difficult for him to play with such fancy skills. If he wants to take the technical growth route, he may have to go through a lot of stronger training before he can have a place in the professional league. Let's put it this way, Mkhitaryan has the opportunity to become a star, but his star path is not big. Emanalo secretly said in his heart, Fake is worthy of being Manchester United's chief scout. His vision is so damn vicious and accurate. I hope he won't be so accurate when looking at Guran. Lawler continued, on the contrary, it was this kid named Guran who really caught my eye. His playing style is obviously not from a professional training camp, and he has a bit of a wild bull style, so many of his behaviors are quite unexpected. Well, how should I put it? As a defender, it's not good to be too unexpected, but this kid has a high football IQ, a decent physical condition, and the courage to fight. Most importantly, this kid has the Manchester United Red Devils spirit of never giving up. Imanalo, oh, pa. Lawler commented again, if he is put in the youth team and trained well for 3 years, and if he can grow another 8 centimeters taller and weigh 85 kilograms, then he can be a little Vidic in the future and be a substitute for Manchester United's first team. Emanalo laughed loudly in his heart, treating Guran as a defender and a substitute? Ignorance. Stupid. Just like what I thought at the beginning. Guran is a B2B striker. It's a striker behind. Guran will definitely lead a new era. Just wait to be surprised. Emanalo nodded to Lawler and said with a smile, your analysis is absolutely correct, Mr. Lawler. I want to learn from you. Lawler laughed, I'm always very accurate in judging people. At this moment, the number of people in Max Xarte's live broadcast room has soared to 20,000. Fuck. Guran is so awesome. I never thought that there are such strong players in China. He doesn't look very strong, but he is really powerful in confrontation, like a small tank, and it is a small tank with a rocket engine. Guran is so hardworking. I thought the missionaries would score that ball just now, but he dug it out from the goal line. Guran sprinting back and forth gave me goosebumps. 666. Guran was hit so hard, is he really okay? I thought he was useless, but he stood up quickly. It seems that his teammates from the Bucks Steel Horns must have said a lot of encouraging words to him. I think Guran has practiced the legendary golden spear technique. Guran's save was really crucial. The opposing missionaries team looked professional at first glance. If the Bucks Steel Horns had been scored a goal in the first 2 minutes, it would have been a nightmare start, and it would have been hard for them to not collapse later. Guran is really the savior of the Bucks Steel Horns. No wonder the fans at the scene worship him so much. When those foreigners were yelling Chinese dad, I was so happy. Haha, me too. It turns out that foreigners can be tamed. This kind of game should really be shown to those who worship foreigners and always think that foreigners are noble in every way. They will definitely be furious. The host really didn't lie to us. This Guran is really awesome. I was shocked just 2 minutes into the game. I wanted to watch it and then go to bed. How the hell can I sleep after watching this? However, let's be honest, the Bucks Steelhorn team is too bad. They were easily beaten by the missionary team at the beginning. I'm not optimistic about the next game. Guran will definitely not win this game. If you can't win, why watch it? Waste of time. Several impatient brothers directly exited the live broadcast room. However, the total number of people in the live broadcast room soared straight up and exceeded 30,000 in the blink of an eye. At this time, the game on the field resumed. The missionary team got a throw-in. The missionary team's right back came to serve the throw-in. This throw-in was close to the corner flag area and the position was very dangerous. The other missionary players actively penetrated into the Bucks Steelhorn team's small penalty area. The Bucks Steelhorn players tried their best to use their bodies to hold up their respective targets. Before the ball was sent out from the throw-in, the physical confrontation between the two teams had already reached a white-hot point. The fans who supported the Bucks Steelhorns booed one after another. Logically speaking, the missionaries got the ball out of bounds for free because Guran hit the goalpost and Zimmerly kicked the ball out of bounds. The missionaries should return the ball to the Bucks Steelhorns after the kickoff to be in line with the spirit of sports, but the missionaries obviously did not intend to do so. The right winger who was kicked out by Guran before actively ran to the side to receive the ball. Duran closely guarded him and did not give him a chance to open up. Seeing that he could not get rid of Duran in a short time, the right winger directly pushed Duran with his hand. The linesman was right next to him, but he turned a blind eye and ignored him completely. Duran was not polite and directly used his elbow to open the back of the right winger's hand and then slammed him sideways. The right winger was knocked away with his teeth bared. Seeing such a confrontation, the fans of the Bucks Steel Horns cheered passionately. The missionary right back who was responsible for the out of bounds ball saw that his right winger had no chance, so he turned around and threw the ball to the midfielder who ran up from the far end to coordinate. After the missionary midfielder stopped the ball, he immediately cut into the Bucks Steel Horn team's penalty area. Zimri made up for the defensive interception, and the Bucks Steel Horn team's defense line was also affected. Duran loudly reminded his teammates not to lose their positions. The Bucks Steel Horn team maintained the arc chain defense line. The missionary team midfielder could not find a breakthrough in the chain defense line, so he immediately passed the ball to McEachran. With the joint defense of Watergate and Bread around him, McEachran started quickly, stopped the ball, and then stopped and turned around, instantly opening a diagonal passing channel. When Watergate stretched out his foot to intercept, it was too late. McEachran passed a high ball directly into the Bucks Steel Horn team's penalty area. This is really a crushing of personal ability. Watergate and Bread together can't defend this British U17 international. Number 9 Wickham, who is also a British U17 international, has a very keen sense of smell in front of the goal. When McEachran passed the ball, he directly pushed away Rusty, who was defending him closely, and sprinted and jumped up. Rusty's physical condition is already top notch in the Bucks Steel Horns, but he couldn't withstand Wickham's push and lost his defensive position. Rusty quickly stabilized his body and tried his best to defend, but Rusty was a whole beat slower. At the same time, Duran sprinted back to the small penalty area at high speed and jumped high on the route of Wickham's header. Duran's position was not good, but Duran's sprint speed was extremely fast and his momentum was extremely domineering. The pressure on Wickham was visible to the naked eye. Wickham couldn't comfortably head the ball, so he could only shake his head quickly. The football went straight to the goal with great momentum. The goalkeeper Tyrannosaurus roared, jumped up high, and saved the ball with both hands. The football passed the arm of the Tyrannosaurus, brushed the top of the goal crossbar, and flew out of the end line. Didn't score. Oh. The fans of the Bucks Steel Horns excitedly clenched their fists and celebrated. In this game, their excitement point was very low. As long as the opponent didn't score, they would be as happy as if they scored. After all, the overall strength of the missionary team is indeed strong. Wickham held his head and sighed to the sky in frustration. For this ball, Wickham's sense of smell in front of the goal, getting rid of the running position, and headers all showed the top level of his age. If Duran hadn't sprinted back to interfere with him, this ball would definitely be a must goal. This also fully proves that Duran's defense is really the mainstay of the Bucks Steel Horns. Duran's defensive style is obviously wild, but very practical. From the start to now, 5.5 minutes have been played, and Duran has broken 2 must-go goals of the missionary team in a row. Coach Pratt, who was standing in the technical area on the sidelines, couldn't help but frown. Coach Carter happily applauded and encouraged the players of the Bucks Steel Horns on the field. Beautiful. Beautiful. Just play like this, defend it. Duran walked up to Wickham and glared at him coldly. You can't do it either. Fuck. Wickham's facial muscles twitched. Light a blue skill bubble appeared under Wickham's feet. Duran immediately focused his mind and took a quick look. Smell in front of the goal +1. Damn. This skill is not bad. As a defender, it is reasonable for me to have a sense of smell in front of the goal, right? Haha, it feels good. It feels good. Duran moved his mind and picked up smell in front of the goal +1 remotely. The game continues. The Bucks Steel Horns continued to implement the defensive strategy arranged by Coach Carter. If they were not sure, they would not easily push the front line forward. The missionaries continued to attack frantically. The 2 full-backs of the missionaries often penetrated into the 30-meter area of the Bucks Steel Horns. The Bucks Steel Horns goal was in danger. Duran rushed back and forth in his own backcourt to make up for the defense and took on the entire left side by himself. Zimmerly had the opportunity to move to the middle to help Schumann and Bredd defend. The defense of the Bucks Steel Horns was shaky every time under the impact of the missionaries, which was very distressing. In the next 10 minutes, Duran had 7 clearances, 4 interceptions, and 5 passes. The missionaries had 6 shots, 3 of which were on target. The Bucks Steel Horns only had a pitiful 1 shot, and it also hit the plane. Of course, the score between the two sides was still 0:0. The Bucks Steel Horns held on to the start in difficulty. In the 21st minute of the game, the missionaries' number 10 Cormac Eachran passed the ball to the right side of the Bucks Steel Horns. After Olin stopped the ball, he quickly dribbled the ball from the wing, and McEachran took the opportunity to run to the gap behind him. After Olin encountered the joint interception of the blind man and Huarluo, he did not entangle, but directly passed the ball to McEachran, who had already run out of space. McEachran dribbled the ball diagonally into the edge of the Bucks Steelhorn team's penalty area and immediately attracted the arc double team of 3 Bucks Steelhorn defensive players. Facing the dense defense, McEachran suddenly used a Marcel turn, shook out a passing channel, and stuffed the ball in front of the goal. The Bucks Steelhorn team's right center defense line was penetrated for the nth time. The Tyrannosaurus Rex immediately roared and rushed out to save the ball, but Wickham, who had a keen sense of smell, reacted faster and shot first. The Tyrannosaurus Rex quickly stretched out his arms to intercept. The football rubbed his fingertips and rolled into the goal at high speed. There was no hope of saving the ball, and the ball went in. The fans of the Bucks Steelhorn team covered their faces in pain. The score on the big screen of the Millennium Stadium was also rewritten as Southampton Bucks Steelhorn 0:1 Westminster Missionaries. After 21 minutes of bombardment, the missionaries finally achieved results. The missionaries players happily ran to the visiting team's bench to hug and high-five to celebrate. The Bucks Steelhorn players were a little discouraged. They really tried their best on this ball. The huge gap in personal ability is an indisputable objective fact. Head coach Carter applauded vigorously in the technical area and encouraged loudly, "Kids, you played very well. It doesn't matter if you lose 1 goal. Come on, come on." Carter's encouragement had little effect, and the morale of the Bucks Steelhorn team was still in a low mood. After losing the ball, Duran said to his teammates, "Look at Olin's face." The Bucks Steelhorn players looked at Olin, who was raising his hands to celebrate with them like a villain. Although Olin did not assist in the missionaries' goal, he also participated. The Bucks Steelhorn players instantly rushed to the top with blood. "Fuck. He's even worse than a dog. I want to kill him. Don't let Olin get too arrogant. Brothers, cheer up. That's right. It's just 1 goal. Hold on. Knock them over." The players of the Bucks Steelhorn team seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, shaking their spirits and quickly getting into position. The Southampton and Cardiff fans at the scene were also infected by the hot-blooded momentum shown by the Bucks Steelhorn team after losing the ball, and they cheered for the host team even harder. In the warm atmosphere, the game continued. The Bucks Steelhorn team intensified the pressing and confrontation. The two sides launched a fierce melee in the midfield and right side areas. Various small actions that were not in compliance with the rules frequently appeared, and the referee's whistle was blown continuously. In the 37th minute of the game, Minato and Sissy tripped McEachran, who was dribbling the ball 35 meters away from the goal. The referee blew the whistle and awarded the missionaries a free kick in the front court. The Bucks Steelhorns urgently arranged a wall. McEachran took the free kick. There was a lot of booing and interference from the scene. McEachran calmly glanced at the goal, then made a tactical pass and passed the ball to the middle. After the missionary team's midfielder took the ball, he accelerated and dribbled the ball to the top of the penalty area and then directly kicked a powerful long shot. The football was blocked by Rusty's foot, bounced up and flew out of the end line. The missionary team won a corner kick. This was their 3rd corner kick in the first half. McEachran continued to take the corner kick on the right side. Duran focused on defending the back point area. McEachran kicked the ball to the middle of the penalty area, and the penalty area was immediately in chaos. The missionary team's tall central defender grabbed the first landing point, but he was stuck by Rusty and his header was not straight. Tyrannosaurus jumped up and missed the ball. The painter got to the second spot in time and was about to clear the ball with his big kick. but Allen pulled him to the ground with a small move. Wickham picked up the opportunity and followed up with a shot. The football hit the goal from a small angle in the chaos. The distance was too close, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex had no time to react. The ball went in. The referee blew the whistle, indicating that the goal was valid. In the 39th minute of the first half, Wickham scored twice. This goal also brought Wickham's number of goals in this national competition to 9. He tied with Guran and Caroli. The battle for the best scorer is full of suspense. The players of the missionary team gathered together happily to celebrate. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team surrounded the referee to appeal. If Allen hadn't pulled down the painter who had already got the ball in the penalty area, Wickham would not have had the opportunity to take advantage of the leak and shoot. The referee ignored the appeal of the Bucks Steelhorns team and insisted on his penalty. The fans of the Bucks Steelhorn team booed angrily, and some radical fans even threw mineral water bottles at the missionaries. Coach Carter cursed impatiently in the technical area. The referee showed Coach Carter a yellow card. The scene was a little chaotic. The second goal was really unfair. The referee's penalty was obviously biased. Losing 2 goals in the first half was a big blow to the Bucks Steelhorn team, especially the goalkeeper Tyrannosaurus Rex. He knelt in front of the goal with self-blame, and the 191 cm tall man was full of tears of frustration. At this moment, the Bucks Steelhorn team's dream of winning the championship became unreal. On the north side of the stands, the fans from Southampton were also full of pain and depression. They knew that the strength gap between the two teams was huge, and they also saw that the players of the Bucks Steelhorn team fought hard, but losing 2 goals in the first half was too sad and desperate. Sophie leaned sadly in Sally's arms and almost cried. Sally patted Sophie. Guran must be feeling very uncomfortable now, right? You must comfort Guran after the game. Sophie nodded vigorously. Teacher Mariah on the other side of the stands bit her lip and murmured, "Boo, don't be sad. I will comfort you after the game." At the same time, on the main stand, the scouts of the small club shook their heads and sighed. Alas, after all, one person can't save the whole team. Yes, although this goal is a bit unfair, the strength of the Bucks Steelhorns is indeed poor. Even with such a strong player like Guran, the Bucks Steelhorns can't win. I predict that the missionaries can score at least 2 more goals. I agree. So far in the game, the 2 U17 internationals of the missionaries have played very well. The Bucks Steelhorns have no way to limit them. Guran also sacrificed his offensive attributes for defense and had no room to play. In fact, it's good that the Bucks Steelhorns can defend for so long. Yeah, such a bad team, which was not even likely to appear in the group stage, actually made it all the way to the finals of the national competition. Just based on this, the Bucks Steelhorns have done enough. In the front seat, Emanalo smiled and said to Lawler, "Mr. Lawler, McEachran and Wickham performed well." Lawler sneered, "Not even close. 2 U17 internationals, playing against an amateur level weak team, have not yet kicked through the plate. If I were their coach, I would have started to spray them a long time ago." I feel more and more that Guran is interesting. He seems to have something different. Although his defense is good, I think that, if he is pushed to the front, it seems that his ball IQ and sprint speed can be better utilized. Emanalo's heart sank. Really? Can't it be? Lawler smiled. Of course, this is just my personal feeling. For now, Guran can't meet Manchester United's requirements at all. Manchester United's selection standards are very high, and even the 2 U17 internationals can't meet Manchester United's requirements for the time being. Emanalo smiled happily and said, "That's right, that's right." In Max Xarte's live broadcast room, fans kept complaining, "What a rotten team the Bucks Steelhorns are." They lost 2 goals in the first half, and they didn't feel like attacking at all. Too bad. Guran has no room to play at all. It makes me anxious and angry. I don't want to watch it anymore. The host praised Guran too much. Now it seems that Guran is just a normal player. It's boring. I'm going to sleep. Many fans left the live broadcast room. The total number of people in the live broadcast room was also stuck at 35,000, and it hardly increased. At this moment, the Bucks Steelhorns players on the field also lowered their heads, and their morale fell to the bottom. Head coach Carter was also given a yellow card for protesting. The opposing missionary team is strong. and the referee is biased. In this case, it is really difficult to turn the tables. After losing 2 goals in a row, Guran took a deep breath, and the murderous aura in his eyes became more and more intense. It's not over yet. Isn't it just a ref *CKING unfavorable situation? I'm going to be a football superstar in the future, so what's this unfavorable situation? Guran walked up to the kneeling Tyrannosaurus Rex and slapped it on the back. Why are you crying? It's not over yet. It's not too late to cry after we win. Win? The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked up at Guran in disbelief, trying to make sure if he was joking. After seeing Guran's determined eyes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was immediately infected, and his fighting spirit was rekindled. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stood up from the grass and stood back in front of the goal in high spirits. Guran walked up to Huareluo, who was looking depressed, and said, "You, go to the left side." Ah. Huareluo opened his mouth wide. "Gu, I can't do this." Guran said in a deep voice, "I know you can't do it, but I can." Huareluo hissed a breath of cold air. He didn't feel any insult, because what Guran said was the truth. Instead, he felt a brand new hope. Huareluo nodded vigorously. "Gu, kill Aolin." "I will." The two of them high-fived. Switch positions. Chapter 195. Revenge begins. Brutally torturing the traitor. Guran blows up the whole audience with a wave of excitement. Before the restart, Guran came to the right back position. Huareluo switched to the left back position. The other players of the Bucks Steelhorns team instantly cheered up. This change of position also means that Guran will personally deal with Olin. Now, for the other players of the Bucks Steelhorns team, winning or not is not so important. The important thing is to deal with Olin. Show the bloodiness of the Bucks Steelhorns team. Seeing this change of position adjustment, Coach Carter in the technical area was stunned for a moment. He has never taught the Bucks Steelhorns such tactics. But why not? The right side of the Bucks Steelhorns team is under too much pressure, almost equivalent to being destroyed. Guran switched over, obviously to target the ace. But, can Guran really play as a right back? Coach Carter suddenly recalled their conversation when he and Guran just met. "Which position do you play?" "I can play as a left back." Being able to play as a left back is not "I'm a left back." This kid, Coach Carter, suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment and immediately laughed wildly. Is the coach crazy? It looks like he is very crazy. It's over. It's over. The Bucks Steelhorns on the bench all covered their heads and worried. Seeing this change of position, the fans of Southampton and Cardiff were all stunned. They have seen Guran overtaking on the outside lane, Guran's magic lamp pointing the way, and Guran's nearly 40-meter long crescent-shaped scimitar. They even saw Guran's god-level save of the goal post in the first 2 minutes of the game. However, this is the first time they have seen Guran play as a right back. It's fresh. It's too fresh. This is obviously going to be a strong confrontation. There is the traitor Olin on the right side, and it is also the focus of Mokichin's activities. Guran took the initiative to switch to the right side to deal with the two of them. Revenge is about to begin. Too looking forward to it. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff burst into excited roars at the same time. Go. 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 We want to see a blitz. Go. Kill them with your 40-meter crescent-shaped scimitar. Go. You are the best. Black-haired Bale. Chinese dad. Chinese dad. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of Max XRT, all kinds of comments were flying. What's going on? Guran swapped positions with the right back. Wait, isn't Guran the left back? The head coach of the Bucks Steelhorns didn't order a substitution just now, right? The players on the field were just replaced like this. Haha, amateur games in the UK are no different from playing wild football, but this time it's even more interesting. Although Guran's performance on the left side was wonderful before, the trump cards of both sides were fighting each other in the air, and Guran was a little powerless. Now Guran took the initiative to switch to the right side to ask for a fight. So next, it must be a showdown between the trump cards. Fuck, you said that. I'm so excited. I'm looking forward to it. To be honest, I just want to see us Chinese kill all the enemies on the court. Yes, me too. As long as Guran scores, I will swipe the super rocket. Score 1 and swipe 1. +1. I also +1. My super fire is thirsty. Brother 666. Husbands, come on. On the green field, the missionaries also noticed the change in the position of the Bucks' steel horns. However, the players of the missionaries didn't care at all. Head coach Pratt even sneered. With 2 goals in hand and such an obvious advantage, the missionaries are now very relaxed. Pratt clapped his hands at the players on the court. Score another one for me in the first half. Beep. The referee blew the whistle for the start. Sissy kicked off in the center circle and passed the ball to Schumann. After Schumann got the ball, he dribbled forward, and the midfielder of the missionary team rushed up to intercept. Schumann then passed the ball to the blind man on the right side, and the blind man ran with the ball, trying to open up a gap on the wing. Duran was not in a hurry to rush forward to press, but steadily moved forward slowly with the formation. At this stage, the missionary team still had plenty of physical strength, and the passing and control cooperation between the missionary team was also very sharp. If the Bucks' steel horns pressed forward with all their strength, it would be easy for the opponent to pass through the back. When fighting with a strong team, especially a strong team that is good at passing and controlling, you must never be impatient. The blind man encountered Olin's 1v1 interception on the wing. The blind man tried twice, but failed to break through, and was almost intercepted by Arlen. Arlen's hands and feet kept making small movements, and the blind man was so angry that he wanted to kick Arlen to the ground and beat him up. Seeing that number 10 McEachran also came up to press, the blind man did not dare to stick to the ball too much, and passed it back to Guran behind him. Guran keenly noticed that the overall formation of the missionary team followed McEachran's movement. McEachran was on the right side, and the focus of the missionary team was also on the right side. Guran directly passed the ball to the left side, which was the weak area of the missionary team. This transfer was very exciting, and the field of vision was also very wide. The formation of the missionary team was temporarily torn open. Schumann immediately moved forward along this opening. Zimmerly on the left side sprinted a little slower, and the action of stopping the ball was a little big. When Zimmerly completely controlled the ball, the missionary team's right midfielder and right back had formed a defensive position, blocking Zimmer's side breakthrough and cross route. The forward Schumann was also closely guarded by another midfielder number 7, leaving no gap. The missionaries are not only sharp in attack, but also excellent in defense. Guran's diagonal long pass shows his high ball IQ, but if his teammates can't make a fast attack, they can't tear open the missionaries' defense line by relying on positional warfare. Zimmerly knew that she was not strong enough and wasted this good opportunity for a quick counter-attack, and she couldn't help but be a little impatient on her face. Facing the double teaming and pressing of 2 people, Zimmerly had no other choice but to try a pass and pass the ball to Schumann, whose position was not too good. The number 7 midfielder who was responsible for defending Schumann immediately blocked Schumann's position and intercepted Zimmer's pass at the first time. The Bucks' steel horns lost the ball. The offense and defense changed positions instantly. Oh. The fans of the Bucks' steel horns let out a suppressed sigh at the same time. Almost every fan of the Bucks' steel horns felt that this wave was going to end again. Schumann gritted his teeth and tried his best to chase back and steal. Sissy also retreated and joined Schumann in the counter-steal. The missionary team's number 7 midfielder did not get too entangled with Schumann and directly passed the ball to McEachran, who ran over to meet him. In the first half, McEachran had been running a lot on the offensive end, and it was difficult for the Bucks' steel horns to limit the U17 international. After McEachran got the ball, Schumann and Nyang Peo immediately chased back frantically. Brett also went up to intercept. McEachran's threat was too great. The Bucks' steel horns had to use 3 people to defend McEachran. After McEachran attracted the defense of 3 players, he immediately faked and opened a passing channel, passing the ball to the right. Arlen, who was not even a dog, actively assisted and accelerated with the ball. The blind man reached out to pull Arlen. Arlen changed his line and accelerated, easily getting rid of the blind man. The blind man desperately chased back, but Arlen's speed was really not exaggerated. Arlen directly ate the blind man alive with speed, and in the blink of an eye, he got rid of the blind man by 2 positions. Brett immediately turned around and prepared to run over to help defend. But Guran yelled, my. While yelling, Guran pointed to Mukhichran and asked him to continue to defend Mukhichran. That's right. The real threat on the right side has never been Arlen, who is not a dog. It's the core ace Mukhichran. Arlen is just a side dish, and the real tactical fulcrum is Mukhichran. As long as Mukhichran is restricted, Guran will be sure to press Arlen to the ground and rub him. After hearing Guran's instructions, Bread did not hesitate at all and continued to defend Mukhichran with Minato and Sissy with confidence. Bread is only the captain of the Bucks Steelhorns, and Guran is the real core leader. Seeing Guran commanding Bread to defend, Mukhichran couldn't help but frown slightly. It was really difficult for him to get rid of the three people's defense. When Arlen saw that there was only Guran defending in front of him, he immediately got excited. Arlen regarded Guran as an enemy. When he was adapting to the venue this morning, he was speechless and embarrassed by Guran in public. At the beginning of the game, he had a sure shot, but was cleared by Guran. Now, it's time to take revenge on Guran. Arlen accelerated his sprint. The fans of the Bucks Steelhorns were all sweating. Guran had Arlen in front of him, and the left forward of the missionary team behind him. If Arlen broke through Guran, or passed the ball to the left winger in a better position, the Bucks Steelhorns would be in trouble. The missionary team had played this right side wing cooperation many times before. The Bucks Steelhorns used 3 defensive players to form a triangle defense formation to intercept, but the effect was not good. It was impossible to limit the missionary team's local small-scale passing and cooperation, so the right side was always an urgent need. And now, Guran actually chose 1v2. What if the fans of the Bucks Steelhorns all held their breath and dared not continue to imagine? Seeing Arlen's aggressive sprint dribbling to the right side of the Bucks Steelhorns, Guran was not in a hurry to defend. Guran was waiting for the most appropriate time. The faster Arlen dribbled the ball, the less chance and angle he had to pass the ball. Moreover, Mukhichran was also entangled and double-teamed by the Bread trio at this time and could not form a tactical fulcrum for Arlen in a short time. Guran calculated that a guy like Arlen would never risk being intercepted to pass the ball to the missionary's left winger. When he saw the gap for cutting inside, he would eat alone. Sure enough, the next second, Arlen changed his line and cut inside. He dribbled the ball diagonally into the penalty area. Arlen's straight line acceleration is his strength, but cutting inside is his weakness. In order to better control the ball, Arlen obviously slowed down. Now, Arlen was so happy that he even looked up to see the position of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Guran saw the right time, suddenly burst into action, and launched on the spot. At this moment, Guran was like a hungry cheetah, hunting at full speed. Guran was originally more than 10 meters away from Arlen, but Arlen only ran 2 steps inside. Before he cut into the penalty area, Guran rushed to Arlen's inside route. Such a precise interception must have been predicted long ago. Arlen was shocked, not only because Guran's sprint speed was faster than his, but also because the timing of Guran's interception made him very uncomfortable. He couldn't break through or pass. At this moment, Arlen had 3 choices: either stop and change direction, shake off Guran, and then pass the ball to the left winger who was still on the outside, and then look for opportunities to pass and cooperate, or turn around directly, avoid Guran's edge, pass the ball to Mukhichran, and then Mukhichran will make a cross. Or, just go hard, use your body to resist Guran, tear open the gap for cutting inside, and pass the ball to Wickham, who was ambushing in front of the goal. The first choice, Arlen gave up directly. Arlen's speed is very fast, his impact is very strong, and his physical confrontation is also very good, but his footwork is average, and he himself doesn't have much confidence in the delicate technical work of changing direction and controlling the ball. Arlen also gave up the second option. Mukhichran was being double-teamed by 3 Minato players and couldn't receive his pass. In addition, Mukhichran didn't expect Guran to sprint and intercept when Arlen cut inside, and he didn't actively provide protective support. Therefore, Arlen only had the third option, to use physical confrontation. Arlen turned halfway with full confidence, using the inertia of his impact, and took the initiative to bump into Guran with his shoulders. As long as he knocked Guran away, even if it was only 1 step, Arlen would have the opportunity to continue to cut inside or kick across. This was a head-on confrontation between the two new and old left backs of the Bucks Steelhorns team. Bang! As soon as they made contact, Arlen was directly pushed back 3 steps by Guran. His body staggered and almost lost his balance, and the ball at his feet was lost. Arlen exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. It was not until this time that he realized why his right winger was pushed out of the penalty area by Guran. Guran's physical confrontation was too strong, and his muscle strength was so strong that it exploded. Arlen couldn't believe that he was crushed by a wild Chinese after his all-out collision. Yeah. The Southampton fans and Cardiff fans at the scene couldn't wait to jump up and cheer. They have been waiting for such a passionate scene for too long. Especially the Southampton fans. They all knew that Arlen was a traitor who betrayed the school team, so the scene just now directly ignited their adrenaline, dopamine, and endorphins that had been suppressed for a long time. This physical hard scene was too explosive and too passionate. It was too addictive. The physical collision did not have any technical content, but Guran's trap hunting and the behavior of sprinting and intercepting at the right time showed his top football IQ. Everyone was worried that the right side of the Bucks Steelhorns would continue to collapse, but this time, Guran perfectly defended it. Emanalo on the main stand had trembling fingers. He wanted to take out the scout's notes to record several times, but he held it back several times. In the Max XRT Live broadcast room, the screen was full of comments like, 666, awesome, so exciting. Guran was also knocked back half a step by Arlen's impact, but he quickly stabilized his body and quickly stretched out his foot to control the ball rolling into the penalty area under his feet. The dangerous situation on the field has not been resolved yet. Missionary team forward Wickham rushed over to try to steal the ball. The left winger who had previously pulled to the side to assist also quickly came over. Arlen stabilized his body with a blushing face and rushed towards Guran again with great momentum. Near the penalty area, or 3v1 double teaming and counter stealing situation was formed. Guran calmly turned around and held Wickham on his back. Wickham couldn't push Guran away, so he could only kick from behind to steal the ball from Guran's feet. Wickham's foot kicked Guran's calf. Guran's body was slightly lowered, but the next second he stubbornly supported his body. Continue to control the ball calmly. Oh. The fans who support the Bucks Steelhorns exclaimed. This is not the first time that Guran has been fouled. This time, the kick from behind looks quite serious. However, the referee seemed to be blind and did not make any comments. The fans booed loudly. The team Dr. Mayfu on the sidelines was almost going crazy. No one could understand why Guran did not kick the ball away quickly after stealing the ball. If he had kicked the ball away, he would not have been double teamed by 3 people and fouled. When Arlen and the left winger were about to rush to Guran, Guran suddenly changed direction with the ball, flashed a passing channel in the triangle double team, and passed the ball accurately to the blind man, who was responding on the side. The blind man was not guarded. After getting the ball, the blind man immediately turned around and sprinted. He ran along the right side of the Bucks Steelhorns with the ball. The right side of the Missionaries was almost empty. The players of the Missionaries were a little confused. Guran sticking to the ball just now was to attract firepower and create an opening on the right side for the blind man. This is a super confident heart. After all, a slight mistake will lead to eternal damnation. It's really exciting. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff finally understood, and the stands immediately erupted in more passionate cheers. On the main stand, Manchester United scout Lawler took a deep breath. Wild way. Interesting. At this time, the fierce confrontation at the edge of the Bucks Steelhorns penalty area did not end because of the fast break. Arlen was so angry that he hugged Guran around the waist to prevent Guran from accelerating. This is an obvious foul. In order to hold Guran back, Arlen didn't even care about his face. Guran saw that the referee and the linesman didn't pay attention to this side, so he waved and gave Arlen an elbow cannon in the chest. I won't tolerate you. Just do it. Arlen let go with a wow. Guran then sprinted like a violent aesthetic. The emotions of the fans in the stands instantly exploded. Violence. Really violent. This direct violent confrontation on the court is indeed not in line with the rules of the game, but it is more fun this way. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. Arlen didn't bother to raise his hand to appeal, and hurriedly gritted his teeth and chased wildly. He has always been very confident in his speed, but he can't catch up. Guran's speed is like a fighter jet flying at a very low altitude. Arlen added full power, but he couldn't catch up. Arlen collapsed in despair. His body was not strong enough. His basketball IQ was crushed. These are actually nothing, but Arlen's most proud sprint speed was surpassed by Guran, which is really despairing. Light a blue skill bubble was generated under Arlen's feet. Guran had no time to care and continued to run wildly. The left winger who had previously assisted Guran had retreated in advance. When he saw Guran speeding towards the middle, he immediately accelerated to intercept Guran. Guran ignored the left winger and continued to accelerate. The famous scene of black-haired Bell reappeared. Guran overtook the left winger in 3 seconds and went straight into the center circle of the court. The left winger accelerated desperately, but couldn't catch up at all. Guran's sprint was too passionate. Guran was too fast. The Millennium Stadium was on fire. More than 40,000 fans were all screaming like crazy. At this moment, all the fans who supported the Milwaukee Bucks had their adrenaline rushing. Their dopamine was soaring. The Max Xati Live broadcast room was also filled with 666 comments and various small gifts. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns were like reborn from the ashes, speeding up and attacking the Missionaries' defense. The Missionaries were caught off guard. 10 seconds ago, they had crushed the Bucks Steel Horns to the 30-meter area, but 10 seconds later, they could only desperately intercept and block. This Bucks Steel Horns was not the Bucks Steel Horns they knew in the first 40 minutes. How could the world suddenly change? The Missionaries' head coach Pratt opened his mouth wide, unable to believe the sudden turn of events. Return to defense. Return to defense. Keep the defense line. Run. Run. Don't let that Chinese kid get the ball. Pratt shouted loudly. His roar was completely drowned out by the wild cheers of the crowd. The Missionaries' ace core, McEachran, quickly retreated and occupied the central defense position in advance, trying to limit Guran and the blind man to the right road. The other defensive players of the missionary team also moved back to the center and right to support. The blind man saw the right moment and kicked the ball straight into the no man's land in front of Guran. Chapter 196s. Snake-like movement. The shocking cloud-piercing cannonball world wave is coming. The blind man's kick was a bit too big. Controlling the ball and passing the ball while running at high speed is a test of dynamic basic skills. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns are not from professional training camps, and their dynamic basic skills are indeed a bit worse in comparison. The football rolled across the center line at a very fast speed and rolled towards the chain defense line formed by the missionaries. When the blind man passed the ball, Guran was at least 20 meters away from the landing point of the ball. On the other hand, the missionaries' number 7 midfielder was only 15 meters away from the ball. Moreover, the football was still rolling towards the number 7 midfielder. The missionaries' number 7 felt that this was a good opportunity to counter-steal. So, he gave up his position in the chain defense, turned around and accelerated to the unmanned area in the middle to steal the ball. As long as they can get the ball in advance, the missionaries can counterattack. Not only the missionaries number 7 had this idea, but other missionaries players also slowed down their retreat and prepared to counterattack. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns team believed in Guran unconditionally and continued to sprint towards the missionary team's half. The two teams formed a sharp contrast. Just when the missionary team's number 7 midfielder was 2 steps away from touching the football, Guran sprinted over at a violent aesthetic speed and took control of the football rolling forward. This is a complete crushing of the sprint speed. The missionary team's number 7 midfielder was directly shocked by Guran. This is too fast, isn't it? Not only is it fast, but the physical fitness is also too strong, right? From the 1v1 and 1v2 close combat in the penalty area, to sprinting more than 50 meters in one breath, there is no sign of fatigue at all. The number 7 midfielder didn't care to think too much, and hurriedly rushed to Guran with all his strength to intercept. In order to grab the ball, he has been out of touch with the overall defense of the missionary team. If Guran breaks through again, Guran will be able to follow the empty middle road behind him and directly hit the missionaries' penalty area. Midfielder number 7 put all his strength into physical confrontation with Guran to prevent him from speeding up. Other defensive players of the missionary team also quickly came up to help defend. The missionary penalty area instantly became watertight. It must be said that the overall level of the missionary team is indeed strong and has even reached the level of the English League One. Guran can be regarded as experiencing the English League One in advance. Faced with such a pressing situation, Guran was not panicked at all. Guran made an emergency stop and shook off the physical collision of midfielder number 7 and then accelerated and changed his line, dribbling diagonally to the left side with the ball. That's right. The left side is the weak area of the missionary team. There is a huge gap in the running. Midfielder number 7 quickly stabilized his body and desperately chased, trying to stick to Guran to limit Guran's speed. After all, he is a professional youth training player who was dug up by Westminster School with a high scholarship, and his defensive ability is still very strong. However, Guran completely ignored the pursuit of midfielder number 7 and continued to sprint diagonally with violent aesthetics. Black-haired Bale. The classic scene of overtaking on the outside lane finally came. In less than 2 seconds, Guran completely left the number 7 player behind. Guran's legs moved so fast that it was blurred. More than 40,000 fans at the scene were screaming with excitement. Sophie also saw Guran's performance on the field for the first time, and she was so excited that she almost collapsed. Teacher Mariah was jumping even more crazily, one wave after another. Lawler, the Manchester United scout in the main stand, widened his eyes and almost jumped out of his seat. Emanalo bit his lips like a little woman, trying to control his hand that wanted to take out the scout's notes. The Max Xati live broadcast room was filled with 666 bullet screens. The frequency of this sprint was really too exciting. Guran ran from the right side of the penalty area to the left side of the field. B2B. And it was a super large scale B2B run. This run completely confused the carefully arranged defense line of the missionary team players. What a wild move. I've seen cross running, but I've never seen such a large scale cross running. Guran instantly tore a huge hole in the formation of the missionary team. The crazy shouts of the Southampton fans and Cardiff fans have never stopped since Guran's sprint. They have been suppressed for most of the game, and now they can finally roar out. At this moment, the stands of the entire Millennium Stadium are shaking with the fans jumping. The right winger and right back of the missionary team rushed to Guran to intercept. Guran sprinted at high speed, changed the line and went straight, then changed the line and went diagonally, and then changed the line and went straight again. In just 2 seconds, Guran completed an unparalleled S-shaped snake-shaped run while dribbling at high speed. Flirtatious. Too flirty. The key is not to slow down at all. Guran's control of the ball during the high-speed sprint was almost perfect. The two right winger and right back were completely stunned by Guran's flirtatious run. Guran dribbled at a super high speed and ate the left side alive. Guran destroyed the left side of the missionary team in one wave. The whole field was filled with screams at the top of their lungs. In the live broadcast room of Max Xati, big rockets and super big rockets were awarded one after another. The fans couldn't wait for Guran to score and become super popular again. Even if this wave of attack didn't end up with a goal, it was still very exciting. At this time, McEachin rushed over from the middle to block. Here it comes. Ace versus Ace. Guran slowed down cautiously and deliberately revealed a flaw. As long as McEachin rushed up, Guran would use a move to pass the ball, knock McEachin away, and cut into the penalty area diagonally. McEachin didn't fall for it, but chose a more stable defensive position to prevent Guran from cutting in and passing the ball. There was no contact between the two yet, but the battle of basketball IQ between the two had already begun. Guran quickly glanced at the situation near the penalty area. Schumann took advantage of the gap in the middle and had penetrated into the penalty area, but the connection with him had been blocked by McEachin. If he forced the ball to Schumann, even if he could avoid McEachin's interception, Schumann might not be able to dribble the ball through the joint defense of the missionary defenders. There is a glider at the far end of the right road, but the glider's position is not good enough. Once he can't stop the ball, it will easily go out of bounds, wasting this fast break opportunity. Sissy responded to his side, but the number 7 midfielder and Olin, who were thrown away before, had already chased him quickly. On the left, without the support of teammates, the two right wingers and right backs of the missionary team were desperately double teaming. The overall defensive ability of the missionary team is very strong, and the opportunity is fleeting. You must rely on your personal ability to pass McEachin, and you must be quick and can't delay. In this dynamic battle situation, once you are dragged and defended by McEachin for 3 seconds, you will fall into an unsolvable double team passive situation. The problem now is that McEachin is very smart in defense. He doesn't directly confront with his body, but constantly suppresses his speed and retreats. The catenary defense of the missionaries is also closing in. If you can't use your body to knock McEachin away, then you can only use your personal skills to shake him off. Duran quickly broke through to the left. McEachin also quickly blocked to the left. At the moment, when McEachin's footsteps moved and his center of gravity shifted, Duran suddenly stopped and used his left foot to press and turn from behind to knock the ball like Ronaldo. The football rolled back to the middle of the penalty area. Duran's center of gravity to the left instantly rebounded. The grip of the shoes under his feet was full, and the whole body was pulled back in an almost demonic way. This is not a fake move. Instead, two real moves are perfectly connected together to form a real move. Duran knew very well that fake moves could not fool the U17 international. McEachin never thought that Duran could deceive him with real moves. McEachin's body subconsciously followed Duran's reversal, but his center of gravity had not yet reacted. McEachin slipped and fell to the ground. Oh! The whole audience exclaimed excitedly. This is a U17 international. This is the technical face of the missionary team. In the first 40 minutes, McEachin made all kinds of fancy passes, making Watergate and Bread miserable. And now, the technical midfield brain McEachin was knocked down by Duran's simple emergency stop and Ronaldo's knock. The technique of stepping and turning is very simple, but Duran used it very smoothly and explosively. The stepping and turning skill has not been picked up so far, but Duran usually practices it a lot. Light a blue skill bubble is generated next to McEachin. Duran had no time to take care of it. After quickly stabilizing his body, he dribbled the ball to the area near the top of the arc. A huge hole has been torn in the missionary team's defense line. The defensive players of the missionary team hurriedly shrank into the penalty area to fill in. The goalkeeper of the missionary team stood a little forward, and there was no obstacle within 10 meters in front of Duran. Good opportunity. How could he not take advantage of such a good opportunity? Exclamation mark. Duran instantly gathered his mind, took a big step forward with his left leg, tightened the muscles of his right leg, concentrated all his strength on his leg, and swung his leg to shoot. Strength attribute 68, superimposed heavy cannon long shot, piercing cloud arrow +3, superimposed heavy cannon long shot again, stone breaking +1. The power is there, the angle is there. The football was like a cloud-piercing cannonball that suddenly shot out without any warning, rising from the grass and shooting at the top of the goal at an upward angle. This was a world wave shot from more than 25 meters away. The fans of the Millennium Stadium all held their breath. The defensive players of the missionary team were all dumbfounded. No one expected that after Duran knocked down McEachin, he did not move forward, but directly shot from outside the arc. Too wasteful, right? All the defensive players in the penalty area of the missionary team jumped high, trying to intercept Duran's shot. But Duran's shot was not only powerful and fast, but also had a high angle of elevation. No one could reach the ball. The missionary team's goalkeeper was a bit slow to react. After the ball flew up, he realized that his position was a little too far forward, so he hurriedly retreated sideways and jumped up to save the ball with one hand. This save was too embarrassing. The missionary team's goalkeeper couldn't touch the ball at all. The ball rubbed the inside of the goal beam and shot into the net with great force. The powerful force made the net vibrate with it. The ball went in. The ball went in. The Millennium Stadium completely erupted in the suffocating suppression. Yeah, the fans of Southampton and Cardiff roared heartbreakingly. The north and west stands of the Millennium Stadium rumbled and shook, and looking around, there were heads jumping with passion. The south side stands where the missionary fans were completely silent. The missionary head coach Pratt was stunned. The missionary players were also dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they saw. The Bucks Steel Horns had only one decent counter-attack in the entire first half, and only one shot on target. But this one time was enough for the missionary team. The counter-attack conversion success rate was 100%. Why is this black-haired Chinese guy Guran so awesome? The DJ on the scene roared in an excited voice. Gu-o-o-o-o-o. The world wave shot from the number 3 left back of the Bucks Steel Horns, the Chinese Guran. This shot is so beautiful. The Bucks Steel Horns have scored 1 goal. Guran's total number of goals in this national competition has reached 10. Temporarily ranked first. Let's cheer for Guran 3 times. Guran, roar roar roar. Guran, roar roar roar. Guran, roar roar roar. The fans who support the Bucks Steel Horns are all crazy with joy. Their previous suppressed emotions were also completely swept away at this moment. The ecstasy after the suppression is doubled. This feeling is simply the best. After scoring, Guran raised his arms and roared. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns also excitedly surrounded Guran, hugging and high-fiving. This goal is really too important for the Bucks Steel Horns. The Bucks Steel Horns mentality, which was originally somewhat collapsed, has also been completely reversed. Now the score is 1:2, and the Bucks Steel Horns are only 1 goal behind. That's right. The missionaries are not invincible. The missionaries McEachran is not invincible either. In this counter-attack, Guran completely crushed Alan McEachran with his astonishing football IQ and amazing personal ability. After a simple celebration, Guran separated his teammates and quickly ran to McEachran's position. McEachran, provoke. Are you provoking me? Come on. McEachran stood with his legs crossed, ready to curse or even fight. Guran concentrated his mind and scanned the blue skill bubble under McEachran's feet. Marcel turn +1. Damn, it's okay. Although it's not Matthew's shoulder drop, the Marcel turn is also a very good passing skill. The earliest record of this skill was when Maradona used it when Argentina played against England in the 1986 World Cup. Later, it became popular in the Marcel Football Club, hence the name. The representative of the Marcel turn is the dribbling master Zidane. Because Zidane is so famous, and the movements of the Marcel turn are so gorgeous and artistic, many people think that the Marcel turn was created by Zidane, but it is not. Zidane just sublimated this skill, performed it to the extreme, and carried it forward many times in world-class competitions. The biggest advantage of this skill is that it can help users quickly change direction in dense defensive scenes, and at the same time, they can use the rotation of the body to better protect the ball under their feet. The user can use the Marcel turn to quickly change direction while protecting the ball, so that the defensive player loses his close position and creates opportunities. Therefore, this is an extraordinary skill that also protects the ball and defends in the offense. Of course, the Marcel turn also has its shortcomings. First of all, this skill requires extremely solid footwork and excellent body coordination, requires both feet to be flexible, and requires players to practice a lot. Secondly, the timing of the Marcel turn must be chosen. It is not necessary to turn and turn when encountering defense. When doing the Marcel turn, the player's dynamic speed will be reduced. When encountering a team with sharp defense, the Marcel turn will only put oneself in trouble. The most important point is that, if the basic skills are not enough or the body coordination ability is poor, the Marcel turn will collapse, and even become a laughing stock. For example, the Turin turn where you turn in a circle without knowing where the ball is going, and the Evans turn where you use your hands to pass the ball, if your footwork is not good enough. There are also star level skills of the turn type that are even more awesome than the Marcel turn. For example, the come-ho turn of the handsome brother Berbatov, turning and turning on the baseline line to pass the opponent. It is so coquettish. Because when the handsome brother did this coquettish action, the electronic advertising film near the baseline happened to be playing the Chinese come-ho tire advertisement, so it was named come-ho turn by Chinese fans, instead of Berbatov turn or Bulgarian turn. Another example is the 720-degree Bengbu turn of Emperor Li Yin. My ball protection is like Henry. Bengbu turn is a joke. Many people think that it is a mockery of Li Yi, but in fact, when Li Yi was doing the 720-degree Bengbu turn, although his body was almost out of control, he was still able to firmly protect the ball under the dense double team of 3 people and completed the pass. Bengbu turn is too difficult. It is a skill that can only be encountered by chance, and even the emperor himself has only done it once. Therefore, so far, the success rate of Bengbu turn is 100%. In general, the technical essentials of martial turn are not too difficult, nor are they star level skills, but if used properly in low level leagues, they will definitely shine. Moreover, if you can get the star level Jinhu turn in the future, I'm afraid that you will need the martial turn skill as a foundation to trigger it. Without the basic skills of martial turn as a foundation, even if you get Jinhu turn, you can't use it. Guran didn't hesitate and directly collected the martial turn +1 remotely. After picking up the items, Guran rushed to the right side of his home court without stopping. There was a blue skill bubble dropped by Arlin. Maki Churn was so angry that he was shaking all over. My legs were all apart, but you didn't come? Provocation. Absolutely provocation. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns were also stunned for a moment. Why is Gu running back so hard? I understand. The first half of the game is not over yet. Guran is reminding us with practical actions that we have to fight for another goal. Guran is really fighting too hard. We can't hold Guran back. Fight, fight, fight. Bucks Steel Horns. Fight to the end. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns were like chicken blood, running back to their positions frantically. Coach Carter raised his arms excitedly and shouted, "That's right. That's it. This is the spirit of Southampton. You can score 1 goal against us. You can also score 2 goals against us. You can score many goals against us. But we will fight back. We will definitely fight to the end. We never give up. We are the unyielding Southampton people. Good ran. Good ran. B2B. B2B. Guran. I love you. I love you so much. Dat. One more." The fans of Southampton also shouted like crazy. Guran was wondering as he ran. I just turned back to collect a bubble. Why are all the people so excited? Guran ran to the position where he had confronted Alin before and concentrated his mind and took a look. High speed sprint dribbling +1. Ahaha. This skill is so cool. This is one of the most needed basic skills. Guran then collected this skill dropped by Arlen through the air. In this way, Guran's high-speed sprint dribbling skill is stacked to +4. This is the upper limit of what a System B rating can pick up. Guran's high-speed sprint can definitely make him a professional league player in the English Premier League. Today, there are still 5 more chances to pick up items. Continue. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197 is Maxim Small Ball GG or Millimeters? Ace against Ace. At this moment, on the main stand, scouts from small clubs were all praising. Guran is so exciting. This game is a weak amateur team playing against a strong professional team, but Guran can carry the team forward on his own. Amazing. Really amazing. Alas, such a player will become a star sooner or later. A small club like us can only watch and satisfy our curiosity. The Scabs and Southampton club must die. That's right. The Scabs and Southampton club must die. In the third row of seats in the main stand, Emanalo was almost unable to hold back his excitement. Guran's 1v1 defense with extremely high football IQ, high speed sprint and diagonal running, serpentine running on the left side, real action to shake off Mokichran, powerful world wave long range shot, and just a simple celebration after scoring, and then quickly returning to defense. Got. After just 1 minute, every detail is an incomparable refreshing experience. I can't let Manchester United know that we Chelsea also have a strong interest in Guran. Manchester United will raise the price. I'm not afraid of Manchester United raising the price. I'm afraid that they are really determined to compete with Chelsea. But if they are really determined to compete with Chelsea, I'm not afraid, because they are not as rich as us. Emanalo secretly took a deep breath and secretly looked at the expression of Lawler, the chief scout of Manchester United. Lawler's face was calm. This Guran, mediocre. Emanalo was secretly happy at first, but then he was extremely scared. Ordinary. Lawler is such a top scout, but after Guran's explosive performance, he actually commented that he was mediocre. Is Lawler blind? Definitely not. Lawler had previously commented on McEachran, who was not interested in him, in great detail. How could he only say that Guran was mediocre? It's over. This guy must want Guran too. He is guarding against me. He is afraid that I will compete for him and raise the price. Emanalo said quickly, Mr. Lawler is right. Guran is indeed mediocre. By the way, Mr. Lawler, you know, he doesn't have a work permit yet. Lawler's eyes lit up. Oh. For Manchester United, a work permit is not a problem. On the contrary, it is an advantage. After all, Sir Ferguson, the hairdryer, is the creator of the genius clause. Why the hell am I saying this? Emanalo really wants to slap himself. Emanalo cleared his throat again and said, Guran has signed a contract with Southampton. As long as he gets a work permit, he will play in the English Football League. Lawler said calmly, really? Playing in the English Football League? Haha. You see, I told you that he is mediocre. Mr. Emanalo, you keep mentioning Guran. Are you interested in him? No. No. Absolutely not. Emanalo laughed and said, Guran, he is so mediocre. Of course we Chelsea don't want him. Mr. Lawler, you Manchester United won't be interested in Guran, right? Lawler also laughed. No. No. Absolutely not. This amateur game is not exciting at all. I almost fell asleep just now. Let's put it this way, I'm just here for the formalities. Me too. Me too. The scouts from the two big clubs smiled at each other and secretly pushed each other to the limit. In Max Xarte's live broadcast room, various bullet comments and gift rewards were refreshed at a rate of more than 30 per second. Guran is so awesome. I'm conquered. Damn, that world-class long-range shot just now was so exciting. But the picture is too blurry, and it shakes too much. It's so anxious to watch. I declare that from now on, I'm a fan of Guran. Within 10 minutes, I want all the information about Guran. I want to know where he is from, what he likes, and whether he has a girlfriend. So handsome. So handsome. This top football IQ is far ahead of domestic players. After many years, another Sun Jae is about to emerge. The Chinese Sun. Is there any hope for Chinese football? Don't worry, with the Chinese Football Association here, no one will have hope for Chinese football. Even if Hawking comes, he has to stand up and drink with the Chinese Football Association. Ha ha ha. 666. You hit the nail on the head. Dear bosses, you all say that Guran has a high football IQ, but what on earth is this football IQ? Are you a GG or a millimeters? If you are a millimeters, I will explain it to you separately. If you are a GG, you can just go and cool off. I can be a millimeters. An enthusiastic netizen named Maxim Xiaomiankyu explained. Let me explain it to you. Football IQ is football IQ, which refers to a player's judgment, decision making and responsibility during the game. This ability is not the tactical arrangement of the head coach, but the game behavior made by the player himself in an instant according to the changes in the situation on the field. You can also understand it as playing chess. Players with high football IQ can make a one-step strategic response in a short time. Players with super high football IQ can make a 3-step strategic response in a short time. And players with top football IQ can make a 10-step strategic response in a short time and turn the situation around. Big brother, you are referring to the scene where Guran knocked down the Ace U17 international player on the opposite side and then shot a world wave long shot. Yes, the duel between Guran and the opposite McEachran was a direct confrontation of their football IQs, but Guran's high football IQ was not only reflected in the scene of the ace duel. You should still remember the scene when Guran was intercepted by the opposite midfielder number 7, right? That scene was very ordinary, but if you can draw a tactical running map, you can really experience the top level of Guran's football IQ. Guran was sprinting at high speed at that time. The defense of the penalty area was empty in a straight line. Most players would choose to directly knock away the midfielder number 7 and then run in a straight line with the ball, but Guran used his speed to shake off number 7 and ran diagonally to the empty area on the left side. I didn't understand his running position at the time. After all, his confrontation is still quite good. It is not difficult to knock away number 7 with a ball, but he chose to run diagonally and pull to the left side. After waiting for 3 seconds, I found that the defenders of the missionary team quickly filled the position in the middle of the penalty area. I realized that it was an ambush. During his high-speed sprint, Guran had already predicted and seen the ambush in the penalty area. He used the empty space on the left side to run around the missionary team's ambush in the penalty area, completely disrupting the missionary team's defense deployment. This also prepared for Mukhichran to come up and defend him in person, and even for the entire defense line to be pulled horizontally by him. Every step of Guran's running was not running around, but using his football intelligence to tear apart. This is the real reason why he can score in a counter-attack. We only saw one step, but Guran had already planned and decided many steps in the confrontation on the spot. Most people only saw the wonderful long shot he made, or could only appreciate his sprint speed and wonderful passing. But what is really amazing is Guran's top football intelligence in handling details. Fuck, boss. 6,666,666. Is Xiaomi and Q boss a professional? Xiaomi and Q boss's analysis is too accurate. I've opened my eyes. It's true that experts can see the doorway. After listening to Xiaomi and Q's analysis, I realized that the game of football is actually so exciting. Yes, I used to think that football is just a physical confrontation, and it doesn't require any IQ. Ordinary players rely on their bodies, advanced players rely on their skills, and top players rely on their brains. Although I don't understand, I'm shocked. Is Maxim Xiaomi and Q a GG or a millimeters? If it's GG, forget it. If it's millimeters, I want to talk to her alone. In addition to admiration, there are also many sneering voices. Come on, an amateur league for high school students has been blown up like this by you. Top football like you? Why don't you say that Guran is better than Messi and Ronaldo? Guran is so awesome, why hasn't he even been selected for the U17 national team? The goal just now was just good luck and the opponent was careless. Guran just happened to kick it by chance. Will foreigners worship a Chinese? Anyway, I don't believe it. Dude, the Qing dynasty has been gone for more than 100 years. Why are you still kneeling? The Max Xati live broadcast room suddenly became noisy, but the number of people in the live broadcast room continued to grow, reaching 35,000. At midnight in China, the live broadcast content is amateur football, and such a live broadcast room is already quite popular. On the green field, the game continued. There were 2 minutes left in the first half, and the fourth official raised a sign, and 5 minutes of injury time were added. After the missionary team kicked off, they continued to rely on their core ace Mukhichran to organize the connection. After the goal was pulled back, the missionary team's offensive became more fierce. The Bucks Steel Horns defended with more fighting spirit. Sissy, Watergate, and Brett double-teamed Mukhichran, and Mukhichran faked a few times, but failed to break through the gap in the first time. Mukhichran could only turn around and pass the ball, relying on his own number 7 midfielder to receive the ball. Midfielder number 7 dribbled to the left side of the Bucks Steel Horn team. He had suffered from Guran, so he tried to avoid the area where Guran was. The defensive formation of the Bucks Steel Horn team shrank and moved to the left. Guran was on the right side to defend the missionary team's left winger and Allen. Midfielder number 7 did not have a good chance to break through, so he could only make a long pass into the densely packed penalty area of the Bucks Steel Horn team. Forward number 9 Wickham made a high-speed advance, but Rusty caught Wickham's body in time and kicked the ball out of the penalty area. This clearance also won the applause of the fans on the scene. The crisis has not been resolved. The ball fell to the feet of the missionary team's central defender, who passed the ball to Mukhichran. Mukhichran stopped suddenly to shake off the pull of the Watergate and rushed to the right side with the ball. Most of the defensive players of the Bucks Steel Horn team are concentrated in the middle and the left side. Now the right side is considered a weak area. The missionary team's left winger and Olin immediately penetrated to the right side. Guran ignored the left winger and Olin and went straight up to block McEachin's breakthrough route. When McEachin had not completely gotten rid of Schumann and others, Guran's timing of pressing forward was just right. Seeing Guran coming up, McEachin's eyebrows almost stood up. He had just been provoked by Guran, and now he was angry. This is the second ace against ace. McEachin vowed to avenge being knocked down by Guran's pressure and turn. McEachin Matthews lowered his shoulders. Guran did not stick to him, but retreated, leaving two body positions between him and McEachin, and his feet were always standing on the grass, ready to move quickly and follow up at any time. Pulling distance is the best way to deal with Matthews's lowered shoulders. The closer the shoulder skillies, the better the effect will be, relying on sudden stop and turn. When the distance is pulled, the advantage of sudden stop and turn is lost by more than half, and it is easier to judge the next movement. In this wave of defense, Guran's basketball IQ is at the top. McEachin was directly numb. He wanted to use Matthews's shoulder drop to make a close pass and knock Guran to the ground, but he didn't expect Guran to see his intention and block his breakthrough route in advance. What's more troublesome is that the Minato trio has also come from the center and left side. Counting Guran, it is now a 4v1 hunting game. Matthews' shoulder drop is not enough, and Olin on the right side is also blocked by the blind man and can't respond to McEachin in the first time. McEachin immediately took a step forward and then did a gorgeous Marcel turn. Double fake moves. Guran laughed in his heart. Isn't this sending him to the gun? The technical movements of the Marcel turn have been fully mastered in Guran's mind. Especially McEachin's Marcel turn. Guran is as familiar as if he has practiced it tens of thousands of times. Guran saw the opportunity when McEachin turned to control the ball and suddenly moved forward with a hip push. Directly pushed McEachin, who was spinning, to lose his center of gravity. After McEachin fell to the ground, his feet were still tightly protecting the ball. The British U17 international player is really amazing. Guran suddenly became more energetic and directly forced his foot to fight for the ball, using an almost rough way to break the ball from McEachin's feet and then passed it to the Watergate. The British U17 international player, the core ace captain of the missionary team, McEachin lost the ball. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff all cheered passionately. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team rushed desperately. Light a blue skill bubble was generated under McEachin's feet. At the same time, McEachin used his hands and feet to quickly climb up and directly block Guran's sprint route. Arlen on the right side also came up to assist, and the two of them formed a closed defense against Guran very tacitly. McEachin knew very well that the other players of the Bucks Steelhorn team were not scary. Even if they were allowed to dribble into the penalty area, it was not scary. The scary thing was Guran. Therefore, Guran's sprint must be restricted. Restricting Guran means restricting the Bucks Steelhorn team. Facing the closed door blockade of McEachin and Olin, Guran used his body to fight against him, while concentrating his mind to scan the skill bubble under McEachin's feet. Matthew's shoulder drop +1. Guran picked up this skill directly without hesitation. Then, Guran used his body strength to knock Olin away, and at the same time, he used Matthew's shoulder drop on McEachin. Learn and use it now. Super fresh Matthew's shoulder drop. Give him what he has learned. McEachin slipped again. Guran used an extremely beautiful and smooth Matthew's shoulder drop to knock McEachin down. Wow. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff were all excited. It was so cool. The fans of the missionary team were all stunned with shock. No one expected that Guran would be able to perform such a high-tech move as Matthew's shoulder drop. McEachin himself was even more stunned. Light another blue skill bubble was generated under McEachin's feet. McEachin became Guran's bubble baby. But at this moment, Guran had no time to care. After Guran broke through the closed defense of McEachin and Olin, he directly sprinted and assisted his teammates with a violent aesthetic run. The +4 sprint speed made Guran's legs move faster than before. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff were all excited, and their adrenaline exploded. At this time, Minato dribbled the ball in the middle, and was intercepted by two midfielders of the missionary team. Minato did not hesitate to pass the ball directly to his right side. Duran sprinted up instantly and dribbled the ball straight into the right rib area. The midfielders of the missionary team intercepted in a panic. Without Alin and McEachran, the missionary team's defensive formation collapsed. In the blink of an eye, Duran sprinted to the 40-meter area in the front field. Sissy was coordinating at the top of the penalty area, and the glider had penetrated into the middle of the penalty area. 2v3 in the penalty area. There is a chance. Duran made a straight pass while running at high speed. The magic lamp pointed the way. The football stuck to the grass, flew 5 centimeters above the grass, and directly penetrated the gap between the two defenders. Oh. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff were amazed at the moment. This ball was given so beautifully. It was so shocking. Duran's defensive interception. Matthews lowered his shoulders, sprinted at high speed, and made a straight pass, all in one go. The glider ran and stopped the ball with his back to the goal. The glider did not stop well for this wonderful straight pass. The football bounced on the grass, and the glider had to run one more step to completely control it. The individual skills of the Bucks Steelhorns team made people feel a little flustered and anxious. The central defender of the missionary team reacted quickly and rushed up to block the glider's body at the first time. If the glider could have stopped Duran's magic lamp in motion just now, he could have turned around and shot. Now, the glider's chance to shoot is gone. The glider immediately knocked the ball back to the sissy who came up to support. The sissy kicked directly at the goal. Another central defender of the missionary team swung sideways and kicked the ball out of the sideline. Oh. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff shouted in frustration at the same time. This goal started with Duran breaking McEachran's Marcel turn. The counter-attack was very passionate. Duran's through ball was like opening a third eye, and it went straight through the missionary team's defense line. It was a pity that Duran clapped his hands to the glider and the sissy to show encouragement. It's okay, come again. Although this ball didn't go in, the Bucks Steelhorn team's counter-attack coordination had already been played. This was a qualitative leap compared to the passive situation in the first 40 minutes of the first half. After encouraging his teammates, Duran quickly ran to the vicinity of the midfield. McEachran was tense and subconsciously spread his legs. Here it comes. Provocation is coming. Duran ran past McEachran, concentrating his mind, and scanned the location where McEachran had dropped the blue bubble before. Precision passing +1. Damn. This skill is also very practical. Not only does it have a bonus for passing, but also a bonus for controlling the ball. Duran immediately concentrated his mind and picked up precision passing from a distance. Although this counter-attack did not score a goal, it earned 2 very practical skills, which was worth it. There are still 3 chances to pick up today, and at least one should be left for the head coach of the missionary team, Pratt. Duran raised his eyes and glanced at Pratt, who was also folding his arms in front of his chest and staring at Duran. Duran smiled meaningfully at Pratt. Pratt, provoking me? McEachran, woo woo woo, that's too much. He actually went to find someone else. The game continued, and the Bucks Steelhorns kicked the ball out of bounds. The missionary team's positional defense is still very strong, almost watertight. The Bucks Steelhorns are also very patient, constantly passing the ball around the perimeter, looking for opportunities. The two sides kept making small moves in the physical confrontation, and various dirty tricks became more and more. The missionary team tried to steal the ball, but they never succeeded. In the last 2 minutes of injury time in the first half, the ball was always controlled by the Bucks Steelhorns. Beep. With a long whistle, the first half of the game is over. The score on the big screen of the Millennium Stadium temporarily freezes at Southampton Bucks Steelhorns 1:2 Westminster Missionaries. In the first 40 minutes of the first half, the Bucks Steelhorns played very depressed, but in the next nearly 10 minutes, the Bucks Steelhorns played very passionately. The players of the two teams left the field and returned to their respective locker rooms to rest. The fans on the scene waved flags and cheered wildly, cheering for their respective teams. The suspense of this game is still there. Fans of both sides are full of hope. Chapter 198 The Hope of the Whole Village. Coach Carter's Risky Tactics. Retractable Duran. When the players of both teams were taking a break, in Max Carter's live broadcast room, all kinds of small gifts and big rockets kept appearing. Max Xati excitedly shouted at the screen of his mobile phone. Wow. You guys are so awesome. I was just following the game, and I just saw so many rewards. Thank you guys. I know these rewards are not for me, but for Guran. So, after the game, I will cash out these rewards, and pass them on to Guran for you. As soon as he said this, there were more gifts in the live broadcast room. Max Xati said, isn't Guran's performance in the first half exciting enough? But this is not all of Guran's strength. I believe that the second half of the game will be more intense, because the Bucks Steelhorns are very good at exerting their strength in the second half. Bucks Steelhorns must win. Guran must win. The top scorer of the British high school national competition must be our Chinese Guran. Okay, my friends. Now I have to temporarily stop broadcasting. It's not a problem of traffic, but my phone has been so hot that I can't lift it, and my hands are almost unable to lift it. I will take a break with my phone, and we will see you in 15 minutes. After saying that, Max Xati turned off the live broadcast, not worrying about losing popularity. At this time, in the front row of the main stand, FAR Chairman Bernstein grinned and said, "Congratulations, Old Rice, you have discovered another talented player. Although it has only been played for half a game, and although the Bucks Steelhorns are still 1 point behind, Guran's brilliance can no longer be concealed." Old Rice laughed happily and said, "Haha. Thank you, David." Bernstein laughed again and said, "Sometimes I really envy you. You always meet such a good seedling. But unfortunately, this kid is Chinese, and it must be difficult to get a work permit." Old Rice naturally understood Bernstein's hidden meaning. What's so difficult about a work permit? Isn't it just a matter of a word from the 5 giants? To put it bluntly, it's just a tug of war between the 5 giants. To be honest, which player who can apply for a work permit is not a good seedling, and a good player? A club only has 1 quota a year. What can't be approved? As long as the benefits are in place, the work permit is just a formality. Bernstein said this, which certainly does not mean that the process of the work permit is difficult to handle. What he really means is that if you, the Southampton club, want to get a genius like Guran, how can you easily get him a work permit without paying some decent benefits? Old Rice smiled and said, "David, our Southampton club has been miserable in the past 3 years. We have been relegated from the Premier League to the English League One. We have lost a lot of fans. In the past few years, our home stadium has never been full. The highest attendance rate was only 68%. We really need young, fresh, capable, and passionate players like Guran to support us. We are old friends. You will definitely not make it difficult for me, right?" "Of course. Of course." Bernstein grinned and said, "We are the best old friends. Among the old guys in the English Football Association, I can only talk to you, because you are a smart man. How can I make it difficult for you? What's more, as the chairman of the English Football Association, I also hope that talented players can play in the British League. This is also good for British football. But, now it's time to put forward conditions." Old Rice hurriedly said, "David, I know your starting point is for the good of our British football. If you have any questions, just say it directly." What Old Rice meant was, "I know what you mean, and I'm ready for you to put forward conditions." Bernstein smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just think from a personal point of view, that a guy like Guran is capable of going to a Premier League club, don't you think?" Old Rice's heart sank. How can this be called praising Guran? This is clearly about picking fruits. I asked you to make conditions, but you just wanted to steal the house. Bernstein was the former chairman of Manchester City Club. He stepped down as the chairman of Manchester City because he had to serve as the chairman of the English Football Association. Although the old man didn't say it directly, his meaning was very clear. That is, he wanted to bring Guran to Manchester City. Old Rice smiled and said, "Premier League? No, no, no. Guran is still far away. He is not from the professional youth training camp, and the way he plays football is still obviously wild. He can't go to the Premier League now. If I dig Guran now, wouldn't my labor permit be in vain?" Bernstein laughed and said, "Of course not now. It is necessary for him to gain experience in Southampton. But I think that 1.5 years of experience should be enough, right?" Old Rice still shook his head. "Guran still has shortcomings. I think it will take at least 2 years. Bernstein laughed. Old Rice, you are too conservative. 2 years is too long. Genius needs a bigger stage. You can't bury genius. Old Rice sighed. But 1 year is too short. Bernstein smiled and said, don't worry, I believe in Guran's ability. On the surface, the two were discussing whether Guran was strong enough to play in the Premier League, but in fact, they were pushing Guran's future transfer to the limit. Bernstein's underlying meaning was, if you want me to apply for a work permit, then you, an old fox, have to promise me to reject the transfer contracts offered to Guran by other clubs, and only accept the transfer contract offered to Guran by Manchester City after 1 year. Otherwise don't blame me for vetoing it. And the underlying meaning of Old Rice was, fake, you old rascal. You want to get my talented star for free, just by getting a work permit? Dream on. Although both of them were smiling, they had their own thoughts in their hearts. Old Rice smacked his lips and said helplessly, alas, David, you are right. Genius needs a bigger stage. I accept your opinion. Then 1 year. Bernstein smiled with satisfaction. I have said it before, Old Rice, you are a smart man. The two looked at each other and laughed. In the conversation between the two old foxes, neither of them said a word about digging Guran to Manchester City, or giving Guran a green light for a work permit, but they both understood what the other meant. Bernstein will cast his vote in favor at the work permit hearing, and Old Rice will ask the club to reject other offers after 1 year and only accept the transfer offer made by Manchester City to Guran. Of course, this kind of thing is just a verbal agreement. To be precise, it is not even verbal. It is a potential exchange of interests, and will not be implemented in a specific written contract. Old Rice just agreed first. As for 1 year later, whether Bernstein can keep his position as the chairman of the English Football Association is still uncertain. The important thing is to get Guran's work permit first. At worst, he can retire again in a year. You can find whoever you want in Manchester City. Now, the 5 elders who have the veto power of the English Football Association have basically been dealt with. After preparing the specific complaint materials, the work permit hearing can be held next week. Old Rice's mouth curled up a barely perceptible smile. At this moment, in the locker room of the Bucks Steelhorns team, boo, I suggest you don't play in the second half. Southampton club's exclusive team Dr. Maff said to Guran in front of everyone in the locker room, you were fouled 11 times in the first half, and 7 of them may have caused you to be injured. Especially your hips and calves. We must take you to the hospital for a comprehensive physical examination. The faces of all the players present tightened, and head coach Carter also subconsciously pursed his lips. Guran fought too hard in the first half. In this amateur game, he really had enough reasons not to play. But if Guran really gave up the game, the Bucks Steelhorns team would be finished. Guran is the hope of the whole village. Guran said calmly, Mayfu, I'm fine. I can continue the game. Mayfu said anxiously, boo, you have to be responsible for your own career. You have to be responsible for our Southampton Football Club. As your exclusive team doctor, I strongly urge you to stop this meaningless game immediately. Meaningless? Meaningless? Exclamation mark. Guran's anger suddenly emerged, and his tone became tougher than ever. First, I'm not an official player of Southampton Club yet. My professional contract has not been activated yet. So at least now I have no obligation to be responsible to Southampton Club. Second, this game may be meaningless in your opinion, but for me, for the Bucks Steelhorns, and for Southampton High School, it is definitely not meaningless. I won't be scared to fight back, just because I'm maliciously targeted and fouled by my opponents on the court. I won't abandon these teammates who are fighting for honor and youth, because I'm afraid of getting injured. Third, this is not only an emotional issue, but also a professional spirit as a player. I don't think you, Southampton Club, want a sophisticated egoist with no professionalism, right? Okay. Go. Well said. Go. You are our lifelong good brother. Go. We want to work with you to defeat the missionaries. The other players of the Bucks Steelhorns were excited. Head coach Carter nodded heavily to Guran. Boo. I didn't misjudge you. I never misjudge you. Yes. Yes, Mayfu kept saying no for a long time, but in the end he didn't say a complete sentence. Gregory beside him hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Boo. Mayfu and I are doing this for your own good. After all, if a genius, like you, gets seriously injured, your future will be ruined. Your future is with Southampton High School and Southampton Club, but in the end it is your own. You really have to be careful. Guran's tone softened. I know you are doing this for my own good, but please believe me, I know my body very well, and I promise you that, if I really feel unwell, I will raise my hand and leave the field for treatment, as soon as possible. Faced with Guran's tough attitude, Mei Fu and Gregory could only nod and agree. Okay, but I still have to check you once. Mei Fu insisted. Of course. With 71 points of physical fitness and Tin Man +3, Guran had no pressure at all. Mei Fu quickly checked it out and couldn't help but gasp. The possible injuries recorded in his notebook were just a little red, swollen and bruised. Nothing serious. Maeve was speechless. Gregory immediately began to give Guran physical therapy to help him eliminate the accumulation of acid in his body. Taking advantage of the player's break, Coach Carter began to analyze and arrange tactics for the second half. Boys, you played very hard in the first half, which is good, but it is not enough. You need to try harder in the second half. I said before that victory is not a flower on the hillside that can be picked by bending down. If you want to beat the missionaries, you must fight twice as hard in the second half as in the first half. We are only 1 point behind in the score, which is a good situation for us. As long as we don't make mistakes in the second half, we have a great chance to equalize and overtake. The problem we are facing now is that our physical advantage is not an advantage in front of the missionaries. I observed the performance of the missionaries during the fatigue window in the first half. Their physical fitness is not only not worse than ours, but may even be stronger than ours. In other words, in the second half, we want to rely on the old method and use our physical advantage to drag down the opponent. This tactic is difficult to work. If we want to win, there is only one way before us, that is, to reduce our own mistakes while breaking their passing and controlling coordination. Coach Carter explained, while drawing a tactical diagram on the tactical board. The core of the missionaries' passing and controlling is this one, McEachin. If you want to break their passing and controlling, you need to put high pressure on McEachin. Before McEachin gets the ball, you should put continuous high pressure on him to limit his passing, and pass the ball, and try to get in as much as possible to block other players from passing to McEachin. Only by marginalizing McEachin will we have a chance. In the last 10 minutes of the first half, we did well. In the 45 minutes of the second half and injury time, we must continue this strategy and be more specific and targeted in our playing style. I'll talk about the specific tactics later. Let me first talk about the key points that we need to pay attention to in this temporary tactic. Our high pressure pressing on McEachin must ensure the integrity of our own formation without leaving any gaps. Otherwise, with McEachin's personal ability, we can be easily penetrated by him with his personal ability. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns nodded silently. McEachin's personal ability in the first half is still vivid. If it weren't for Guran's efforts to turn the tide, the Bucks Steelhorns would have been penetrated 10 times. Coach Carter looked around with a sharp eye and said in a deep voice, "So, my temporary strategy is a very risky way of dealing with it. It is also the time when we must fight them with real swords and guns and fight to the death. Next, I will arrange the new tasks in detail. First of all, our formation in the second half will be changed from 442 to 352, and the two forwards will be changed to forwards." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the locker room. The 352 formation has been practiced by the Bucks Steelhorns before, but not many times. Such a change of formation has completely broken through Coach Carter's previous conservative style. At this time, everyone can understand that, if they continue to be conservative, there will really be no chance. The 442 formation is a 4-back formation, which is relatively flexible, especially the two fullbacks can not only advance to assist, but also shrink back to their own penalty area when defending. The biggest difference between the 352 formation and the 442 formation is that the 352 formation is a 3 center-back formation. The 352 formation seems to have one less defender than the 442 formation, but in fact, it has one more center back. In addition, the two wingbacks in the 352 formation can also retreat back and serve as wing defenders. The 442 formation has 2 center backs, and the 352 formation has 3 center backs. The center backs generally do not participate in organizing the offense, and most of the time they can defend without distraction, and will not be easily penetrated by the fullback's forward insertion. The 352 formation has 5 players in the midfield line, which can restrain the missionary team's 433 formation in terms of number. In particular, the missionary team has 2 left and right wingers, and the 352 formation can rely on the left and right wing backs to intercept and defend in advance. For McEachran on the central axis, it is also possible to better press the ball with high pressure in terms of numbers. When switching between offense and defense, the cooperation between the midfielders and defenders in the 352 formation can also allow players who cannot steal the ball in the front court to have enough backup space after mistakes, quickly forming an arc chain or triangular area joint defense, and the error tolerance rate is relatively higher. In addition, in terms of offense, when the midfield core of the 352 formation takes the ball, it will be protected by at least 4 players of its own team, which is more conducive to stabilizing the control of the midfield and the rhythm of the game. Coach Carter shrinks the 2 forwards to midfielders, which is equivalent to adding another insurance, and at least 6 midfielders can protect their own central axis core. Of course, such a formation is very challenging the personal ability of the central axis core. All hopes and all pressures will fall on this central axis core. Especially when there is no striker, the central axis core is equivalent to the striker behind. He needs to have the top characteristics of a B2B striker, repeated expansion and contraction. He can organize and connect in the midfield, launch attacks and intercept defenses, and rush to the opponent's penalty area, retract his own penalty area, rush to the opponent's penalty area, and retract his own penalty area. This central axis core must be Guran. Rather than saying that this is a last-ditch risky formation, it is better to say that it is a formation tailored for Guran by Coach Carter. This formation can better play the role of Guran than using the 442 formation to put Guran on the wing. Coach Carter is definitely not on a whim this time. It is obvious that he has been designing this secret tactic for a long time. Then Coach Carter gave the instructions in a deep voice. Minato, you don't need to do anything in the second half. Don't worry about the offense. Your task is to stick to McEachran. Use your little moves and trash talk to harass McEachran. If necessary, you can even get a yellow card to stop him. Minato grinned and said, "Isn't this what I'm best at? Coach, leave it to me." Coach Carter rolled his eyes at Minato. "Do you think you can defend McEachran by yourself? That's not enough. Sissy, Glider, your primary task in the front court is to assist in defending McEachran and cut off the connection between other missionary players and McEachran. If necessary, you have to retreat to defend within our own 30-meter area." In the first half, only Sissy retreated, and Glider was still in the front. In the second half, Coach Carter directly asked the two to retreat together. The Sissy and the Glider didn't hesitate for a moment, and immediately responded in unison, "Yes, Coach." Coach Carter's control over the locker room was absolutely superb. Coach Carter said again, "Blind man, your new position is right wing back. Your task in the second half is to defend Olin, and you can assist in the attack if you have the chance." "Yes, Coach. My Anbeo, I don't need you to help defend McEachran in the second half. Your task is to move to the right side and help the blind man defend Olin on the dog. At the same time, you have to help Guran clear the fouls against him, protect Guran, and be Guran's sweeper. Your task is very heavy, requiring a large range of running and confrontation, and your attention must be highly focused." "Yes, Coach." My Anbeo nodded heavily. "Zimmy, you play as the left wing back, and Huareluo, you go back to the right side of the penalty area and play as the central defender. The task of the two of you is not to attack, but to defend, and defend again." "Yes." Finally, Coach Carter took a deep breath. "Guran, your new position is the middle of the midfield. You come to play the core of the axis." Wow. There was an excited applause in the locker room. Guran is their confidence. Guran had already guessed Coach Carter's arrangement, and then nodded calmly, "Yes, Coach." Coach Carter said earnestly. Boo, your task is heavier than anyone else. I need you to kick out the threat of 2 people. I need you to confront McEachran head on and suppress his ability with your ability. I need you to break through McEachran's defense and equalize and overtake the score for the Bucks Steelhorns. I need you to keep running and tearing so that the opponent will consume more physical energy. I need you to stretch from the penalty area to the full coverage of the penalty area to make the opponent feel terrified. I need you to knock down the arrogant missionaries and win the first national competition trophy for Southampton. Coach Carter hugged Guran's neck with both hands and asked with eager eyes, Boo, tell me, can you do it? Guran's blood boiled immediately. Coach, I can do it. Okay. Coach Carter clenched his fists and took the lead in roaring, Bucks Steelhorns. Fight to the end. Roar, roar. Bucks Steelhorns. Fight to the end. The 15-minute halftime break was over. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns and the missionaries walked out of their respective locker rooms at the same time and headed towards the player tunnel. The blue ribbon on the national championship trophy was fluttering in the wind, as if welcoming its new owner. Guran's heart was filled with endless passion. The last half of the amateur game in his football career was about to begin. Chapter 199. Guran's hormones are off the charts. Female football fans are having a holiday. When the Bucks Steelhorns and the missionaries walked out of the player tunnel, the fans in the stands immediately became excited and cheered for their respective teams. Stag Steelhorns. Fight to the bitter end. Come on, Bucks Steelhorns. Beat the missionaries. You can do it. As long as you can win, you can do anything tonight. Guran. 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 Kill the traitor Rollin. Husband, come on. My male god. My male god. I love you. I love you like crazy. Facing the cheers of Southampton fans, Westminster fans also shouted, the missionaries have won 3 consecutive championships. The missionaries have won 3 consecutive championships. The Bucks Steelhorns are all rubbish country bumpkins and hooligans. You will never win. Victory will belong to our missionaries. Crush them. Go to hell, Chinese. Some extreme fans booed Guran in various ways and deliberately made provocative gestures such as pulling the corners of their eyes and raising the middle finger. They wanted to use such offensive means to disrupt Guran's mentality in the game. But Guran just smiled coldly and ignored them. People who are unhappy with me can line up from here to Paris, so who the hell are you? Hearing such a song, the Westminster fans all burst into tears. The Westminster fans roared even more crazily, but all their voices were drowned out by the Southampton fans' vigorous singing. That's right, this is the home court of the Bucks Steelhorns. After 15 minutes of rest, the players of both teams looked very good. The missionaries are currently leading by 1 point. Although they were somewhat confused by Guran's 2 counter-attacks near the end of the first half, after their head coach Pratt's midfield speech, their morale has obviously returned to a state of absolute confidence. In the eyes of every missionary player, there is a desire for 3 consecutive championships and contempt for the Bucks Steelhorns. The Bucks Steelhorns are full of blood, and all the players are burning with boiling fighting spirit. At the same time as the players of both sides appeared on the court, Max Xati also went back on the air. The number of people in the live broadcast room jumped from more than 30,000 to more than 40,000. Haha, it's finally on. Guran, come on. Various small gifts and big rockets were given as rewards. It was already past midnight in China, but the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was getting more and more heated. On the green field, the 2 sides of the game changed their positions. The missionary team still had a 433 attack formation without any adjustment. The Bucks Steelhorn team changed the 442 position to a 352 position according to the detailed deployment of Coach Carter. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff were stunned at the same time when they saw Guran standing on the central axis of the midfield with his hands on his waist and a murderous look in his eyes. The fans instantly burst into cheers like a tsunami. This change in position is very fresh, and it also proves the ambition of the Bucks Steelhorn team to fight to the end and never admit defeat. More importantly, Guran's position reached the midfield. This is the scene that all fans who support the Bucks Steelhorn team want to see the most. The Bucks Steelhorn team is going to change from defense to offense. Next, the scene will definitely not be dull. Either the missionaries beat the Bucks Steelhorns into a sieve, or the Bucks Steelhorns beat the missionaries into a sieve. Lawler, the Manchester United scout on the main stand, had a gleam in his eyes. He was looking forward to Guran's performance in the central midfield. Emanalo next to him was so excited that his fingers trembled like Parkinson's, and he wanted to take them out several times. But he finally held back. The chairman of the English Football Association, Bernstein, was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. He already regarded Guran as a future member of Manchester City. Coach Pratt in the technical area on the sidelines was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled contemptuously. As a star-level coach, Pratt is also very experienced. Although this 352 formation can restrain 433 in formation, as long as Guran can be marked, then the 352 formation is nothing more than a pile of loose sand. What's more, with the personal abilities of other players on the Bucks Steelhorns, the 352 formation cannot play the role of controlling the pass and control. Pratt loudly reminded the missionary players on the field, ignore their formation changes, they are just struggling to survive. Just keep an eye on Guran. Don't pay any attention to the other cats and dogs. The anger values of the other players of the Bucks Steelhorns team were instantly full. Guran smiled coldly at Pratt. Keep an eye on me? Come on. Coach Carter then stood in his own technical area and shouted tit for tat. Mr. Pratt said you are cats and dogs. Then let him see how his professional team was defeated by you cats and dogs. Roar. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team all held their breath. The two head coaches looked at each other from a distance, and sparks were about to come out of their eyes. The second half has not officially started yet, and the gunpowder smell on the court is getting stronger and stronger. Guran took a deep breath, secretly concentrated his mind, and added 2 talent points to the physical attribute and the steel body, Iron Man skill respectively. As the core of the team, I have been active on the wing before, but now I will have to play hard in the middle. There will be more and more situations where the opponent will target me, so I must ensure that I will not get hurt. Guran's physical attribute has been increased to 72 points, and the passive skill of the Tin Man has been increased to +4. In this way, even if I'm fouled maliciously, it will not be a big problem. As for the side effects of physical improvement, we will talk about it later. At this time, the referee raised his wrist and looked at his watch. Guran bent his body and prepared to sprint. Beep. With a loud opening whistle, the second half of the finals officially began. First, the Bucks Steelhorns have the ball. The sissy in the center circle kicked off and pushed the ball forward directly, and then he and the glider went forward to protect. The football rolled slowly to the front court. Guran took off at the same time as the whistle, and the sneakers under his feet lifted up pieces of broken grass. Every muscle in his body was full of explosive power, and the whole person sprinted like a violent aesthetic. That's right. Lightning attack. At the beginning of the second half, the Bucks Steelhorns team started a blitz attack directly from the central axis. The Southampton fans and Cardiff fans at the scene screamed and shouted wildly. Guran's sprint was too fast and too powerful. This was exactly the passionate scene that the fans were looking forward to the most. The defensive players of the missionary team were caught off guard. They knew that the Bucks Steelhorns team had a trick like blitz tactics, but the information they got was that when Guran stood near the center line, it was time to blitz, and this time, Guran clearly stood in a slightly forward position in the midfield and started to slingshot. No one expected that Guran would start from the spot and blitz. Too arrogant? Question mark? After all, the missionary team is a professional team in the youth training camp. They quickly responded defensively. Their forward line and midfield defense line quickly pressed up, while the back line was cautiously deployed at the front of the penalty area, ready to shrink, double team, and assist defense at any time. The players of the Bucks Steelhorns team quickly followed Guran forward. The two wing defenders, Blind Man and Zimmy, also moved parallel to the midfield line of the Bucks Steelhorns without taking risks. The missionary team's forward Wickham and the two wing forwards rushed towards the football at the same time, ready to grab the ball, steal the ball, and intercept the ball. Sissy and Glider collided with the two missionary wing forwards on the left and right, blocking their impact with their bodies and intercepting their scramble intentions. Sissy and Glider are now positioned as forwards. Their task is to protect Guran from getting the ball. Only when Guran is safe will they move forward to assist. Such on-the-spot changes made the two wing forwards of the missionary team very uncomfortable. When the two wing forwards were restricted, Wickham flashed through the gap between Sissy and Glider and continued to speed up to grab the ball. As long as he can grab this ball, he will have a chance to go straight to the singles. As a U17 international forward, Wickham is extremely fast and has a strong impact. Less than 3 seconds after the start of the game, Wickham rushed to the football and could touch it with his foot, but Guran's sprinting speed was faster. In the first 3 seconds, Guran sprinted 10 meters farther than Wickham and stepped on the ball first. Wickham was shocked and stretched out his foot quickly in shame and anger. This kick was very big and the intention was also very obvious. It was deliberately aimed at Guran's calf. In this lightning moment, Guran stopped suddenly and pulled the ball under his feet and turned 360 degrees with a silky Marcel turn. While controlling the ball and turning to avoid Wickham's black foot, he protected the ball and moved it to the right side. The micromanagement details were full. Wickham kicked it in the air. Oh. Southampton fans and Cardiff fans cheered and jumped excitedly. This Marcel turn was done by stopping suddenly while sprinting at high speed. After the Marcel turn, Guran just accelerated again. The whole set of actions was perfectly connected together, and it was obviously calculated long ago. Guran not only crushed the British U17 international Wickham in speed and skills, but also completely crushed him in terms of football IQ. Wickham was dumbfounded. Not only Wickham, but even McEachran, who was rushing up to make up for the interception, was stunned. Wickham was naturally unwilling to be ridden over by Guran like this, and then reached out to grab Guran's arm. Guran shook Wickham's hand away with force. Wickham's nails left 3 clear blood marks on Guran's right arm. Wickham fouled. This action is very dirty. Sissy and Glider, who were supporting Guran, immediately raised their hands to appeal. However, the referee ignored it. It must be said that the referee's penalty standards in this game were very loose, and he was obviously inclined to the missionary team. Southampton fans and Cardiff fans booed the referee and Wickham. Guran completely ignored the scratch on his arm, shook off Wickham, and continued to accelerate and dribble to the middle. When Wickham wanted to chase again, Brett rushed up and pushed Wickham away with all his strength. Wickham immediately gave up chasing Guran. Wickham was a classic centre forward. His range of activities was in the opponent's backcourt, and it was not his responsibility to retreat to defend. The other two wingers of the missionary team wanted to double team Guran, but Sissy and Glider stuck to their bodies and prevented them from getting close to Guran. Now, in front of Guran, was the midfield core of the missionary team, McEachran. McEachran still did not confront Guran head on, but compressed his speed and shrank back to limit Guran's speed of breaking through the middle while blocking Guran's breakthrough channel and waiting for the joint defense of other missionary players. McEachran's basketball IQ is still very high. Breaking through the middle is more than twice as difficult as breaking through the wing, and it is easy to fall into double teaming from all sides. McEachran only needed to suppress Guran's forward speed. Guran did not move forward directly, but dribbled the ball horizontally from the right side of the middle. McEachran immediately moved to the left side of the penalty area to block, and the missionary team's defense line also followed McEachran's transfer in a chain arc. Guran suddenly passed the ball to McEachran's left side, and then instantly accelerated. The famous scene of overtaking on the outside lane is coming again. Southampton fans and Cardiff fans cheered excitedly. Seeing Guran speeding up like a fighter flying close to the ground, McEachran gritted his teeth and turned around quickly to chase the ball desperately. McEachran felt that he could catch up with this ball. As long as he could catch up with this ball, he could quickly pass the ball to Wickham in the middle and make a counter-attack. Even if he couldn't catch up with this ball, he could rely on his body to suppress Guran's deceleration and create a chance for his right back to pick up the ball. The more critical point is that McEachran has been done by Guran twice. This time, it is a great opportunity for him to avenge his previous shame. McEachran's turning speed is very fast, and his instant start speed is also fast enough. He also knows how to block the position. So, he thinks it's okay. At this moment, the two trump cards are desperately accelerating to chase the football at the same time. Guran's legs are so fast that they blur, and his sprinting power is full. In just 3 seconds, Guran overtook the desperately running Makichan from a relatively backward position. Makichan's whole body is numb. Seeing that he is about to be thrown off, Makichan hurriedly squeezed Guran with his body, and at the same time, reached out to pull Guran's jersey. The red and white jersey on Guran was pulled to the extreme. But Guran still accelerated and ran wildly, and the speed was only slightly slowed down. Guran was like a bull running wildly with bloodshot eyes, dragging Makichan to sprint. The strength attribute is 66, the strength attribute is 68, and the resistance running training, that is usually practiced, is completely useful at this moment. Coach Carter clenched his fists and roared in the technical area. He knows the feeling of being dragged by Guran. At this moment, the jersey that was pulled was like a tights, outlining the outline of Guran's strong pectoral muscles and strong abdominal muscles. Guran's male hormones exploded. The female fans at the Millennium Stadium screamed and jumped wildly, especially teacher Mariah and Sophie. The female fans hoped that Guran could get rid of the foul pull of Makichan, and hoped that Makichan could directly pull Guran's players away. Swish. The female fans' wishes came true. Guran's collar was torn open. The flesh on the shoulders was exposed. The female fans were all crazy. Some male fans also cried like wolves. Several female fans who were too excited fainted directly in the stands. Makichan lost his balance in an instant under the strong impact and fell to the ground. He rolled on the grass for several times. Makichan's head was buzzing. It was not until this time that he realized that the football that Guran waded into was a bait for him. If he didn't want to counterattack, but honestly retreated to defense and used the chain arc formation to suppress Guran's speed, then even if Guran could go to the bottom, he would be trapped in a positional battle. And now, whether it is sprint speed, physical confrontation, or ball IQ prediction, Makichan is completely crushed by Guran. The chain arc defense also has loopholes. Makichan used a foul to tear Guran's jersey, but couldn't stop Guran's powerful breakthrough. Guran is really too fierce. His physical confrontation, his sprint speed, and especially his leading ball IQ, are really unsolvable. Like Makichan dropped blue bubbles again. The referee still had no intention of whistling for Makichan's foul. Guran did not stop at all, and continued to dribble the ball to the 30-meter area on the left side of the front court. Now, nothing can stop Guran. McCallion got up with a red face amid the boos from the crowd, ready to chase Guran. At this time, Minato quickly came up and stuck to McCallion's body. While defending, Minato kept muttering, "U17 International? You can't do this. Our Guran passed you as easily as crossing the road at 4 o'clock in the morning. Didn't you drink your mother's milk during the halftime break?" McCallion was entangled by Minato and couldn't speed up to chase Guran. He immediately raised his elbow to hit Minato in the face. Minato avoided the elbow and took advantage of the referee's inattention to grab McCallion's waist and continued to defend with trash talk. "Oh sorry, it's my fault. I forgot that you really didn't drink your mother's milk, because during the halftime break, your mother was feeding us one by one in our locker room." McCallion was about to explode with anger, and he didn't care to chase Guran, but instead fought with Minato with all his strength. At this moment, Guran had already dribbled the ball diagonally outside the left penalty area of the missionary team. The missionary team's defense line was in position quickly, but without the leadership of Makichan, the entire defense line was a bit chaotic. Almost all the defensive players were pulled by Guran, and a huge gap appeared on the right side. The two midfielders of the missionary team intercepted Guran fiercely. Guran slowed down with the ball and took a glance at the situation on the field. The missionary team's right side was almost empty, and only Arlen, who was not even a dog, was defending the blind man. The sissy rushed to the top of the penalty area to attract firepower, and there were two missionary team players around him to assist in defense. The glider was infiltrating the right penalty area, and there was also a defensive player beside him. The other defensive players of the missionary team formed a chain arc defense line near the left penalty area. In this case, it is still very difficult to break through with the ball directly. There is no angle and space for long shots from the outside. It is the wisest choice to shoot a shot in the weak area behind. However, the position of the glider was not good enough, and it had to be involved a little more. Guran stopped suddenly and stepped on the ball, pretending to dribble the ball from the left penalty area. The two missionary midfielders who rushed up immediately closed the door to defend Guran. Guran waited for them to approach him, and with a move of Matthews's shoulder sinking and 5-star reverse foot, he passed the ball to his left foot, and then followed with a step down turn, knocking the ball to the right side of his body. The two missionary midfielders were directly knocked to the ground. McEachran, who was originally the most likely to intercept Guran, was still entangled by the water gate, and had no time to make up for it. Guran dribbled forward and deliberately glanced at the near corner of the goal. The missionary players in the penalty area were all shocked and sweated. The shock of the world wave in the first half is still vivid today. Two defenders rushed up to block the angle of Guran's shot. One of them slid directly towards Guran. Guran dribbled the ball flexibly and calmly, dodging the sliding tackle, and then suddenly made a rainbow pass to the right penalty area, 2 meters behind the glider. The landing point of this ball was also to prevent the defensive player who was marking the glider from stealing the ball in the first time. The glider easily stopped the ball with his back to the goal. The missionary team's defense line was instantly in chaos. Most of the defensive players rushed to the right penalty area urgently to block and intercept the glider. The goalkeeper also hurriedly moved to the right side of the goal. After the glider stopped steadily, he didn't even hesitate and turned around and passed the ball to the middle of the penalty area. After the rainbow pass, Guran continued to move forward without the ball. The glider's pass was not good. It was touched by the opponent's central defender while flying close to the ground, and the line changed. Smell in front of the goal +1. Guran lost his balance under the pull of two defenders and kicked the ball into the left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper of the missionary team had lost his position. The right defender of the missionary team rushed over to block the ball. At this moment, all the fans at the Millennium Stadium held their breath. The football passed through the narrow gap between the right defender of the missionary team and the goalkeeper's arm and shot into the net. The ball went in. The ball went in. Yeah. The suffocating stadium suddenly burst into cheers like a landslide. More than 40,000 Southampton fans and Cardiff fans celebrated wildly. The north and west stands rumbled and trembled as if there was a magnitude 3 earthquake. It was so cool. It was so cool. It was so cool that I wanted to fly. The referee blew the whistle, indicating that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen was immediately rewritten as Southampton Bucks Steel Horns 2:2 Westminster Missionaries. Just 21 seconds into the second half, Guran equalized the score. The two teams are back on the same starting line. Chapter 200 Cycling Master. The advantage of mental age is also an advantage. The exciting second half. The DJ at the scene held the microphone and shouted hoarsely, "This is an unparalleled and incredible goal." The scorer is the number 3 left back of the Bucks Steel Horns, the Chinese demon star Guran. From the opening whistle to the goal, Guran only took 21 seconds. This flash attack can rank third in the fastest goal at the beginning of the game. It is necessary to remind everyone that the first and second fastest goals at the beginning of the game are also Chinese demon star Guran. This goal tied the score for the Bucks Steel Horns. This goal also brought Guran's total number of goals in the national competition scoreless to 11. Keep leading. Let's cheer for Guran 3 times. Guran, Chinese dad. Guran, Chinese dad. Guran, Chinese dad. All the Southampton fans were crazy with joy. Almost all Southampton fans were calling Guran dad. Guran is too strong. So strong that it makes people's adrenaline burn. The Bucks Steel Horns were a weak team, falling behind by 2 goals at the start, and were also suppressed by the missionaries. However, Guran turned the tide several times, and led the Bucks Steel Horns to tenaciously tie the score. All the depression and repression of Southampton fans were swept away. The North Stand also cheered and jumped as Guran scored twice. Guran's lightning attack almost broke through the entire defense line of the missionaries in one breath. The 2 British U-17 internationals were completely crushed by Guran alone. Guran's lob pass on the left side of the penalty area and the running position in front of the goal showed the goal sense of a shooter. After the Bucks Steel Horns changed their formation, Guran's striker attributes had already been revealed. This goal gave Southampton fans and Cardiff fans strong confidence. The song "There Is a Young and Handsome Oriental Man Named Guran" was sung again in unison at the Millennium Stadium. Most of the Millennium Stadium was immersed in extreme excitement. In contrast, the fans from Westminster in London were all numb and unwilling to accept this score. A weak team actually tied a professional team? What on earth are the missionaries doing? The fans from Westminster were a little angry. In Max Xarte's live broadcast room, all kinds of comments and gifs almost filled up the screen. Fuck. Guran is so awesome. Hearing the foreign fans in the stadium call Chinese dad, I was so happy to the bone. Me too. Haha, why did I just know that there is a talented player like Guran? I think Guran is definitely capable of playing in the professional league. Watching Guran score a goal and seeing Guran being liked by so many foreign fans, I'm so proud and proud. Guran's sprint is not only fast, he is also strong. And he has skills. It's really awesome. Fuck. These short 21 seconds made my blood boil and my adrenaline soar. I feel this is more satisfying than me doing it myself. Do you think Guran's style of play is a bit like the alien Ronaldo? Haha, I was just about to say that. Although Guran is far behind Ronaldo, his speed, strength, and skills really have a bit of Ronaldo's feel. If Guran is trained well, he might really become our Chinese Ronaldo in the future. Guran. Come on. There were constant gifts and rewards in the live broadcast room. Of course, there were also people who mocked China's Ronaldo. Stop talking nonsense. If China can produce Ronaldo, I'll take off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Chinese people are just not good enough. They are not suitable for sports like football. Guran is only playing in the amateur league now, which is no different from playing street football. Look how excited you are. Guran's style of play can't play in the league at all. He can only play in the amateur field. That's right. If Guran is really that strong, why didn't he join our U17 national team? I don't like Guran. I don't think there's anything good about Guran. He's just a little bit strong and likes to use physical confrontation. Although he can do Marcel turn and Matthew shoulder drop, he can't be considered a technical player at all. His playing style is too barbaric and rough. People like him can only eat a few bites of youth and be glorious in amateur teams. When he joins the professional team, he will be lost in the crowd. I don't like Guran either. What impressed me most about him was not his 2 goals, but the fact that he hit the chest of the opponent's left back with his elbow in the first half. This behavior was really disgusting. Damn. Isn't British football based on physical confrontation? The Premier League is considered very civilized, and the English Championship, English League 1 and English League 2 are really fierce. Besides, isn't the missionary team dirty? They grabbed, pulled, tugged, and tackled Guran. All dirty tricks, but you didn't say they were dirty, but instead you picked on the only time Guran elbowed him to get rid of him. You are really good at double standards. Support Guran. Guran is awesome. Yes, I don't know much about football, but I was very excited and happy to watch it. Guran is playing the father of your foreign master. Let you break the defense, right? The number of people who like Guran in the live broadcast room far exceeds the number of people who don't like Guran, and the verbal war among the fans soon became one-sided. While the live broadcast room was refreshing, the Bucks Steelhorns players on the field excitedly rushed to Guran to celebrate. Guran immediately ran to the place where Mackie Churn was dragged down before and concentrated his mind and swept. Cycling +1. Damn. Ziokiame, you have so many tricks. 3 picks, 3 different passing skills. As expected, he is a U17 international and the future Lampard successor of Chelsea. Bicycle pedaling is a very cool skill in football and also a very practical breakthrough method. Many top football stars are masters of bicycle pedaling. In terms of bicycle pedaling alone, Brazilian Denilson is definitely the supreme king. Denilson's bicycle pedaling technique is the original samba rhythm. The speed change and body twisting when he does bicycle pedaling are almost perfect. Every slow motion frame is full of dancing beauty. His most amazing bicycle pedaling performance was the famous scene in the 1998 World Cup match between Brazil and the Netherlands, when he made 3 consecutive dynamic bicycle pedaling and almost assisted Rivaldo. Unfortunately, Danielson's other skills are mediocre except bicycle pedaling. After a few years of fame, he could not even play as a substitute. In the history of football, the alien Ronaldo is the player who has used the bicycle pedaling technique to dribble past the goalkeeper the most, no one else. Ronaldo is the one who has used the cool skill of bicycle pedaling to the extreme. If a goal can be solved directly by shooting, Ronaldinho will also use bicycle kick to get past the goalkeeper first. With bicycle kick as the technical foundation, Ronaldinho has developed another set of extended skills. Yes, it is the pendulum pass. Therefore, in theory, if a player is not proficient in bicycle kick, it is absolutely impossible to directly practice and understand the pendulum pass. Bicycle kick is the foundation. Only after mastering the foundation can you have the opportunity to touch the magical skill of pendulum pass. The reason why Ronaldinho is awesome is that he combines speed, strength and skills. Looking at the entire football world, no one can match him. Some stars are faster than Ronaldinho, some stars are stronger than Ronaldinho, and some stars are more skilled than Ronaldinho, but when the three are combined, Ronaldinho is the strongest. Just talking about the bicycle kick skill, Ronaldinho can perfectly combine speed, strength and skills. In a one-on-one situation, almost no one can defend against Ronaldinho's bicycle dribbling. Ronaldinho only needs to push the ball forward and speed up a little to get rid of the defender simply and powerfully. There is no fancy tricks, at most 2 steps, and he can complete the dribbling. Watching Ronaldinho dribbling is definitely an exciting experience. Another bicycle dribbling master with a different style is Ronaldinho, the football wizard. Other masters often dribble outwards after dribbling to open up space for shooting or passing. But Ronaldinho's bicycle dribbling is completely different. Ronaldinho's bicycle dribbling skills are completely integrated into his other skills and are often used in conjunction with gorgeous skills such as second touch, turn and pull, rainbow dribbling, crotch pass, and man-ball separation. Ronaldinho's classic dribbling scene is to start on the spot, pull the ball with the inside of the right foot, and dribble one leg by the way. Then, the fried meatball is switched to the outside of the left foot, to push the ball again, and it is easy to pass. If Ronaldinho feels unsatisfied, or there are more defensive players catching up, Ronaldinho can often repeat the same move, and pass the opponent 3,000 times. Ronaldinho's skills are too gorgeous and his playing style is also very good. The bicycle skill is just one of his most common skills. It is rare to see him use the bicycle skill alone to pass the opponent. In addition, Figo is also a master of bicycle kicking. As a wing who once dominated the right side of the road, Figo's change of direction skills are superb. Therefore, his bicycle style is also to flick after the change of direction, using his change of direction and rhythm changes to complete the escape. Although it is not gorgeous, it is also very enjoyable to watch. In addition, Mancini, Robinho, Neymar, and Zidane are all masters of bicycle kicking. The last bicycle kicking master who must be mentioned is Cristiano Ronaldo. Whether it was during his debut in Lisbon, the Prince of Dream Theatre in Manchester United, or the early and middle stages of Real Madrid's Galacticos, bicycle kicking has always been a technical move that Cristiano Ronaldo is keen to use. In the early days, Ronaldo's bicycle kick was mainly for showing off his skills, and it was also to cover up his disadvantage of insufficient physical confrontation. Therefore, his success rate of passing the ball during his time at Manchester United was not particularly high, but he wasted a lot of physical energy that should not be wasted. After transferring to Real Madrid, Ronaldo's understanding of football entered the second level, and his bicycle kick became more targeted and purposeful. Compared with other bicycle kick masters, Ronaldo's bicycle kick belongs to the rattlesnake bicycle school, which relies more on leg shaking to confuse opponents, and the overall action is more powerful. Ronaldo's compatriots Nani, Quaresma, and Mancini all belong to this school. Ronaldo's bicycle kick often ends with a step-down turn technique to achieve a better breakthrough effect. In general, if you want to have better performance on the field, then a cool skill like bicycle kick is essential. What's more, if you have the opportunity to get Ronaldo's pendulum pass skill for free in the future, you may have to master the bicycle kick and 5-star reverse foot skills first. Duran focused his mind and used the cycling skill to pick up the ball remotely. There are only 2 chances left to pick up the ball today. McEachin crossed his legs and looked at Guran with a resentful look on his face. Guran ignored McEachin and ran directly to the visiting team's coaching booth. The remaining 2 chances to pick up the ball should be left to the head coach of the missionary team, Pratt, so that he could score 2 more world-class long shots. Seeing Guran rushing towards Pratt, the other players of the Bucks Steelhorns team followed suit and celebrated in front of Pratt. We are cats and dogs. Pratt was tied by us. Pratt is worse than cats and dogs. Pratt was so angry that his face turned blue. He had just said that the players of the Bucks Steelhorns were all cats and dogs, but in the blink of an eye, his missionary team was scored by 1. The missionaries were almost all players from the professional youth training camp. They had originally overwhelmed the Bucks Steelhorns, but now they were overwhelmed by the Bucks Steelhorns. Pratt was a British star in the 1990s and had led a professional club team, but now he was mocked by this amateur weak team. This was too embarrassing. Pratt clenched his fists in shame and anger. Light a blue skill bubble appeared under Pratt's feet. The teammates were awesome. Guran immediately focused his mind and swept. Heavy artillery long range shot. Stone shattering +1. Cool. Second swipe. This wave made a lot of money. Guran then picked up this skill remotely. There was only 1 chance left to pick it up. Guran quickly ran back to his own bench and changed the jersey with the torn collar. The Millennium Stadium was full of female screams. The female fans at the scene celebrated the new year, a feast for the eyes. If the security measures on the scene were not very strict, these crazy women would jump off the stands and rush into the field to pounce on Guran. Xiushiro was so envious that he also wanted to take off his jersey to show off his chest muscles. He was halfway through taking it off when he saw the referee staring at him and preparing to reach into his pockets. Xiushiro immediately fanned himself with his jersey, then pretended to be nothing. Listening to the screams of tens of thousands of female fans in the stadium, Guran's scalp was tingling. He quickly changed his jersey and returned to the court to stand again. The female fans at the scene sighed in disappointment at the same time. They wished that Guran could play shirtless. On the main stand, Emanalo also wanted to scream. He didn't want to see Guran play shirtless, but Guran's series of breakthroughs, dribbling, and shots in front of the goal were too exciting. Emanalo almost couldn't control his hands and wanted to take out his scout notebook. Emanalo was about to explode. This is really too painful. Lawler next to him smiled and asked, "Mr. Emanalo, I saw you jump up just now. Are you celebrating Guran's goal?" Emanalo said quickly, No. How could it be? I actually have hemorrhoids. Hemorrhoids are very uncomfortable to sit for a long time, so I have to get up from time to time. Oh, Lawler looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Emanalo asked back, "What about you, Mr. Lawler? I saw you jump up just now. Are you celebrating Guran's goal?" Lawler coughed twice and said seriously, "To be honest, I actually have hemorrhoids too." Oh, Emanalo also looked as if he had suddenly realized something. Fellow patient. Yes, fellow patient. The two grinned at each other and shook hands in a friendly manner. Emanalo, sure enough, you are guarding against me. Lawler, little guy, can't I see through your little thoughts? Beep. With the referee's kickoff whistle, the second half of the game continued. The missionaries stepped up their offensive after the kickoff. The rhythm of offense and defense on the field accelerated. The confrontation between the two sides reached a white-hot point, and fouls occurred frequently. What the missionaries did not expect was that the Bucks Steelhorns did not fall into unpreparedness because of their crazy attack, but defended in an orderly manner, and there was almost no penetration flaw. The 352 formation of the Bucks Steelhorns ensured the number of troops they invested in the midfield, and even the forwards Nyang Peo and Glider retreated to defend. Such intensive defense put great pressure on the missionaries. Moreover, Guran's position moved from the wing to the middle, defending the ace core McEachran head-on. McEachran's personal ability was greatly limited, and the missionaries' offense seemed to be leaderless. The short pass cooperation that the missionaries originally suppressed the Bucks Steelhorns in the first half also seemed to be unable to do so after the Bucks Steelhorns changed their style of play. Under the high-intensity physical confrontation in the midfield, the missionaries maintained the advantage of ball possession for a long time, but they were never able to transform it into an effective breakthrough. Until the 59th minute of the second half, the blind man tackled Arlen, who was controlling the ball on the side. Arlen immediately covered his ankle and rolled on the ground in pain. The referee blew the whistle, ran over to show the blind man a yellow card, and awarded the missionary team a free kick on the left side of the center line. Arlen quickly got up and took the free kick in a sneak attack. The football passed under the feet of the missionary team's number 7 player and then passed back to Arlen's feet. Arlen accelerated with the ball and sprinted along the right side of the Bucks' steel horns. At this time, the blind man was still complaining to the referee, and Schumann also ran to the sidelines to replenish water. Most of the Bucks' steel horns players did not react. Southampton fans and Cardiff fans booed angrily. Although such a sneak attack tactic does not violate the rules of the game, it has no sportsmanship. Seeing Arlen's sneak attack, Guran immediately gave up marking McEachran and accelerated to intercept Arlen. This approach is very risky. After all, letting go of McEachran is like letting go of a tiger. However, if Arlen is allowed to dribble the ball and make a cross, the consequences will be equally dangerous. Seeing Guran's violent and aesthetic sprint, Arlen did not dare to confront him. He quickly dribbled the ball inside and made a diagonal pass. Guran did not hold back and took advantage of the inertia to directly knock Arlen out of the sideline and then quickly returned to the middle position. This was completely a personal grudge, and Arlen grimaced in pain. The quality of this pass was not very high under Guran's pressure, but the 3 defenders of the Bucks Steel Horns team were a little panicked when they were in position, and the football actually passed between them and rolled to the left side of the penalty area. U17 international Wickham inserted at high speed, stopped with his left foot, and pushed the ball directly into the far corner of the goal with his right foot. The hearts of the audience were all tightened. At this critical moment, the goalkeeper Tyrannosaurus Rex of the Bucks Steel Horns team roared like thunder, and at the same time lay sideways, and his tall body hit the grass heavily. Bang! Wickham's low shot was blocked by the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. Oh. Southampton fans and Cardiff fans couldn't help but cheer. It's not easy. The Tyrannosaurus Rex can make such a beautiful block. But the ball is not dead yet. The football bounced to the middle of the penalty area. McEachran got rid of the defensive bread and Watergate, inserted from the back row, and shot at the goal. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had just climbed up half of his body, and the expression on his face was already desperate. The football flew high, with a cathartic force, flew over the crossbar, and flew into the stands. McEachran hit the plane with this kick. Yeah. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff cheered happily. This wave of sneak attacks is really scary. It's so thrilling. Fortunately, there is no danger. The Bucks Steel Horns defended this wave. Coach Carter made a cross on his chest repeatedly, thank God. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns clapped each other after surviving the disaster. Guran was a little scared in his heart. It was too exciting. McEachran's face was full of regret. His game mentality had been unbalanced in the confrontation with Guran. If Guran hadn't pressed him too hard, McEachran would never have made such a serious mistake. He could have been more stable just now, took the ball 2 steps forward, and passed it to Wickham, who was ready to receive it. If this kick was passed to Wickham, Wickham would have a great chance of scoring the goal. McEachran is still young and impatient. Although Guran is also young in physical age, his mental age is much more mature than McEachran. In the competition, the advantage of mental maturity is also an advantage. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.